mountains, because we don't get it. This time goes on, what happens? The husband needs his space, the wife needs free space, and suddenly again there's not enough space for everyone. Everyone's like, yeah, like this, so like, what do we do if we do more like this? What exactly is this takeaway message? So what's actually driving the takeaway message is, but I think what's trying to understand is that love and marriage evolves. And sometimes again, what's like, I don't think about this. I don't know if this is true. Like people get very caught up in the extinction, like I'm back they really caught up in this stuff. And again, I don't know if I need like expert information on it, but I've often wondered to myself, getting caught up in this concept of extinction presupposes that will last forever. Who says the humpback whale is supposed to be around forever? Who says? Maybe if it's supposed to be the humpback whale, then it's supposed to be, and again, I'm nothing against the humpback whale. They should live and do well, right? But again, I just wonder, like, people get caught up on like global warming, right? I know, global warming, so like, who says that the Earth is supposed to remain at a constant? All of these things presuppose that things are supposed to remain as they are. No, do not. They get as far through the world is in a constant state of evolution. Everything is always just, maybe the species that existed, 100 years ago are not supposed to exist today. Or maybe again, the temperature of the world is supposed to. I mean, no. One thing is clear, which is definitely in the realm of relationships, things don't remain the same. So I will say, it's true, right? Like, you ever see, like, the hustling cow, right? And sometimes couples will marry a little longer, or a lot longer. And that's, why don't we have that? Right? Why don't we have that? And I was like, why don't we have that? Because we have responsibility, right? Because no one's supporting us, right? Because and suddenly again, you have all these, and you realize that it's supposed to evolve. But if you're married for 20 years and you're still the same childish, like looking into each other's eyes, whispering in the corner, that's immature. Right? That's immature. You're not supposed to have that. It's supposed to evolve. And there's nothing wrong with your marriage. And there's no less love. And there's no less intensity if that marriage and love and everything evolves. So this doesn't have to be like a damning statement about the lack of intensity. It's just like things change. Yeah. So husband and wife, inseparable. And they can occupy the same space. Oh, you're stepping on my toes? That's so sweet. That's so cute. That's so wonderful. Step on my head. Please, step on. It's great. It's fantastic. Yes, side of the step. I don't need any space like smother me. Right? And then it's normal at the same time. As people mature, the life changes, and there's other responsibilities. I love my spouse no less. As the relationship looks like. Things take, and that's not about here. They'll say sometimes again, you become so disillusioned because, well, how come I don't feel the same intensity in my life that I felt under the hookah, or that I felt at the bar, that I felt at this? Yeah, it's because of life. It's like stuff changes, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. That's part of the dynamic of human evolution. Incredible. So the Lord goes like this. The Lord says, Clark sees me, Clark said, so the Pasuk says, but the Arati Lokar Sham, the Dibaki Kamiala Kapores. So let's say, we have also, again, that's why we begin to relate with Bobby Saul. He says, Bobby Oren, I will speak to you from on top of the lid of the Oren. The time your Oren to Yeshiva Kapores, I can't start up. Then the top of the Oren is 10 tokens. So originally, when we spoke to began a relationship with us and began to speak with us, he spoke to us from a height of 10 tokens, very low down to the earth. והבית אשר בנה המלך שלמה, 60 אמה ארבע, ו60 רחוב, ו30 אמה כמוסו, ולבסוף סיפרה השם השמיים כסיב, והארץ הזו רגלי איזה בית אשר תבנו לי. So what's this interesting? Then later on, he says, my home, or like my throne is in the heavens. So in the beginning, I said he spoke to us from on top of the Kapol. That's 10 fucking off the ground. And then what happens, meaning relationships change, they evolve, and sometimes again the intensity and the closeness that marks the beginning changes. The love is still there. The love is still there, but the relationship has evolved in a different way. Incredible. So my masha the highlights and little Mishma the Christians was on the run going back to what it's free and Baba the days, 6b. So the Gemara says, what now? Remember the word saguru mitnei ish. The Gemara says, how do you know that saguru is a lashon of the kavushahu? Is a lashon of holding back. So I'm not the yairi was tishka the most sad. Talking about kites, talking about Agra Bakatsina, Baba, the Rakam is like Ika and Haka, Olga Bakais, the master. Also, these are all different personas of holding back. So, don't remember to have the more used it. As a regular Yish, it's a kind of sitting in front of his Rabbi, and he sees that the Rabbi is making an erroneous ruling. So, what happens? The Talmud should not hold back. Right, the Talmud go out and express his opinion. So, you see that Sadhuru is also holding back. Okay. So Mark was right. So I'm not sure about money. I'm not the honest. Kodayin said, "Give them a study." That's beautiful. Gemara. Any judge who adjudicates correctly must listen to these right. I think the divine presence to that body such Nemar. So King Yitzhak Ba'as Kel is paradise in usual. The code is also very profound because since judgment is reserved for ourselves, if a judge adjudicates correctly, he brings the shiner into the world. So because he's being instead of God. The whole thing is done and any judge who does not judge appropriately. Going the Shekhinah should be started from himself. Causing the Shekhinah apart from Klal Yisrael. She'emar, Yishod, Anim, Me'an Kasev, Yonim, At Akum Yimah. I'm going to understand. Kodayin should know from Mizah, the noticing is that Shemot Yidin. Any judge, let's say, who rules erroneously and takes from this one and gives to that one, in other words, that the judge is wrong, is ruling erroneously, is ruling incorrectly, and therefore, again, he gives and takes to the wrong person. So what happens? The spark who knows from the middle not show, Hashem takes his life from him. So it's very profound. This is talking about someone who intentionally perverts justice. So remember again, the Dayan acts as the Shaliach, as the agent of that Kodesh Baruch. That's what he's doing. So therefore, when he goes ahead and corrupts judgment, right? When he judges erroneously, he's corrupting the fabric of the world. He says, you come to the world, I'm going to take your life. I'll take Zodal, Kidahu, I'll take you on the Bishar Keshem, Yari Rivan, the Kava as Kobayan Nefesh. I'm going to show you my other understand. We all love you know, it's very anymore. We all love you, Dayan, Kibu, Chelet, Munaka, Ben Yurakosel, with your head to sleep along with the last line. The Dayan is deceived as if a sword is dangling between his legs, and ultimately, again, Gehenna is open beneath him. That's the responsibility he should feel for delivering proper judgment. Shneamar Zayin on the day 7 weeks, Shneamar Hine Tasso Sher Shlomo Shisha Bar and Shavah Ram Gibori Yisrael. Kulam is a family mother Yachama, each have I live in Pakasalos. Like Gehenna to go with a life. Okay, this is not going to be possible. There's a Yoshia. You can write Nachala Yitzhak. Majesty, what's the meaning of the process? These David Klamar Hashem. Dino Mebake Mishpat. The Tzilu goes on Yakos. The Tzilu Baboker done in the Chomet. And done in what does it mean? Only in the morning we judge, and the whole day we don't judge. Ella, listen to this. In Baruch Hadavar Kiboker, Amu. This is very profound. Right? It means to judge like this. Judge. It would matter, right? If the judgment is as clear to you as the morning, then say it. You're not, I'll tell you it. But if not, don't say it. So much like this is an incredibly profound Gemara. What it says is like this: judge, when did you issue your ruling? Issue your ruling only if you are 100% sure. If you're not 100% sure, don't say it. If it's as clear to you as the morning, say it. If not, don't say it. So by the way, it's just given by judges. But it's a good way to live life as well. Right? Don't say something if you're not sure about it. Right? If you're 100% sure, say it. If you're not 100% sure, probably it's better to hold your tongue. If you give it, I'm on the clock, my host yacht. Say to wisdom, you are my sister. Meaning what? If something is as clear to you as the fact that your sister is committed to you, or if you have such clarity, and it doesn't matter. As much clarity as on every person knows your sister is committed to one, and so if you lack clarity, then it's so what's up. I would never do what you people make others do. Right? It's so if you know something like 100% true, so if you don't know 100% true, that's not just and the point you said is judge of the people in general. A certain years to the room, hold out cover the trouble, the Sabbath freedom. If you have 10 people, and 10 people are believing, and they all see each other in judgment. So literally again, the call out is changed with the yoke of responsibility. Sits upon all of them. Right? That's right. When you have a group of people engaging in judging, there's collective responsibility for that judging. So cheaper, that's obvious. But cheaper, I would promise I will say this may not go. Now that's what comes to it. Even if a comment is saying something is Rabbi, so you might say, because it's a comment that is Rabbi. The Rabbi has all the responsibility. The Talmud has done enough. And that's what I know. But even the Talmud has also responsibility. Incredible. But he knows that Rabbi has issues. Rabbi does have a Asi Jira Samei. Rabbi knows that some amount of Rabbi. Whenever Rabbi would adjudicate a court case, he would always gather 10 people from this way. Why? Omar, to make the Dulan Yeshiva Mitzvah. So that this way, again, only have a splinter of the beam. In other words, what was Rabbi doing? Rabbi wanted to kind of spread the responsibility a little bit. So what he did was like this: if you would judge alone, then you would bear half the responsibility. So what did he do? He incorporated other people into judgment. This way, again, there was shared responsibility should there be an erroneous verdict. With Ashi, can be also to Rashi, when he would rule on a case, nobody would again have to seize property. So not with the nice thing with Treifa, but would actually have to rule on a Treifa, right? Or somebody brought him an animal, and he wasn't sure was the animal kosher or the animal not kosher, or they found some type of blemish, internal blemish. That the context, what did he do? He would gather all of the butchers of the city together to help him paskin. So the must not be the must not pass. Over here, this will not be Shiva Mikshura. This way again is only split of the beam. What it means that you want there to be collective responsibility for the Psak Halacha. Okay. So he also being on the Garis of Nachman Bar Kohen. Might be said Melech the Mishpat Yamid Aleph is Shumos Yasena. What does it mean when it says that really again the kingdom of justice will uphold the earth? But if it's Shumos, a man of gifts will display it. In Gayim, Goma the Melech Sheratzah will form Yamid Aleph. If the king, if the judge is like a king, now a king doesn't need everything. It's fully self-sufficient. So if the judge is like a king, meaning again, the judge is correct judging and he doesn't rely on anyone else for anything, his judgment will uphold the earth. In Domo the Kohen, the Machazah, the Sabbath, have set up. And ultimately, again, but if he's like a Kohen, he walks around looking for gifts, right? Because the Kohen is sustained. Ultimately, again, by Chumas and Arab, by Chumas. So there's a cause he's dependent on others for gifts. So what's the concern? If he's concerning, because he's dependent on others for gifts, that could sway the judgment. Such judgment ultimately destroys well. That's what we'll stop over for today. We're fine. Do not get worried, right? We're absolutely fine. About a week from now, so that won't get short. Right? We'll be all right. We'll say, what a doc. Tremendous, I will say. Straight out. All right, guys, you have a great day, everyone. This one's posted by Successful Capital 217. It says, translation, John Jones is indeed gay, and so is Papa. Let's see here. Just like my job's gay, runs into this, and beats get wild shit. You see wild shit out there. It's the Wild West. So this is the Wild West. I don't entertain it. It's just not what I do. I'll give you what I do. What you do if I come to this. For the married girl, I'll say this. I get it. I get why guys do stuff like this. It's just not what we do. Let me just say this on John for a hot second. Oh, fuck, dude. He's known John was gay for months. All right, we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Share the thanks. Our Talmud Torah sponsor. Touching hair, annual Salvatore response to the Joseph Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, and dedicating all of the Shurim and Joshua this year in the Zuchus of completing Mesechus Bal Basra, and Baruch Hashem wading into the holy waters of Mesechus Sanhedrin and Zerch, and Yes Hashem to finish this Mesechta. Mazel with bracha and Mishar Tavul Mitzlachas. Our Torah responses for the month of Kislev, Josh and Becca Friedman, for dedicating all the Shem and Joshua's this month creation of the Yartek of Josh's father. We saw Yehuda Ben Chaim Rafal to follow the bracha and the source of the safe return of our hostages and the security of all of our holy soldiers. Sammy and Malka Esterson for dedicating all the Shem and Joshua's this month in memory of their parents. Yitzchak Leib Ben Aaron Cohen, Sarah Rachel Bas Barak Adron, Hinda Bas Heneth Ephraim, and in memory of your dear friend, brave soldier, beloved husband, father, skilled physiotherapist, Naftali Gordon, Naftali Yonashemi, Komdamo, Ben Beatrice Miriam, and Daniel Yibal. We hope that in America, our Talmud Torah, all of the Nishama Slav and Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all of those who are Jewish, that was good with Kol Cholei Yisrael, the Shparach Yishuv, and Homar Hastages, B'Shalom, and B'Karov, and our holy soldiers should be successful to call Maaseh Yevei. First, with that, let us begin with a lot to do today. Beautiful, beautiful Gemara ahead of us. A lot of beautiful Gemara ahead of us. Today's daf is daf Zayin 7. We are picking up on both on the days, and we left off. Here's what we do call of the immediate margin. Okay, got it. Big focus. Fine, so the first of the widest ones, right? Correct? Good. First of the widest ones. Excellent. Okay, good. So let's just remember again, we're still in the midst of the topic regarding Shara. What does one do in a situation? Should compromise something we strike, compromise something that we don't do. Topic of your Rishon. So the word says as follows. Rishon says as follows. Shneim sheba'ol v'dim. Echad b'ach ve'echad kach. It's interesting. Imagine for a moment with a diamond. Two people come before you, Ruvain and Shimon. Ruvain is very, now Rach and Kashtan means Ruvain is very soft, easygoing. With Shimon is difficult. Actually, what am I concerned about? Actually, Tishma Ruvain. So again, if they have not yet begun presenting their cases, or they presented their cases, but I don't yet have judicial clarity. A judge has a right to recuse himself. So either before they presented their cases, their side, or after they presented their side, but the judge doesn't yet have real clarity as to where things are heading. The judge has a right to recuse himself. Why? Now, what is the judge concerned about? Shema is Hayek Chazak, Finimsa Chazak Rodfo. So what is the judge concerned about? I'm concerned that what's going to happen, Shimon is a very difficult, what's going to happen. He's going to lose the case. And he's just going to come after you. He's not going to let up. And the truth is, I don't want to deal with it. So interestingly enough, so if it's before they present their cases, or even after they present their cases, but before I have a sense of clarity, I have the right to recuse myself. However, Shemon is Chayv Chazak Nimtzarov, it is a Chazak of favor. You should teach them at the very end, the Antiyogea, the Hechon Antiyogea. But if I already heard your sides, and I already have some semblance, I already have some level of clarity as to kind of which way the din comes out, but if I heard the sides, and again I have a little bit of clarity as to how this is going to shake out, I don't have the right to accuse myself. Why should I? Really, again, do not. We'll see exactly what Sagru means. And for our purposes right now, don't fear anyone. Don't. The judge has an obligation to be fearless. So don't be fearful of any person. They will say, what a profound Gemara. So I just looked yesterday, which is right. Sometimes you have the ability to not get involved. And again, you're right. I think when we're young, we're very terribly idealistic. Sometimes like naively idealistic, and we think we can solve every single problem. As we get older, we recognize I can't solve every problem, and therefore, again, there's a certain amount of dispassionate maturity that says I'm not getting involved in this because I can't affect change. You have a right to say, I'm not getting involved because I can't help. But once you are involved, you don't have a right to shirk your responsibility. Once you're involved, and ultimately, again, see the process through to completion. An incredibly profound Gemara. The Shemar says, the guy in the Talmud Church, the Rabbi, Shemar says as follows: how do I know that if a student is sitting before his Rabbi, the Ra'az the Kosa, which is remember being going back to yesterday's class, the student should not possibly think presence of his Rebbe. We've established this. So how do I know that if a student is sitting in front of his Rebbe, the law is the first law on either what happens? The Rebbe is adjudicating the case. And the essentially the Talmud feels that the Rebbe is delivering an erroneous psak. And so the student sees of course, he sees a merit for the poor person. Or he sees the way in which the rich person is guilty, and actually discovered. How do we know that a student should not be silent in the presence of his Rebbe? So once again, this is talking about a case where the Rebbe is prosecuting the case, Rebbe is the diner, the student is there, the student sees that the Rebbe is mistaken in what he's about to prosecute. So how do I know that in such a scenario, the student should not be silent in the presence of the Rebbe? Shne'emar lo sagurim b'feish. Do not literally again, do not be fearful. We're going to see really what most sakura really means is don't withhold. Right? Don't withhold in the presence of another person. Do not withhold your words in front of another person, even if that other person is your Rebbe. And listen, so again, there's this very fine line. On one hand, the Talmud is always obligated to have that, always obligated to have cover for his Rebbe. Right? On the other hand, the student sees that the Rebbe is making a mistake in halacha the student is obligated to ensure that an erroneous judicial ruling does not get made, and is obligated to speak up even in the presence of his Rebbe. Incredible. So the verse is that he ate yogurt, so now again, it begins to witnesses. Witnesses, who testify. No, you are testifying, right? You testifying about a finished ball. Because since testimony is such a heavy thing, and since you are going ahead and determining the outcome, potentially the outcome of people's lives, so there has to be a tremendous sense of responsibility. Witnesses know it's as if you're giving testimony about a finished ball for himself. And if they mean and before whom you are giving testimony, will be also be part of that. And if you testify falsely, who is going to extract punishment from you? Shneim Arthur, the Pasuk says, Yom B'Shnei Ha'anoshim Asher Lahem Ariv L'Fnei Hashem. The Pasuk says, the ultimately again adjudication. The two people who are with each other know that they are standing before Hashem. You come to testimony, you're coming before God. Because remember, again, ultimate judgment is reserved for Hashem, and therefore anyone involved in the judicial process is as if they are standing before Hashem. You have Dayanim, and the judges should know who are they judging. So Kiviyachol, they're judging HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And before whom are they giving that judgment? Who me also be part of the head, and who is going to extract punishment from them should they fail in their responsibility? Shneimar Elokim Yitzot Ba'adas or else in the Sabbath. The Rebbe of Shabbat to Omer, the Omer la Shoftim, Umat and Osim, Kilo Adam Tishpitu, Skim La Hashem. The Pasuk says that he said to the Rebbe Shabbat said to the Shoftim, he said to the judges, see what you are doing, for you are not only adjudicating man, but you are adjudicating, so to speak, God. Shem Yomru, so what's the idea of the if you are involved in the proceedings, there can be volatile and involved in all. And therefore, if you pervert the process, you corrupt the process, you dishonest the process, just know that all in the presence of a response. Zimar says this, Shemaya Hagayim, Mali B'Saraza. So most of it, you have to see this part of judges going through, you know what, I'm writing this for. I forget it. Do I need this heading for? Zimar says, Imachem Mitzvah Mishpat. Inchem Mitzvah Mishpat. Ein Ol Adayin, Ein Ol Adayin Elaman Shemachos. So what's this Mishpat? This is don't worry. This is incredible. What the Spark says to the judge is, your job is not to ensure that you produce perfect results. Rather, your job is to ensure that the process is holy and pure. And meaning, what does that mean? So for a judge, remember, we'll say, is it possible that a judge delivers an erroneous ruling? Is that possible? Absolutely. So what is the job of a judge? The job of the judge is to adjudicate the case properly based on what he's able to see. That's it. A judge is only able to act based on what he's able to see with his own eyes. A very profound device. Trump does expect anything from the judge and others than to do the best he can with the information you have at hand. Is it possible that the judge will deliver an erroneous ruling? It's possible. That's not the problem won't be culpable. The problem won't be culpable only if you don't see the process through in the right way. And the most you know that's such a beautiful and incredible line. Aim it in the diamond element in a rose. It's very important that in life, when we pass judgment, understand we're only passing judgment based on what we see with our own eyes. And as we only recognize that what we see with our own eyes very often is never the complete is never the complete picture. So it's so incredibly important. What you see is ultimately what you pass judgment with, but what you see is rarely the entirety of the picture. Incredible. Remember like this. By the way, so the Gemara says, what exactly is when we say the verdict? What is the Gemara? So remember again, going back to just a second. So what's the Gemara? So let's just remember again. Beforehand, we had the advice of Rabbi Shimon ben Nazir. So Rabbi Nazir said that halacha myself, once the judge reaches a verdict, you can't go ahead and suggest shara. You can't suggest compromise, right? Compromise can be suggested before a verdict is delivered. Well, this is my focus exactly when you can revert to compromise. But certainly, again, once a verdict is in, once the Gemara has been delivered, you can't go to compromise. The Gemara says, okay, when's the verdict? What's considered the Gemara doing? I'm not going to Rav. Ish poni atachayit, ish poni atazadai. Right? When the judges say, Ruvain, you're chayiv, Shimon, you're pater. Amarav, halacha b'shem karcha. So Rav said, halacha follows Rabbi Yeshua ben Karcha. So you're about to Shimon Karcha was the opinion that said yesterday's that mitzvah mitzvah. It is a mitzvah to do pshara. Rabbi Shimon Karcha preferred pshara compromise over mediation, over adjudication. So now comes along the Gemara and says that right. So Rav said, "Halacha is no problem." Meaning that so. Yet Rav was a Talmud of Rav. You have a husband from Rav when he gets to Rav. He would say that he shut up Isu. So again, when litigants would come before the Funa would ask them, do you want din? Do you want adjudication? Or do you want to start? Do you want mediation? So this is contradiction. Because Rav just said the mitzvah follows the Shema Karfa. The Shema Karfa says mitzvah l'tzoah. It is a mitzvah to go ahead and do pshara. Yet Rav's own Talmud, which sounds like pshara mediation, is the preferred mechanism. Yet Rav Huna, who is Rav's Talmud, seems to be giving people the choice. The Rishon Gemara says, no. My mitzvah not before the Shema Karfa. When the Shema Karfa says that it is a mitzvah to do pshara, what is it? Top of Zion 7a. My mitzvah, the men of the room, Yudina Ba'isu, Shara. What the Shema Karfa meant was as follows. And when litigants come before you with a mitzvah, give them the choice. What do you prefer? Do you prefer mediation or do you prefer adjudication? We thought the whole time he was saying that he preferred to mediate over adjudicate. Now it turns out what he really was is a mitzvah to present litigants with their options. That's right. Do you want to adjudicate or do you want to mediate? So if that's the case, any kind of camel, and you're sure the Karfa saying the same thing as the kind of camel, the benayim mitzvah. No. What the opportunity between them would be whether or not there is a mitzvah to tell the litigants what their options are. Maybe Shema Karfa suffered mitzvah. Maybe Shema Karfa said that the mitzvah to tell the litigants what their options are. Mediation versus adjudication. And Kama Saba Rishos. And Kama holds, no, it's not a mitzvah to tell them what their options are. Rather, again, you have the right to tell them what their options are. The Gemara says if that's the case, maybe it shouldn't be nice, no? Then it's the same thing as Tishma shouldn't be nice, no? The Gemara which Tishma is very bad to again, I didn't know that. Atarashai Lomar Lahem Sukutus. There most of the point of contention will be at what point do you have the ability, if you started the process of din, at what point do you have the ability to still shift them over to pshara? Okay, the figures very tangible, very tangible. And it was this entire, and this argues on every tangible match of Mark so it's not very tangible back on the way. Well, never because that Ella negative myself. Let's go back for some other first years. Remember again. Elazar is son of Yosef, quoting the passage that said that it is also a sword. You cannot engage in compromise, right? You can't engage in mediation, right? Rather, again, people agree as everything is about strict justice. Quoting the passage, Botsea Vera mediates Hashem. That literally, again, if a person praises mediation, or a person praises compromise, that's blasphemy. That's blasphemy. So that interpretation argues on that we can't come back on the light. Why? Because when we come back on the light, says that pasuk about Tzeach Berach Lietz Hashem. Whoever praises compromise, blasphemy, he won't that refers to the golden calf. Shemeh, right? Not the golden calf. Bayar Aaron, Vayiben is Beach Shifon. So it's going to again shooting the golden calf. Aaron saw and he built an altar before him. Now, Aaron was building an altar for the golden calf. Tomorrow, what did Aaron see that caused him to go ahead and build the calf? Amr John by Yafes, Amr Lazar, Ra'ah Chor, Shezabach Mephonim. Aaron saw that the Jewish people murdered Chor. Now, Chor was the son of Miriam. Chor stood up to try to tell the people not to build the calf. Moses is going to come back, and even if Moses doesn't come back, if the Lord is going to take care of us, don't do this. They killed Chor.
What up, Chi-boy?
They killed Chor. Aaron saw that they killed Chor. And what does Aaron say to himself? Amar.
Chi-boy, what's good, son? Chi-boy.
So Aaron said, if I don't do what the people want and build them this golden calf, you're going to kill me.
G-boy!
Now, lest you think that Aaron's entire motivation was self-preservation, that's not true. A tiny of you in Yarov, the Mikdash Hashem, Kohen Benavi. Aaron was concerned like this. Aaron was concerned not about his whole life. Aaron was concerned about Klal Yisrael. Aaron was, if Klal Yisrael kills me, to kill me, Aaron HaKohen, there's going to be no coming back for Klal Yisrael from that sin. There will be such a
Yo, what up, baby?
Therefore,
how are you? How are you?
So this is incredible. Aaron felt, let them go to golden calf. Because at least they go to the calf, if they kill me, Aaron HaKohen, there's no coming back from that. But if they build the golden calf,
what's your question?
People will be able to redeem themselves from that sometime later on. So what's this?
What's your question?
And is it so? I've been working with that's what I'm saying. Yeah, so I've been working with a project for around 2 to 3 weeks. Yeah. So at first, we were talking about the project and payments and stuff like that. So he said before he could make payments and stuff, there's this school he has to meet what this project before he could drop people and advertisement of me and the stuff. So currently church
Chibo, your mic is cutting out. Say in one sentence each.
Yeah, I don't know if you got that.
I did not. Your mic's not good. So what's going on? Chibo, I can't hear you, big man. Chiba, go find a place that has better. Okay, now I can hear you. Go.
Meaningful.
Chiba, I can't hear you. Chiba, I can't hear you.
Okay. Can I pick?
Chiba, I want to help you. Just send me a message. Okay, what's going on? Chiba, go to a place where your connection is better.
I will come back.
Okay, sounds good.
See, here what happened? Aaron essentially, he made a compromise in his mind. Like, better to do this of the golden calf, which hopefully again they could come back from, rather than kill me, which they will not be able to come back from. And if Aaron makes the compromise. So I will say, so interestingly enough, what's happening over here is the Gemara faults him for that compromise. Aaron, that what should Aaron have done? What should he have done? He should have stood up to Klal Yisrael for a moment and said, Yisrael, no. So we're saying, yeah, again, when you hear the logic is so profound and so beautiful, and so Aaron was trying to save Klal Yisrael. Was begin to say the similar to basically what you do that. Like he was trying to make a compromise. He's trying to save Yosef. No, what you do is you say, we're not doing this. In other words, let's say what the message the head is like this. Compromise is a very powerful tool. And to be used in such a constructive way to go ahead and prevent my focus. But there are times where something is so wrong and something is so egregious that the use of compromise as a tool for conflict resolution is uncritically wrong. You do not. The cell of your brother is wrong. It's not like compromise. You stand up for what is right. Aaron, the building of a golden cat in this moment is so wrong. The use of compromise in this context is egregious. Stands up for what's right. Now again, in this defense, he thinks he's doing the right thing. In Aaron's defense, he thinks he's doing the right thing. It's almost like again, he doesn't think he's doing the right thing. Doesn't really argue the right thing. It's incredible idea that sometimes it's a time for compromise, and sometimes the disparity between the two sides is so clear, right? It's so vast that you have to find the clock to dispense with compromise and to only do what is right. Incredible. Bahani Tanai, and these are things. Alter Mayim Beishus Modern My Daishi Day. So let's remember recorded this pasuk yesterday. Alter Mayim from Mishlei. Alter Mayim Beishus Modern. That will be again the opening of the channel of water, right? The beginning of judgment. What do they do with this? So the words is Rabbi what's the first 5 line and 7. Like Rabbi, what does Rabbi say? Rabbi, beautiful tomorrow. In Ilas Pinoshal Adat Mudon, Ella Anti Torah. The Muslim is incredible. After 120, the first thing that a person is judged on is Torah. Is Torah. Did you learn Torah or not? Did you learn Torah? Shenemar, Alter Mayim Beishus Mother. So let's say we get 9 word is often compared to Torah. So Alter Mayim Beishus Mother, the first thing I'm touched with that after 120 is Torah. So this is my shots. The question from me is that, about the 3 questions that I'm asked about after I died, Torah is the second one. But we're not going to get into that. But I say, think of it, I want to read something amazing. The first question that a person is asked after he dies is, did you learn Torah? Did you learn Torah? So let's say closest points.
Yo, go ahead, Chiboy.
That the question that the Gemara raises is, Kazakh for something. Set aside set plans for Torah. So that's a more specific question. It's not enough just it's not just the word, it's overall. Yeah, at that time, Rabbi has never said I apply because anything that don't have set time for usually doesn't.
Before that, we were talking about okay, how we're gonna make payments and discuss about and he said, okay, we are here, we have to meet this threshold of this payment back and blah, blah, blah. Okay, so that's the question project. So currently in regards to the threshold, yeah, I want to ask you how about like bring up talk about payments.
Yeah, so I get what you're saying. I would take screenshot that I met that. I would take a screenshot that I met. G-Boy, listen. I would take a screenshot that I'd met the required threshold. I would send that to the project leader. I would say, we met the threshold. When can I expect payment? If they don't pay you, you give them another opportunity. You contact other people in the project. Once they're absolutely not going to pay you, and you know you've done your job, well, then you can put them on blast and you say, don't do business with this person. They won't pay you for the work that you do.
Okay.
So take a screenshot that you met the threshold, send it to them, and see what they say, okay? You're welcome, big man. I'm here to help you. Keep me updated, She-Boy. Keep me updated, She-Boy. You're welcome, buddy. Excellent.
There's no Torah in my life. I don't have anything else because everything comes from Torah. What's the thing about that? The more we learn, the more we know. Everything comes from Torah. My ability to be a proper Jew comes only from learning. My ability to be a proper human being comes from learning. My ability to be a good husband, to be a good father, to be a good friend, all of this comes from my learning. And therefore, I'm starting to learn. The first question I'm asked is, because again, until that question is no question shalom, then you're going to have to go on after that. Because chances are everything after that is a little bit disastrous. If the answer is yes, then the Year Hashem hopefully might be able to wait for success in all of my other areas of life as well. I'm not going to I take the Naya, the Simura, the big God, the Naya. She also said this. The Gemara says, is Tigla is not focus. Whether it is my focus in life, it is my focus in life, it is compared ultimately against the overflowing river. So what happens when the river overflows its banks? It begins to create additional channels of water. Now, if you dam up the river quickly, those additional channels will not develop as life. If you don't dam up the river, whatever happening, those channels themselves end up becoming rivers or significant channels of water. This is very similar to Makhlok. So to this quarter, to this youth. Kevan the Rabba. You know what happens with Makhlok? Yes? Makhlok is the youth, it's like an overflowing river. If you dam it up, you shut it down, you stop it quickly, it won't overflow. But it won't continue. But if the focus occurs and you don't stop it. Its channels become wind rivers onto themselves. It's not just sometimes it's person. Sometimes you can't prevent machlokas from happening. But you can prevent machlokas from perpetuating. I didn't always begin the fight. I didn't really begin machlokas. Yes. But often like I have the power to shut it down. It doesn't really do something more. Rabbi said, Dami Rabuda Dugamba, Kevan becomes Hav. So as I saw ultimately again, Machlokes is very interesting. Machlokes is like planks on the bridge over a river. When you go through the bridge, when you have the planks, at first the planks creep a little bit. But then the more that people walk on it, what happens? The planks settle into place. And once they settle into place, they're immovable. It's like machlokes. When machlokes begins, it's like shaky. After a little while, when machlokes perpetuated, it drops and it sets into place. And once it sets into place, it's very difficult to reverse course. So let's say this idea of being this is so profound, that when the dispute started, that moment where it started, and I know that I'm at that crossroads. I went to crossroads to either stop it and prevent it from escalating, or do nothing, or worse, even pour fuel on the fire. It's just that if you pour fuel on the fire, you can do nothing. Once the river overflows, if you don't drain it up, it's just going to keep flowing. The planks will settle into place. In those pivotal moments of machlokas, again, sometimes I didn't start it, but I absolutely have the power to stop it and prevent it from perpetuating. Incredible. Let's go back. So we'll say, now the Gemara is going to talk about some famous sayings. Hahu Dava There was a guy, right? Literally, Hahu means there was a person. Whether it was actually a person who said this, or this was just a common adage. But again, it was a person who used to always say, Tuvia Vishama Va'adish Chafua Bishte Meya. So literally again, right, praiseworthy is the person who hears his own degradation and doesn't say anything. Ultimately, again, as a result of his silence, he will avert 100 catastrophes. So I will say, which is a simple way of saying that sometimes, like people say things and you hear things, and the reflexive response is to respond. And what happens when you respond? You open up a whole nother dynamic. Sometimes, again, even if you don't like it, you can just stay by it and just don't answer. You save yourself from so much trouble going forward. Incredible. So Shmuel says Rabbi Yehuda, Kruxiv, there's a pasuk that highlights this. Polter Mayim Reish Maglun, Reish Meya. And there's a pasuk also that highlights this as well. That literally, again, a person opens, right? Polter Mayim Reish Maglun, opening up the water at the beginning of judgment. Reish Meya. Okay. So says that's our first adage. So I say adage number one is just because, so essentially, just one of these lessons parents teach us, right? So just because someone says something to you doesn't mean you need to respond. As I just point out, that this used to be a relatively simple idea, right? I definitely think that since the advent of social media and everything, the response becomes instantaneous. It's one of the hardest things. Like someone says something, someone posts something, and like you need almost like verbal bombing. You need to just instantaneously respond without thought. Gets people into so much trouble. But this idea, this is so that just because someone says something doesn't mean I have to respond to it. And it's more than that. Sometimes not responding saves me from so much heartache later on. Okay, next. Thief often is not punished for 2 or 3 thefts. It wasn't if you look at Rashi says, what does this mean? Klamar in over Adam Avera Panayim, the Shalosh Lo Ba'ala Polis, I Gitma, the Akray Plus Kervalo Mikdal Sopalo Kosbaka. Sometimes the thief steals 2 or 3 times and he's not punished, meaning what? Sometimes in life, I commit Averos and there's no punishment. Well, don't think that just because I did Averos and didn't get punished, that punishment is not coming. I don't say sometimes the way the world works is you do a lot of bad stuff, you don't get punished. Because no, there is an accounting for everything we do in this world. I'm going to show you what the crux is. Klamar Hashem. So we'll say the second adage is the thief will steal 2 or 3 times and nothing happens, and he thinks he's going to get away with it. But when I said to him, just know that the day of reckoning is coming next. Another adage. Somebody used to say, Shev biri v'shamana, v'chada la'adid bish. So what does this mean? So literally again, Shev biri v'shamana, 7 pits could be dug, and a person could be saved from all of them. But yes, the person who does one bad thing falls into his pit. And listen, what does this mean? That's side effect. The person who is righteous life is often saved from misfortune in ways that he doesn't even know. Like when I live my life in accordance with what I've been taught, so often what ends up happening is the emotion saves me in ways in which I'm often totally unaware. But yet the person who does not live in what's in accordance with what I've been taught falls into every entrapment in front of him. These are crux. There's a passage that says, "Kisheva yipol tzadik v'cham t'rasha yipol ba'achos." Next, Huda b'chamar va'azil. Another adage. So the Gemara says, "Huda b'chamar va'azil." The azil midei dina shakal glima b'samar zemer. The lezel ba'achar. That is incredible. A person who is found guilty in court, and as a result, they took his coat, they took his cloak. He should sing on the way home. Right? Why? So listen, this is really incredible. What does this mean? What does this mean? Say, why should we sing? So this is what I'm saying is like this. In life, you only have what the Father wants you to have. And if you lose something, it's because the Ribono Shel Olam didn't want you to have it. And if he didn't want you to have it, it means you don't need it in order to be successful. So a lot of times in life, when you lose something, whatever the something may be, there's a profound sadness because you feel that you lost something that you needed, and as such, you feel fundamentally capitalized. If you needed it, HaKadosh Baruch Hu would have taken it from you. If you don't have it, it means you don't need it in order to be successful in your life. Now again, it doesn't mean that the loss of it isn't painful and isn't hurtful. Now listen, but just know, if you don't have it, you don't need it in order to be successful in your mission in life. And therefore, again, in this case, if I lost the shirt off my back, I lost my cloak in Beis Din, what should you do when walking home? Like sing a nigga, right? Whistle you wave them. Why? Because if you don't, you get do that. They say it's incredibly profound. Because often in life, you gather things, you want things, and you don't get it. And listen, it's important to understand. Sometimes we approach life with a profound sense of theological immaturity, thinking that if you gather for something, you should get it. And if you don't get it, it leads us to such a crisis situation. And that's the one thing I've come to find is we are very theologically fragile. And if we don't get what we want to like the reality, it leads us to a crisis of faith. I didn't get what I wanted. I got into this and I didn't. No. Sometimes the answer is no. And if the answer is no, it's because his heart tells me I don't need what it is that I'm doubting. I don't need it. I might want it, but I don't need it in order to be successful. And it's important in life that when you don't get what you want, or you lose something that you had, to be able to still say back to the heart about that. Because if I don't have it, I didn't get it, or I lost it. Theologically, what that means is I don't need it in order to be successful. And the ability to accept that and the ability to sing about that is one of the highest levels of theological accomplishment. It's what David HaMelech said, "L'man yizamercha kavod v'lo yidom." I will continue to sing to you and I will not be silent. No matter what happens, no matter what I get, I don't get. I receive, I lose. Whatever it is, I will continue to sing because I will say it's a very important mantra. If I don't have it, I don't need it in order to be successful. Incredible Gemara. I want to show you struck save positive is a positive that said positive that supports this. The gam kolo amazah amakoli of abishalom. Hello, the kamer ba'azil. So we'll say so again. Another adage. Guy used to say, right? Literally, the way it's literally translated is there was a person who the kamer ba'azil would constantly say this same thing. Naima v'dikula shapio. There was this great line. Naima means if a person is dozing. Literally means if a woman is dozing. Dikula shapra. Her basket is lower. Whereas the person would carry the basket on her head. So if a person is dozing, the basket is carried a little bit lower. So what does this mean? Rashi says over here, Isha minamenas, and Salsh Aro Shoshi, and says it's called Pilcho Malakto, Shato, Klomar, Shiatzela in Malakto, Kula Mashal. So it's interesting enough. This is a simple adage. What's a simple adage? If you're lazy, your work doesn't really get very well. Or say a different way, laziness is often be seen in the product, in the product you produce. It's almost like you see this in life. Things that I really care about, get done in a certain way. And things that I don't care about get done in a certain way. And often you can see what I care about and what I don't care about based on the product that I produce. So again, if the person is lazy, right, person is sleeping, the basket is not as high. The basket is going to be carried a little bit longer. I'm going to show you that. So because of your quotes that literally again, if a person is lazy, the ceiling is going to sag. In other words, when a person is a worker, I guess they should be ceiling, if they put in the effort, the ceiling's going to look great. Otherwise, the ceiling's going to sag. Okay. Hold up Amar Ba'azil. There was a person, they used to say the following. Gavra dirachitzna alei aji ligziza v'kam. So let's say, if you look at Rashi says over here, aji ligziza v'kam, hirbin egrofo alai ba'omdireh. So literally translated. Gavra dirachina alei, a person who trusted, aji ligziza v'kam, raised his fist against me. Someone who I trusted turns against me. Amalei Shmuel Rabbi Yehuda crux of the pasuk. God ish shlomi Hashem atachido. What's the point of this? One. So we'll say this is actually very profound statement. And sometimes the people you trust turn against you. So we'll say it's a very important so. It's been for a little bit like a diamond. But if there's one thing you can count on in every single relationship, it's that people will fail you. People will always fail you. Now, that's not. I don't mean that as like cynical, like don't count it anymore. We're human beings. Human beings are frail and fragile, which means no one is perfect. And so often in life, we feel that like if someone loves me, all right, then they should always be there and they're always confusing. But no one can always complete, and no one can always be there, and no one can always perform. And this happens all the time. Right? I love someone, I have trust in them, I believe in them, and they don't come through. And I feel so betrayed. Meanwhile, it's not an act of betrayal, right? What is it? It's just human type. No one's always on. No one's always perfect. And sometimes, again, I feel like if you love me, you've always got my back. I do love you. Of course I love you. But I can't always do anything because I'm just not perfect. And so those moments when someone who we love and someone who we trust and quote unquote betrays us, it's so hurtful. The betrayal always betrayal is too strong of a word. They just don't come through in the way that I expected them to. The feeling of betrayal is so profound. Meanwhile, they didn't mean to betray me. They're just a human being. And it's so important to also, in those moments, to recognize it's not an act of betrayal. It's just a moment of human frailty. Even the people sometimes who you trust in greatly raise your fist. Now, again, sometimes it means that yeah, people who I really trust actually betray me. Yeah, that does happen also, and that's even much worse. But even not an act of betrayal, there's sometimes people who I put a tremendous amount of trust in are not there when I need them. But it's not because they don't care. It's just because you're human beings. So the Gemara goes back there. I must say this is an incredible Gemara. There was another person who used to say as follows: Ki rechemesin hava aziza afusa de safsira shechiban. So I said this is incredible. There was a guy who used to say the following adage. You know, when I was madly in love with my wife, right, and the love was passionate, we were able to sleep together on the sharp edge of the sword, right? Hashtag Delo Azizulach Nisan. Now that our love is not as passionate, Porya Barshis Garnigi Lo Sagilan. Even a bed that is 60 amas wide is not big enough for us. Now let's say that this is a profound Gemara. A profound Gemara. What is the Gemara saying? That you know when the love is passionate and intense, right? We don't need our own space, right? Husband and wife can occupy the same space, right? And we're fine. We can sleep together on the edge of the sword. I don't need my own space. Just need our own together. And then as time goes on, what happens? The husband needs his space. The wife needs her space. And suddenly, again, there's not enough space for everyone. That was saying, by the way, so like, what do you do with a Gemara like this? What exactly is the takeaway message? I think there are many takeaway messages, but I do think what's very important to understand is that love and marriage evolves. And sometimes, again, I've often thought about this. I don't know if this is true. Like people get very caught up in the extinction of humpback whale or different things like that. Like, people get really caught up in this stuff. I've always, and again, I don't know. I don't have any like expert information on this, but I've often wondered to myself, getting caught up in this concept of extinction presupposes that things are supposed to last forever. Who says the humpback whale is supposed to be around forever? Who says? Maybe HaKadosh Baruch Hu created the humpback whale that is supposed to be. And again, I want to be clear. I have nothing against the humpback whales. They should live and be well, right? But again, I'm just wondering, like, people get caught up or like global warming. Global warming. I'm not sure. Global warming. No, so like, who said that the Earth is supposed to remain at a constant? In other words, all of these things presuppose that things are supposed to remain as they are, but maybe not. Maybe the world is in a constant state of evolution. Everything is always just, so maybe the species that existed, 100 years ago are not supposed to exist today. Or maybe, again, the temperature of the world is supposed to, I don't know. But one thing is clear, which is definitely in the realm of relationships, things don't remain the same. So I will say, it's true, right? Like, you ever see, like, the chassan and kala, right? Like, this and sometimes couples been married a little bit longer or a lot longer, and why don't we have that? Right? Why don't we have that? And I was like, why don't we have that? Because we have responsibility, right? Because no one's supporting us, right? Because like, oh, hey, and suddenly again, you have all these. You realize that it's supposed to evolve, right? If you're married for 20 years. And you're still the same childish, like looking into each other's eyes, whispering in the corner, that's immature, right? That's immature. You're not supposed to have that. It's supposed to evolve. And that's nothing wrong with your marriage. And there's no less love. And there's no less intensity. It's that marriage and love and everything evolves. So this doesn't have to be like a damning statement about the lack of intensity. It's just like, things change, yeah. So chassan and kala, they're inseparable, and they can occupy the same space. Oh, you're stepping on my toes. It's so sweet. It's so cute. You're so wonderful. Please step on my head. Please step on. It's great. It's fantastic. Yes, side of the sword. I don't need any space. Well, smother me, right? And then it's normal. But as time goes on, and people mature, and life changes, and there's other responsibilities. I love my spouse no less, but the relationship looks different. Things take, and that's not a bad thing. I will say sometimes again, you become so disillusioned because, well, how come I don't feel the same intensity in my marriage that I felt under the chuppah, or that I felt at the vart, that I felt at this? Yeah, because that's life. It's like stuff changes, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. That's part of the dynamic of human evolution. Incredible. So the Gemara goes weiter. The Gemara says, Amar Rabbi Huna, like see, may Karak sit. So the pasuk says, So what says incredible. So originally again, the Kadosh Baruch Hu begins his relationship with Klal Yisrael. It says by the Aron, I will speak to you from on top of the lid of the Aron. The time your Aron Tishva Gaparas Tefach Harikana Sarah. Remember, the top of the Aron was 10 tefachim. So originally, when Kadosh Baruch Hu began his relationship with us and began to speak with us, he spoke to us from a height of 10 tefachim, very low down to the earth. Uksiv va'abayis asher bana hamelech Shlomo shishim ama arko v'shishim rachbo u'shloshim ama kamaso u'lbasof ksiv kamar Hashem hashamayim kisi va'aretz hadom ragli eiz abayis asher tidmuli. So I will say, it's interestingly enough. So what happens? And later on, Kadosh Baruch Hu says, my home, or like my throne is in the heavens. So in the beginning, Hashem spoke to us from on top of the kapores, 10 tefachim off the ground, and then He spoke to us from the heavens. Meaning, relationships change, they evolve, and sometimes again the intensity and the closeness that marked the beginning changes. The love is still there. The love is still there. But the relationship has evolved in a different way. Incredible. So my masha the high low so I go to listen to the commission. So what's on the ground going back to what it stated above on the base 6b. So the Gemara says, what now? Remember again, lo saguru mipnei ish. The Gemara says, how do you know that saguru is a lashon of the kavushin, is a lashon of holding back? So Rav Nachman Amar Kra, the yayin lo shtishta v'lo sagar. V'achava Yaakov Rehacha talking b'kayis lachma agra b'kasir na'achala. Oger Bakayitz Ben Masr. So also these are all different lashonos of holding back. So therefore, remember again, the Gemara used it. If a Talmud is sitting in front of his Rabbi and he sees that the Rabbi is making an erroneous ruling, so what happens? The Talmud should not hold back, right? Rather, the Talmud should go ahead and express his opinion. So you see that Saguru is a lashon of holding back. Okay. So Gemara goes right there. I'm Rabbi Yonasan. Called Dainin Shedan Dinani. That's beautiful Gemara. Any judge who adjudicates Mashchina b'Yisrael causes the divine presence to rest in the Klal Yisrael. Shneimar Elokim Tzav Ba'adas Kel B'Karav Elokim Yishbot. The whole this was a very profound thing. Is ultimately reserved for HaKadosh Baruch Hu himself. If a judge adjudicates correctly, he brings the Shechina into the world. So because he's acting in the stead of God. And any judge who does not judge appropriately, causes the Shechina to depart from Klal Yisrael. Shene'emar, Bishod Aniyim Me'ankas Evyonim Ata Akum Yomar Hashem. I'm Rabbi Yonasan. Kodayin Shenotam Mizeh, Enosim Zeh Shelo Kedim. Any judge, I will say, who rules erroneously and takes from this one and gives to that one. In other words, that the judge is ruling erroneously, he's ruling incorrectly, and therefore, again, he gives and takes to the wrong person. So what happens? Hashem takes his life from him. So we'll say it's very profound. In other words, this is talking about someone who intentionally perverts judgment. Now, remember again, the Dayan acts as the Shaliach, as the agent of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's what he's doing. So therefore, when he goes ahead and he corrupts judgments, right, and he judges erroneously, he's corrupting the fabric of the world. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, you come to the world, I'm going to take your life. Shneimar, I'll take Zoldal, Kidalhu, V'altit Ke'ani B'shar, Ki Hashem Yarev Rivam, V'kava Es Choveim Nefesh. I'm Rabbi Shlomo Nachmani, I'm Rabbi Yonasan. Yolam. The Olam Yirach Dayan do Cherev Munachas Lo Ben Yirak Oseh, the Gehenna Pesuch Lo Mitachto. What's the last line? The Dayan should see as if a sword is dangling between his legs, and ultimately, again, Gehenna is open beneath him. That's the responsibility he should feel for delivering proper judgment. Shneimar Zayin of the day 7b. Shneimar Hinei Nita Social Shlomo Shishin Bivar Savet Rami Bivaris. Kulam Akuzechem Madim Rachama Ish Ayirechom Yipachad Baleilos. Pachto Shal Gehenim Shalom Elayla. Okay, so this is where it goes to the pasuk Hashvalim Elah. Darsh Rabbi Yoshia. Yitir Rav Nachman Bar Yitzchak. Ma'azik Sig. What's the meaning of the pasuk? Beis David Klam Hashem. Dino Lebake Mishpat. The Silu goes on Miyad Pasuk. The Chi Baboker Danim B'Chol Yom Danim. What does it mean? Only in the morning we judge, and the whole day we don't judge. Ella, listen to this. In Bar Lecha Davar Ki Boker Amru. The verse is very profound. Rather, it means to the judge like this: judge, if the matter, right, if the judgment is as clear to you as the morning, then say it. Then love, I'll tell you. But if not, don't say it. So Rabbi said, this is an incredibly profound Gemara. What it's saying is like this: judge, when should you issue a ruling? When should you issue a ruling? only if you are 100% sure. If you're not 100% sure, don't say it. If it says clear to you in the morning, say it. If not, don't say it. Rabbi said, by the way, it's not just a statement by judges, but it's a good way to live life as well. Right? In other words, don't say something if you're not sure about it. Right? If you're 100% sure, say it. You're not 100% sure, probably better to hold your tongue. Say to wisdom, you are my sister. Meaning what? In Bar Lacha, will say first one line, in Bar Lacha, Davakach, Oscha, she has Rulacha, Omrei. If not, I'll tell you. If something is as clear to you as the fact that your sister is prohibited to you, or if you have such clarity on a particular matter, as much clarity as every person knows their sister is prohibited to them, then say it. If you lack clarity, don't say it. We'll say, how much better would the world be if people lived by this principle? Right? If you know 100% that is 100% true, say it. If you don't know it's 100% true, it's not just an important piece of information for the judge, but for people in general. A search Yoshin B'din, Kola Tava B'Tzavar Kula. So we'll say incredible Gemara. If you have 10 people, right? 10 people are based, let's say, and they're all sitting together and they're judging. So literally again, the kola, the chain, where the yoke of responsibility sits upon all of them. Notice I will say, when you have a group of people engaging in judgment, there is collective responsibility for that judgment. So shoot, that's obvious. Now, what does that come to include? Even if a Talmud is saying in front of his Rabbi, so you might say, because it's a Talmud and his Rabbi, the Rabbi has all the responsibility. The Talmud does not. Kamash Mullah know that even the Talmud has also some responsibility. Incredible. So the Gemara says, whenever Rav Huna would adjudicate a court case, he would always gather 10 people from the base medrash. Why? Amar, so that this way, again, I only have a splinter of the beam. In other words, we'll say, well, what was Rav Huna doing? Rav Huna wanted to kind of spread the responsibility a little bit. So what he did was like this. If he would judge alone, then he would bear absolute responsibility. So what did he do? He incorporated he brought other people into judgment. This way, again, there was shared responsibility, should there be an erroneous verdict. So actually, can be also to Rashi, when he would rule on a case, literally again have to seize property. So when Rav Ashi would have to rule on a trait, right? In other words, somebody brought him an animal, and they weren't sure was the animal kosher, was the animal not kosher. In other words, they found some type of blemish, internal blemish. He had to pass out. What did he do? He would gather all of the butchers of the city together to help him pass in. So this way again is only a splinter of the beam. In other words, meaning that he wanted there to be collective responsibility for the psak halacha. Okay, so Kias Rabdini Amar Darshav Nachman Bar Cohen. Might sit Melech the Mishpat Yanish Aretz is Shumos Yarsena. What does it mean when it says that literally again the king and his justice will uphold, but if he's Shumos, a man of gifts, will destroy it? In Dayan Dama Melech Shel Tzarchim from Yanish Aretz. If the king, right? If the judge is like a king. Now, a king doesn't need anything. He's fully self-sufficient. So if the judge is like a king, meaning again, he judges correct judgment and he doesn't rely on anyone else for anything, his judgment will uphold the earth. And ultimately, again, but if he's like a Kohen who walks around looking for gifts, right? Because a Kohen is sustained ultimately, again, by Trumas, right? By Trumas. So if he's a Kohen who's dependent on others for gifts, that's the concern. If he's dependent on others for gift, that could sway the judgment. Such judgment ultimately destroys it. Guys, we'll stop over here for today. We're fine. Do not get worried, right? We're absolutely fine. About a week from now, the daf will get short. Right? So we'll say what a daf. Tremendous. I will say shkoyach. All right, so we'll say good morning. Let us begin. Skol Spar Hashem Begin Lavdim Sanhedrin to begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share, to thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the entire year of Tafshin Pei Haven Tilton Mishpacha, dedicating all the children's Roshos this year as is for the completion of Menachas Bar Basra and Meretz Hashem, the beginning of a beautiful journey into Mesechus Sanhedrin. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for Kislev Zabonim Letorah Josh and Friedman, the creation of the archetype of Josh's father, Yisrael Yehuda Ben Chaim Fall, and in the source of the safe return of our hostages and the security of all of our soldiers. Sammy and Malka Essos in memory of their parents, Yitzchok Leib Ben Aaron Cohen, Sarah Rachel Bas Baruch Abram, Hinda Bas Henech Ephraim, and in memory of their dear friend, brave soldier, beloved husband, father, and skilled physiotherapist, Naftali Jordan, Naftali Yoashim, Kondamo, Benedictus Miriam, and Danielle Gigal. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all the Sham Slav Naliyah, the families in the Chama, all of those who need a reforeshadowing given Kol Cholei Yisrael, we will show to return our hostages to Shalom and Gekara, and allow our holy soldiers to be successful. The Chol Maaseh Yedehem. Let us begin. Today's daf is daf Vav. Daf Vav 6. We are picking up the Meretz Hashem on Hey Amid Days. We left off Shita, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15 lines up from the bottom. So it says, remember again, we're really in the midst of the riveting discussion regarding essentially how the adjudication of financial cases work. So remember again, one of the things that we've seen also, the dominant thing that came out of yesterday's daf was you can't pass in without permission. No passing without permission. Right? And the idea being, again, now what level of permission you need, how different permissions work, does Bavel work to Israel, does Israel work to Bavel, so on and so forth. So that again, we have that. So the bottom line is, Yora, Yadin. There has to be permission from some higher authority in order to be able for a Talmud Chacham to pass it on Shilas. So the Gemara says, Pshita Lepalga. So the Gemara says, Hakamar Delhaim. So now the first Gemara, essentially the question it doesn't ask, but it asks is, can a person receive partial permission? So let's say you have a Talmud Chacham. Can you give permission to the Talmud Chacham, let's say, to rule on certain matters and on other matters? So the Gemara says, yeah, we actually dealt with that. We dealt with that already, right? Where do we see that? We saw that in yesterday's daf, where Rav was granted permission to go ahead and pass him on Dinei Mamonos, monetary law. Isser Beheter, matters of prohibition, but what wasn't he given permission about? Bechoros, like the passing on the mum of Bechor animals. So we definitely see that there's the concept of granting partial permission. Okay. Because up tonight, what about granting permission with a condition? Now, what does this mean? So you look at Rashi says, Kigon ad shana or ad shnasai v'lo yosef. It's actually very interesting. Can you give timed permission? In other words, can you say like this, so-and-so Talmud Chacham has the ability to pass on matters of halacha for the next year, for 2 years. So it's not just like it's not a blank check. There's a term. Does that work? So Tashman Zalman Rabbi Yochanan Rabbi Shimon. So listen to this. Rabbi Yochanan said to Rabbi Shimon, "Hari ata b'rshusinu ad shetavo etzlenu." You are hereby under. You are operating within our rishus until you come back to us. Look at Rashi. Rabbi Shimon. When Rav Shimon left Eretz Yisrael and went to Babel, so ultimately Rabbi Yochanan told him, you have permission to pass the Shilas until you come back. So what do you see from here? You see from here that halacha l'maisa, there is the ability to go ahead and give timed rishus. Timed rishus, you can go ahead and halacha l'maisa give rishus for a certain duration for Pesach halacha. Incredible. All right, let's go back to the Gufa. Amar Shmuel. So Shmuel said as follows: Beis shadanu dinehem din. So we'll say, what's the halacha? If two people go, welcome back to Moshe Ben Sion. Moshe Ben Sion, Baruch haba, Baruch haba. So the Gemara says as follows: So Gufa Amar Shmuel. Beis shadanu dinehem din. If two people go ahead and adjudicate the halacha, then it works. It works. Ella, but ultimately, again, they are called a chutzpah basis. So we've already seen before, like in the beginning of the chapter, that technically speaking, even if two people go, technically it works, but they are called basing chutzpah, right? They're called a chutzpah basis. Yosef Rav Nachman says, so this is very important because this is going to be a major topic for our discussion today, which is Shmuel holds that Miraisa, so a Beis Din of two operates. Beis Din of two is a legitimate Beis Din. However, again, it's called Mechutzah, right? They're called Chutzpahdik. Why are they called Chutzpahdik? Because they're operating in a way that they shouldn't be operating. In other words, ideally, we have three Dayanim. The fact is they're going ahead and they're operating with two. This is not ideal, and therefore it should not be done. But technically speaking, it works. Yosef Rav Nachman, the Ka'amar Lahal Shmaita, Rav Nachman was sitting over and giving over this ruling. Eisvei Rava Rav Nachman. So Rava raised the Kasha Rav Nachman. So Rav Nachman was quoting Shmuel that a Beis Din of two works, but it's called the Mechutzah, right? They're called Chutzpahdik. So Rav Nachman was giving over this ruling in front of Rava, and Rava raised the Kasha. Avidu Shnayim Mizakin, or Shnayim Mechayim. Even if you have, so this is turning out a Beis Din of three. You have two judges who find the defendant guilty, or two judges, right? Avidu Shnayim Mizakin, or Shnayim Mechayim. Two judges find the defendant guilty, or two judges find the defendant innocent. This is very interesting. Very interesting. One judge says, I don't know. Now, what happens effectively when a judge says, I don't know? What happens effectively is that third judge is effectively absenting himself from the judicial process. So what's the halacha? So the Gemara says, Yosifu Dayanim. You have to add on a third judge because it's as if that third judge left the panel, right? And therefore you have to add on the third judge. So number one, but again, if Shmuel is correct, that a Beis Din of two, technically speaking, works. So although again I got it, it's not ideal. But when we started with the Beis Din of three, and two of them say, let's say the defendant is innocent, and the third one says, I don't know, fine. So I'd have to replace the third one. We still have a Beis Din of two that's passing. So I'll say, so this is Kashan Shmuel, shiny husband, they call a guy to the Klasi Yasi. How about Rab Adaido the Klasi Yasi? No, there's a very big difference. When the litigants sit down and their intention is to be judged by a Beis Din of three, and you've got to close out the process with a Beis Din of three. And if one of the judges says, I don't know, he's effectively absenting himself from the process. You have a deficient Beis Din, and now you have to go ahead and fix that, right? That has to be remedied. What Shmuel is referring to, what Nachman is referring to, is where a person, the Chatila, sits down with a Beis Din of two. Okay, so the Chatila sits down with a Beis Din of two. Technically speaking, that is going to work. Incredible. I will say, by the way, there's a tremendous Moshe Haskell on this, which is that in life, so a person has to make sure, we spoke about certain things in life where you don't get involved. But once you get involved, you're obligated to see it through. So this Dayan sits on a Beis Din. There's no such thing as ambivalence. You have to take a stand. You have to choose a side. Again, if you don't want to get involved, you have to get involved in certain things. But once you get involved, you can't go ahead. I don't know. I don't have an opinion on this. If you get involved, this is true in life in general. If you get involved in something, see it through. How many times in life do we start to do things? And then again, it gets a little complicated, it gets a little this, it gets a little uncomfortable. So like we decide once we're in to absent ourselves from the process. Now, if you want to absent yourself, don't get involved. Once you're involved, you have an achrayus. Once you have an achrayus, you have a responsibility. See it through to completion. Incredible. All right, 8 here, it's very exciting. So this is really, I didn't want to hype it up too much on the chat because then people only come for the exciting documents that call it in for the other words. Every doc is ridiculous, but this is great stuff. So yeah, so just to keep in mind, here's what we have. We have a statement of Shmuel and Rav Nachman. Shmuel said it, Rav Nachman echoed it. And what was it? Technically speaking, you could adjudicate a case with two dayanim. Okay, not ideal. You're called the mechutzah, but at the end of the day, technically speaking, it works. Now watch this. Saying, you read the kasha, and Shimon says, Hadin b'shlosha, adjudication of the case is with three dayanim. Pshara b'shnayim. Oh, okay. Introduced to something new over here. So we'll say pshara. What's pshara? Compromise. So the truth is, today you could also this really is a form of arbitration or mediation. right? Where again, the goal, and we're going to talk about this, that the goal of din versus the goal of pshara are very different. Right? The goal of din is to decide who is right and who is wrong. The goal of pshara, compromise, or mediation is to decide, to create some type of equitable compromise. It's understood that pshara is not coming out with who's right and who's wrong. Pshara is we decide to leave it on the side and we're just trying to figure out an equitable solution. So again, we'll get into this more. So the Gemara says, din, adjudication of the case, is with 3. Pshara is with 2. The Yafekach Pshara din, and Pshara is more powerful than judgment. How so? Shishnayim shedanu b'alei dinin yichol l'achzor b'hem, u'shnayim she'asu pshara ein b'alei dinin yichol l'achzor b'hem. Because if you are judged by a basin of 2, you have the ability to go ahead and negate that judgment. But if you did pshara with 2, that's binding. What do you see here? That din made by 2 dayanim is not binding. That contradicts Shmuel, contradicts Rav Nachman. Tabavav 6a. V'chit tema pligi Rabbanon le'Reb Shimon Gamliel. So okay, so you don't say Rabbanon argue on Shimon Gamliel. Ban Rabbi Avo shnayim shekdanu l'divrei hakol in dinehem din. Rabbi Avo says that if 2 people adjudicate a case, again, their judgment is not binding. Contradicts. So the Gemara says, what are you getting all excited about? Gavra Aramis. Okay, it's my focus. But let's say there are different opinions about the effectiveness of a 2-person based. Bottom line, that's what it comes down to. So you've got Rabbi Avo who says that a 2-person based does not work. And you've got Shmuel / Rav Nachman who say that a 2-person based does work. Look at Rashi. Gavra. Rabbi Avo and Shmuel said a key rap on another Shmuel. Fine, my focus. Not working. So I'm saying, still very excited. The last half of the year, there's still so many more, which is, does the 2-person based work or not? Rabbi Avo, no. Shmuel / Rav Nachman, yes. Now he wants to introduce the idea of shut up compromise. Let's go with that. Kufa. Here we go. I'm Rabbi Avo. I want to say, we'll get to that off on the for all of these things. And that's for probably tomorrow. So Kufa, I'm Rabbi Avo. Shnayim shedanu dinei dominance. If you're going to call it in dinei renting. So Rabbi Avo, we just quoted before. If 2 people, 2 dayanim, adjudicate a case of maritime law, everyone agrees that their judgment is not effective. As for Rabbi Avo, so the other expressions Rabbi Avo, Gones Havin, Vizika Esachayi, V'Kiyin Esazakai, Kine Esator, Ki Esatone. Let's say how we should do this case. In all of these cases, we're talking about judicial error. The judge made a mistake. He exonerated the wrong person, right? He indicted the wrong person. There's something that's coming hard. So that's hard coming. The point is, he made a judicial mistake. So what do you know? Rashi says over here, Donos Hadin, the Mumcha, like I'm so good. So fine. So actually, Donos Hadin is easy. So we're just talking about Yachid Mumcha, like we said yesterday, an expert, an individual who is the expert. So what happened? He made a mistake. So let's say what happens. So interesting in general. What happens when a guy makes a mistake? So what's the halacha? Not sha'asa asli, but then it's done. Let's say what do you mean what then is done? You do not reverse the ruling. Like the ruling stands for what's happening. It's in Roman's ruling. So how do you deal with that? When the shining day so is fascinating. The judge himself becomes personally liable. So in other words, the judgment stands. So let's say for example, Ruben came to David and he claimed that Shimon owed him $1,000. Right? So meanwhile, so let's say the Dayan ruled that if he Shimon owed Ruben $1,000. And then it turns out the Dayan was wrong. He was just totally wrong. So let's say, so what's halacha? The halacha is you do not make Ruben give back Shimon $1,000. Let's say the din stands, but what? The judge himself is personally liable to take Shimon $1,000 to make it whole. So the judgment stands, but there's personal liability. The Gemara says, now let's say, I'm just going to something very interesting. To do it actually this morning, you shot in the day. So, if they can do a kamod, most of the Shemah, Savinah, Savinah, you pretty much Asa, Asul, Amma, You don't have that. Now, okay, now, for our purposes, why is this being brought down here? What do you see here? You see here that the judgment of a singular judge is binding. If the judge, and not reversible, if the judgment of a singular judge is binding and irreversible, it's certainly what? Certainly two. So how could I be able to say that the judgment of two judges is ineffective? Let's say, before we go back, let's go back there. Before we go back there. So understand, this sounds so strange. We know the judge made the erroneous ruling. We know it. So why not reverse the ruling? Because we want to say this is not the fundamentally so. This is about preservation of the sanctity of the system. People have to have faith in the banking system. They have to believe that it's just, they have to believe that it's correct, and they have to believe that people know what they are doing. If you start reversing judgments, fundamentally erodes confidence in the system. So what's happening? But if you know that the judge made a mistake, you can't just let that go either. So he dominates both of them. The din will stand. Now, not to say by the way that there aren't times where we don't reverse the judgment. We'll get to that also. But the nice in this system, Mr. Kester, is the system is always more important than any individual. This is incredibly, this is one of the most important disservice in Yiddishkeit. How many times does it happen that there's a certain halacha that I don't like? I just, some friends, right? And there's a certain halacha that I don't like. Or a certain halacha that doesn't speak to me. Or a certain halacha that really is a pain. It's a pain. It just does not fit in with the way I want to live my life. So you have a choice. What's the choice? So people can go ahead and people do this all the time. They come up with different hashkafas. It's incredible to see how many hashkafas are created from convenience. Right? They come up with different hashkafas, different ideas. So it's like Yiddishkeit 101. If you fit yourself to the system, you don't fit the system to you. The Chancellor Rothschild bringing down by the paper that's in the golden calf. He said, what happened over here? Right? Moshe Rabbeinu is brought for one extra day, they pulled the golden calf. So Chancellor Rothschild is amazing. He says, doesn't stop reading from Baruch. But they wanted, the covenant Yiddishkeit they had is Yiddishkeit forces you to mold yourself to the system. They wanted a system that molded them, that molded into themselves. So Chancellor says, what's the difference between idolatry and monotheism? In Yiddishkeit, I have an obligation to make myself in God's image. And I've oversaw in idolatry, I make God in my image. I decide what I want, and I create a system of theology all around that. In Yiddishkeit, there's an immutable, eternal truth, and my obligation is to make myself invisible. One of the hardest things about Yiddishkeit is one of the most beautiful things, and one of the things that it becomes a life there for thousands upon thousands of years, which is we do not make the system in our image. We make ourselves and everything else in the systems in our Kodesh Baruch Hu's image. That's what's important over here. So remember, like, how come I still want to do something else? Why is it that you're even one judge? The creator to ruling. How come I still the Kibru aligned. But the Israelis were Americans accepted the ruling of one judge. So we already saw this before, right? If Americans, if the parties agree to something, then of course it's going to be binding. So if that's the case that they accepted this judge upon them, then why, when it turns out that his ruling was erroneous, why is it that halakha myself, the judge has personal liability? Now you can use Rabbi, Dayan thought one to Torah. Because again, we're going to change this to the judge us in accordance with the laws of the Torah. I.e., give for us a proper judgment. That's what they signed up for. But it turns out that the dying brings them an erroneous judgment. He's going to be personally liable for that. I'm going to talk about Rabbi Abba. The problem is, let's be very interesting. So let's talk about it for just a moment. So first of all, serious case that violence. Already yesterday that we saw the ability for Yochid Mumcha, a single expert to judge. Now what we see is that judge made a mistake. There's personal liability on his part. So let's say, now I know what you're thinking. Having this shtick is what we learned yesterday, right? We learned that if you have permission for custody, what do you have? Immunity, right? You have like malpractice insurance. So again, we'll see how that stinks. We'll see how that stinks in just a little bit. So the lesson, by the way, it is funny. How are you going to explain from the leads? Is this a new okay. Right? Okay, that's it. That was good. I thought getting some more. It's just like you must have told. So you must have, what did this guy make a mistake about? Right? What was the source of the? What was the source of his? Erroneous feeling. So he must have using the topic divine Mishnah was into the day. So if he just like made a mistake in an explicit halacha, divine Mishnah means an explicit halacha that he should have known, but he didn't. Right? Listen, sometimes people just make mistakes with explicit information. But Amar Rashi says, Amar Yami, topic divine Mishnah, Koza. So let's say, you know what I'm talking about before. There are certain times in which the Beruim is just so clearly wrong. So, for example, if let's say when we're getting came to the basement, and let's say again the Diane made a mistake because he forgot about an explicit halacha. That's what's called the Divine Mishnah, an explicit halacha. And as a result, he delivered an erroneous ruling. That ruling is reversible. They do reverse that because again, then that's just 1,000% human error, which happens. That's such a really reversible. So the Gemara says, Ella the top of Shikoladas. No, so you're gonna make a mistake in terms of it. You made a mistake. So let's say Shikoladas is one of these interesting. Shikoladas means to make a mistake in analysis. Shikoladas literally means weighing of opinions. You made a mistake about how to weigh opinions. What does this mean? I'm going to talk about, for example, if you go straight to my Tremolite, this is the Adon. Well, if my health was so low, so once you listen to this. So let's say, for example, we're going to came to the diet. And they dedicated the case. And the case in question, like the principle in this case, happened to be the machlokas between two Amoraim or two Tanoim, and halacha was never fully decided, right, with one or the other. Right, one or the other. The Sukkim, the Alma, Aliba, the Chadinayi. But generally, the consensus is like one of the opinions, right? So the matter of the Shasha Machlokas is not necessarily a definitive or clear reading one, but again, common practice is in accordance with one of those opinions. But the dining task is like the other opinion, the one who does not get common consensus. So that's halacha. I need Shikoladas. So that's an example of Shikoladas. Here's an example of where the dining should have known that common consensus is with one of the opinions. Right? He ruled with the other one, so this is going to be a case of personal liability. So let's say you need to see a lot of very interesting things, right? How about myself? The guy who makes mistakes is a clear excuse. Then the ruling is reversible. If you make a mistake with what's called shikolas, so it's not a truth about that. A common practice is one way, and he ignored it, he forgot about common practice, so the thing stands, but he becomes personally liable. Maybe this whole thing is not going to serve. One whole thing. Two judges capable of rendering legal decisions. Any other two-person basis. So this discussion between Rabbi and Shmuel, in reality, is a machlokas tanoi. So say, what do you say? This is incredible. Here we go. Yitzua, for sure, put right in there. So that's what the mayor says. Yitzua is another word for pshara, for compromise. Mediation. Yitzua is better than I didn't write there. So I'm just going to say pshara b'yachid. No. So compromise, the process of compromise. If you even begun with one diet, I will say, I'll point out that here, Rashi says, Yitzua is shara, is a compromise. Interesting, remember, looks like that much of Yitzua, after you compromise, actually the words that comes from his essence, Parasha, Yehuda, Mabesa, what will we gain by going ahead and killing our brother Yosef? The Kulim Karabi Shmeilim, let's go and sell it. So again, I'm going to get to that, but I said that I will tell you also, the fact that you have two different words, the same line for shara, just keep it in mind. We'll see why is it just a little bit. So just you know, shara means the process of compromise, process of book mediation, as opposed to finding an equitable solution, as opposed to big judgment. So they're not focused. So I never says, even shara needs three. The come saying of shara can be done with one. So subsequently, I'm much this sort of game. So we see everyone compares mediation to adjudication. Everyone wants to focus. My life happened with you, such a focus. You might suffer doing the slow shot. You might suffer doing the shine. So in my focus about say, since we're comparing, like mediation, compromise to adjudication, what's the focus? One says din is with three, and therefore shine is also going to be with three. And the other says din is with shine. Lord, the Kuri Ahmadin Bishmosha. No, everyone agrees, all agrees, opinions agree that adjudication requires three dynamics. So what's going on with that? The Marsala Nakshina Shaladin, or Marsala Nakshina Shaladin. So what's the focus? The focus is, do we compare the process of mediation to adjudication or not? And obviously, again, the result of that focus will also determine how many judges or how many people you need for Pshara. So let's discuss that tonight. The Pshara, the need for three Dayanim is in our focus. By Pshara, the Marsala B'Shosha, Marsala B'Shnaim. One says you need three judges for Pshara, the other thing says you only need two. Marsala B'Yachid. So let's say, let's say that there are three opinions when it comes to Pshara. One opinion says you need three Dayanim. One opinion says you need two Dayanim. And one opinion says you only need one Dayan. Or Rabbi, no, not really. And the opinion that says you need two Dayanim for Pshara, it also agree that one would suffice. The Aida Ka'amar Trey. So why does he say that you need two? So I will say there's a godless of having two people for Pshara. Just the godless of having two judges for Pshara, they can also serve as witnesses to the mediation process as well. It's very interesting. It says, so let's say, what do you see from here? Pshara is a truth of kingdom. So you see from here that Pshara doesn't require a kingdom. Now, what does that mean? Pshara doesn't require a kingdom. So let's hear this interesting. So let's say Living shouldn't have a dispute. They decide that they sign up for Pshara. Mediation, not adjudication. If I will say that's a right we have to learn. When I have a legal dispute with someone, we have to choose. Do we want din or do we want Pshara? What the two different processes? Which process do we want? So seeing that Living shouldn't go ahead and go into mediation, we go for Pshara. So let's say, so now we just at the end when meeting or agreement is reached, the Gemara says that principally you don't need a kingdom. You don't need a kingdom. Now, I would have thought that perhaps the way the arbitration works is we finish up the agreement, right? We finish up the ruling, right? We come to a compromise. And now the parties have to do a kingdom in order to accept upon themselves the ramifications of that ruling. So the Gemara says, you see from here that Pshara doesn't require a kingdom. Why? These are like parts with a kingdom. That's why it goes up. Because if you thought that Pshara needed a kingdom, the man Dama Tzvika Tzvasa, Lamari, takes you the trade by looking at your name. And why would you ever need three people for Pshara? Just let there be two. Then let the parties do a kingdom and let those judges be witnesses on that kingdom. And Shalom Yisrael, everything was done. So which the Gemara says, the Hochasa Pshara Tzvika kingdom. And this is not the case, but in fact, again, we're going to see that Pshara always requires a kingdom. So this is just to point out over here, din doesn't require a kingdom. Why doesn't din require a kingdom? Because din is part of a formal legal process. And the Torah gives us halachas that say you have to listen to judgment. Pshara is different. And therefore we're going to see that in order for the meaning of the Pshara to be, or the agreement of the Pshara to be binding upon the parties, they have to do a kingdom. Again, the kingdom is civil. Like, taking a handkerchief, lifting it up, acquiring upon themselves all of the obligations outlined in the Pshara agreement. So again, let's say, but again, like I said, we have a lot of outstanding issues over here. So just to keep track of all the issues, number one, how many people do you need for a day's din for din, right? Because we moved on to Pshara now. And how much do you need for din? Is it two or do you need three? So that's still hanging out there. For Pshara, how many do you need? Is it one? Is it two? Is it three? That's still hanging out there. Does Pshara require a kingdom? So here, the Gemara seems to say pretty definitively that in order for Pshara to work, Pshara absolutely requires a kingdom. Again, we'll see whether or not that's echoed in the halacha or not. So let's go back to a little bit. Hashem, Shadim B'Shlosha, Kach B'Tzur B'Shlosha. What's that Braisa? The Braisa says that the same way that adjudication is done with three, mediation, compromise must be done with three as well. Mediation requires a base and a three as well. On the days of our site, on the days, Nigma Hadin. So this is very interesting. Nigma Hadin. Right now, what does Nigma Hadin mean? Look at the top actually above on the base 16 Nigma Hadin. Shamu Ishponi Akazaka, Ishponi Akakai. So literally, the Gemara says is, the judgment has been passed. So Jason says, Neven is Chayim and Shevin is Father. What Kalaha? You Akar Rothschild with Soa. You cannot then go ahead and resort to compromise. Which I will say makes a lot of sense. Because if you party that law, the legal procedures, as I told my mind, I really found you shallow. So instead of going ahead and working on legal proceedings, why don't we try and mediate this out, compromise this out, you can't do that. In other words, once you've gone down off the field, you can't then revert to Shara. You will see more about that in just a little bit. So now we get to the core, really like the core and the core issue of Shara, of compromise, and whether or not, how does this work? Right? We really shouldn't have a legal dispute. What is the proper path for them to take? Is it din or is it Shara? So here we go. Get ready for this. Following days 60, 79. The Lord said to them, shall be the same in the Lord. The Lord said to them, he says his house. Asa with Shara. It is prohibited to compromise. It is prohibited to engage in the process of mediation and compromise. Furthermore, the call of Osea, Haretza Chokeh. And whoever goes ahead and compromises is a Chokeh, is a sinner. The call of Mavarikas HaOsea. And whoever goes ahead and compliments, or literally blessing the compromiser, Harei Menai is a blasphemer. Strong word. The Azen Ne'eman about this, the Pasuk says, the Pasuk in Roman, but Osea Bela means Hashem. If you weren't touching over here to me, he who is the compromiser blasphemes Hashem. Alright, Elo, Yikov Hadin Eshar. Let the judgment split the melody. Shene Emar, Ki Amishpat Metumu. For the ultimate justice is now. So this is incredible. School of thought. Now, that's our first school of thought is no. When you have a dispute, what do? You look for the case. And what does business do? What's business job? What's their job? To decide who is right and who is wrong. And in every case, there's someone who's right and there's someone who's wrong. So it's like, what is the fundamental flaw with Shara? What's the fundamental flaw? It's not emes. It's not emes. Shara is not emes. Shara essentially says, when a word who's right and who's wrong, and let's find an equitable solution. It's compromising emes. So the Rothschild, someone says, that's not how we should operate. We should strive for emes. Granted, what's like, does din ensure emes? Does din ensure emes? No, why? There's human error. But at least din is an attempt to arrive at emes. Shara is an abdication of the process of emes. Shara says, no, we're not who's right, who's wrong. Shara, let's just find, let's just find that it's compromise. So the Rothschild is ideologically opposed to the concept of Shara. Listen, I just want to point that out to you, right? Don't be surprised. So, I knew this. I was trying to do this in my marriage all these years, right? I'm not like, no, again, just please understand, right? The application of this is purely in legal matters. Do not apply this in the realm of human relationships. And, one of my favorite ideas. The Kutz, like the Mishnah says, it's one of this many times throughout the years. The Kutz says that one of the miracles that occurred in the was only Sefufin, Mishtachim, Levachim. When you stand there, there's some question. Of course, I thought it was packing like sardines, like they're packing right shoulder to shoulder. So yeah, when we would bow down, there was room for everyone. So Rabbi, you want to comment on this? He says, what is this talking about in Yom Kippur? This is miracles in Yom Kippur. Everybody was gathered to see the things going to be packed in. The problem is when you have to do videos, do confession. And if I have to do confession and you hear what I'm saying, it's very awkward. So when we bow down, partially to confession, there is enough room for everyone that you could confess and not be heard. I could confess and not be heard. Beautiful. The Kotzker says something so beautiful. He says, Omdim Tzufufim. There are some people who always have to be right. They're always right. They're Omdim. They stand at their ground. They're always right. What happens with those people? Tzufufim. It's suffocating. It's suffocating. If you happen to know one of those people who is always right, in general, the best thing to do, how do you operate with those people? You don't really engage. You don't really engage. Because the truth is, dealing with them and talking with them and interacting with them is absolutely suffocating. And you don't move anywhere else. And if you're Mavaka, if you learn how to yield, you learn how to compromise, you recognize that most things are not worth the fight. And it's so much more important to be happy than it is to fight. So you're willing to go ahead and just yield, lovely. There's plenty of room for everyone. So I just want to point out that when you speak out, the yoga is so stark, is so stark, that there's no pressure on this end. This is the realm of legal matters. And it also feels the realm of legal matters, there's a life and there's a love. There's an MS, there's a shepherd, there's a cunner, there's a card, there's a culture, there's a trade, there's a kaya, there's a zakai. Don't give up on that process. That's what you keep that responsibility to find that clarity. But Shara, by definition, abdicates the responsibility to find clarity. He says, watch this. He goes on and he says, okay, Moshe, how you already go up in the Sahara? Moshe Rabbeinu. Moshe Rabbeinu was when he says, let justice split the mountain. In other words, Moshe Rabbeinu was the one who said that again, there should be MS. There was a man of MS about Aaron. On the other hand, what was Aaron? Aaron Shalom, the Rabbi Shalom. Right? So he made some Shalom in other Mechayah. Aaron, on the other hand, also was a person who loved peace, pursued peace, made peace between man and his fellow Shneimar, Torah, and his Haisa B'Kiyah. La'avro L'Nusha B'Svasa Shalom L'Nusha Halach Sila B'Arabin Eishiv B'Avot. So it's a essentially Moshe Aaron was a Pshala man. Aaron was a Pshala man. Moshe Rabbeinu was Yikov Hadin Es Hahar. So what's it? Zimbabwe is very important. So by the way, who is in charge of the legal system? Who is in charge of the legal system? Moshe Rabbeinu. So it's beautiful. Again, let's say Aaron, fantastic. Aaron was another people, right? Aaron was the Mashgiach of Klal Yisrael. He was the Mashgiach. Moshe Rabbeinu was the Daina Eretz, right? Moshe Rabbeinu ultimately again was in charge of the judicial system. So Aaron, you bring your shara to the conduct of the general populace. Absolutely. But as a legal system, ultimately, again, it's got to be Moshe Rabbeinu who runs things. Moshe Rabbeinu says, let judgment split the mountain. That's the expression. You go Hadin Sahar. Let the judgment split the mountain. Do not run a legal system based on Shara, but rather run a legal system on finding MS. But it's interesting to say, not all the brothers. Not all the brothers, right? Moshe Rabbeinu, you go Hadin Sahar, and Aaron HaKohen, Orev Shalom, Rothschild Shalom, the Mason Shalom, and other Mechador. Aaron HaKohen loved peace, pursued peace, and made peace with the girls. That's often quoted as well. Which is this idea. So we also Mishnah Abbas. This is what Hillel says. Having Talmid of Aaron, being a disciple of Aaron. Oil Shalom and Rothschild Shalom. And Rav says on this Mishnah, he says, obviously, why does have to say pursue peace? They say love peace, and normal people are lovers of peace. Well, what's the idea? So the Maharal says, he's so beautiful. He says, okay, everybody loves peace. Certain normal people love peace. But what he says, what's the challenge? The challenge is to pursue peace. Right? If peace comes to me, I'm happy to have it. Happy to have it. But to run after it, to make the necessary sacrifices for it, that most people are not willing to do. That was unique about Aaron. Not only did he love peace, but he pursued it. He was willing to make the necessary sacrifices to make shalom in his life. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. Now, Rosa says, so now, we just got seen the passage of Hosea afternoon session a little bit differently. But let's say as follows. The talking about Alpha, the here vision of the Chala. So let's imagine the following scenario, as an other side. Right? Ruben steals wheat. He grinds it up, right? He bakes it, and he separates challah. So that's beautiful, right? The Indians are that's beautiful. He's separating challah. Only one problem. What is he separating challah from? What is he separating it from? He's still eating. So say something about it. So you say, maybe he should make a bracha. Bracha kasher kemala kolam Hashem tzom tzom tzivano. La'afish challah and mina yisrael. Right? You should go and make a bracha. Separate. No. Gemara says, "Case eliminates." This is not called the bracha, rather it's called the act of verbal blasphemy. This is what the passage means when it says that the person who stole, now it's supposed to say in this context, is used of Botsea, means theft. That's why I trying to point out how interesting this is, that the same word for theft is also used for compromise. Botsea, right? Pitsua and Botsea. Everyone's saying, why is that? Why is it the same? Just if you think about it, by the way. So compromise, is going to sound strange, is a shtick of theft. Right? Why is it a shtick theft? Why is it a little bit of theft? Because at the end of the day, you are going ahead and you're moving something that may belong to someone else and giving it to a different party. In other words, everybody's agreed to that process, but again, Reuben may be right, Shimon may be wrong. The property may really belong to Reuben, and what you're doing through compromise is you're taking part of Reuben's part and giving it to Shimon. So I just want to point out here we saw before, it's really two different words for compromise, Shara and Yitzhak. By the way, depending on which you use, it shows how you feel about the pshara process. Using Rothschild sounds like pshara is lachat. Using Rothschild sounds like pshara is a big yeah. But again, we'll see how this plays out. In any event, all that the Rothschild is doing seems to be a part of this process, but we're just using a different application. So we'll say, this is also what we call mitzvah haba ba'avera. It's very nice that you want to separate out kava. Beautiful. Only one problem. You stole the meat. And such a bracha like that is not a bracha like that, an act of blasphemy. The Meir says, "No, I'm not going to say it. I'm looking like you go." Okay, that's terrible. And Meir said, "Roshna Botsea is really said ultimately again by Yehuda. What happened by Yehuda? Shene'emar v'yom Yehuda Rachav Makbetza Kinarot Esakim." Right? Why? So Yehuda said, "Why should we kill our brother?" What did Yehuda say? Yehuda said instead, let's sell him. Why should we go ahead and kill him? Let's just go ahead and sell him. So the Gemara says, this is this. So look at that. This moment maybe Yehuda. What should Yehuda have done? Yehuda should have said, guys, cut it out. So we should have done. We should have said, Trevor, stop it. I know we all tremendously dislike Yosef. In fact, we all hate Yosef. But this is not what we do. And Yehuda should have taken responsibility and should have returned Yosef back to his father. So Yehuda says, not better. The other say was his fasting. So Yehuda is trying to make like a compromise. It's a compromise. Trevor, you want to kill Yosef. I'm saying, let's compromise. Let's sell it. And sell it. And you might fault you for this compromise. Listen to this. You might say, Yalzemar, Hosea Bela Nietz Hashem. About this, the part says, if you praise, you do this compromise, you are blaspheming God. Meaning, the Gemara is holding Yehuda tremendously culpable for his decision. You have the right, you have the power to bring Yosef back home. You have the power to go ahead and shut this whole thing down. But instead, you struck a compromise with the brothers. And the Gemara says, whoever thinks that Yosef did something good is blaspheming HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And I would say there is much to say about this. I would say that the Ishbitzer was his son actually being raised, and you're not going to into it. But the Ishbitzer says like this. He says, give Yehuda the break. Like, Yehuda was just trying to be advocate of his fractured situation. And says the Rothschild said the Ishbitzer is so absolutely amazing. When you know that something is right and something is wrong, you have no right to interpret. When it's clear to you what the right thing is, you have no right to try to appease the parties. You have to step in and you have to do what is right. There's a place for Shara, and sometimes it's not clear what's right and what's wrong. But when it is absolutely clear what's right and what's wrong, you have no right for Shara. You have no right to critique. You have an obligation to step in and to do what is right in that moment. And for that reason, Yehuda, you knew You have your understanding what was supposed to be done, and you failed to act in a responsible way. And because of that, the Gemara says, whoever thinks either shkoyach for mediating a compromise, means like let's act a blasphemy. That's not compromise. That's not compromise. That is a shirking of responsibility. And I will say, this is so incredibly important, right? Because so often we find ourselves in situations like this, where there's a dispute. And you want to be friends, want to be friends with you need friends with everyone. And I will say, life is really not about having friends. It's actually not what it's about. Life is about doing the right thing. And when you see a situation in which MS is being so profoundly corrupted, you have to worry much less about people remaining your friends and worry much more about ensuring doing your part in maintaining MS in this world. It's incredibly important. So, listen, by the way, you see it being that's not on a constant in front of your Rabbi. Except in one situation. When you're like a pastor in front of your Rabbi, remember when? When they're getting pieces of coins in the cemetery, and you see someone doing something wrong. You have an obligation to step in. I got my Rabbi's right here. Pray about it. When it comes to matters of this, when it comes to right and wrong in this world, you gotta step in and make a difference. You have the ability to step in and make a difference and be willing to do it. How often do I feel the opportunity to step in? It's uncomfortable. And to step in and to right along, that becomes an issue. Incredible. And you jump in the car from them. You jump in the car themselves. Remember again. If you remember the Rothschild, the Rothschild holds that Torah is essentially hustle, right? Hustle is Torah. Comes over the shoving car and says, mitzvah is Torah. Wow. Both sides, opposite end of the spectrum. And Jimmy Gaffer says, it is a mitzvah to compromise. A mitzvah for Shara, Shanama, and it's in Mishpat Shalom, Shakti, Sharichem, Allah Makom, so what they say now, because he quotes over the Pasuk. Quotes over the Pasuk from Zechariah, and the Pasuk says as follows: Emes in Mishpat, right? So literally again, truth and justice, Shalom and peace, Shakti Sharichem, adjudicate in your courts. Imagine because they say, hello, the Makom Shlish Mishpat is Shalom. And also, the assumption is like this: you measure the assumption that Mishpat is Din, and Shalom is Shara. So how can you have both? How can you have adjudication and mediation? Right? How can you have justice and compromise? Well, we're not going to say Shalom. And Mishpat Erah, basically Mishpat Shiri for Shalom is beautiful. And I was saying, how do you have a case of Mishpat that also has Shalom? Right? How do those two things go together? And we all know Rabbi Shua, this is compromise. So it's interesting that we have Yeshua and Kafir's worldview. So Shara is really a form of Mishpat. See, up until now we've been looking at Mishpat and Shara as two distinct things. There's either Mishpat or there's Shara. And Yeshua and Kafir says no. Shara, like compromise, is a form of Mishpat. So there are essentially there's like two tracks of din, two tracks. There's absolute justice, din, and then there's Shara din, but they're both tracks of justice. Incredible. The friend of David, the Omer, so good, Governor Officer as well. By he, David, also Mishpat and Staka. Governor Officer, point acts and Mishpat and Staka. Follow, come up and teach Mishpat and Staka. With Staka and Mishpat, 1 second, once again, I would assume that Mishpat and Staka are exclusionary terms. Like Mishpat means strict justice, and Staka means, Staka, acts of kindness. So aren't they mutually exclusive? Allah, Asian Mishpat, Mishpat, Staka. So what is the case of Mishpat and I? So that's how you know. And the Omer, I would say, is that it's we supposed to compromise. I would say this is incredibly important. So what we do to see over here, in the Yeshua and Kafir's worldview, is that Shara is a mitzvah, but it's also because he views Shara differently. He doesn't view Shara as an application of din, but rather he views Shara as a different form of the thing. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Asolo Tanakamo. So that way, the Nisman go quite the Tanakamo. What is Tanakamo say? Here we go. Donuts have been. Person adjudicating the case. Zika as a high, Zika as a Zakai, Zika as a high. So the judge examining the innocent and found culpable of the guilty. The Russian is high unknown. Only went ahead and he saw the shooting on the judge for himself. And let's say the judge realized that he went ahead and he made a poor person high money. So he used the money against money. And then what happened? He's shooting on himself for himself. And the judge take back the pauper was the first to be impacted by judgments from his own money. Then Mishpat stuck up. This is called Mishpat and Staka. Mishpat was that, it's Mishpat for one, and Staka for the other. Mishpat was that, Shaq, so no. Ultimately, again, it's Mishpat. For the one, ultimately, again, was giving the money. Staka is that she shooting himself for himself. And ultimately, again, it's Staka for the one who the judge himself made whole. So the Gemara says as follows, Hashiri Rabbi, so skip the parentheses down, because the thing with David will always skip parentheses. The Gemara says, Hashiri Rabbi, second to last, third to last, the short lines. Hashiri Rabbi, how would you call that mode? La'ani by so when Kelly wanted to say the call mode, she said, La'ani to the board, Ella, Avatish, the shooting himself, so Zell Mishpat is stuck up. That even though the guy did not get that from his own money, it's still Mishpat and stuck. How so? Mishpat was that, it's stuck on his jaw. Mishpat was that, checks on the mono. It's Mishpat to the one who was giving back his money as a little education from him. Who's stuck on his jaw, Shahotsi Sela Mipata Slago. And ultimately, again, it was stuck up on the one who stole the property and now had it extracted from him. Incredible. So what's like?
Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. Thank you for the opportunity to tell you about what I do. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years on YouTube live. This is the biggest event in global history. I'm not just live on one stream, not just two, but over 20 separate YouTube streams. If you weren't aware, this is a time capsule or timeline of human development. You should know that this is essentially a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. I want you to know that in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data, specifically human data, had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived on the any person ever. And what I'd like to... What the fuck, though? In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data, specifically human data, had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived on
See, this we are holding issues. They are so that I think from there to we are only showing is I have to be able to speak that. Rabbi, I don't know if you can hear me. Edda is not free to understand and designer. So if you want me to show you here to design designs, you should be able to shout to win the games. Again, so yeah, shout out to you. Come on, guys, man. So let's go. I think please, who is this Kona? Is it Casey? No, who go do? That's not Casey, man. That's the best PA I've ever had. You know, start on that, my PA. Okay, yeah, I think Lucy, it's so, you have to understand this. Let you cross you have to nice.
Don't join that space. Nobody be friends with 40, he sucks. Shalom, shalom. Do you mind if I tell you about what I do? Do you mind if I share my project with you? Excellent. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. If you aren't aware, this is like a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is essentially a time capsule or a timeline of human development. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more human data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is going to make me a very influential person. And when that happens, I want to make all your friends, all your family, and you independently wealthy if you're not already. I want to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want to make sure that you have the ability to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I don't want anything from you except to make you rich. I want you to be able to keep all of your money and give it to those who you love. In addition to promoting world peace, I'm an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I'm an advocate for world ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing regions such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you want to connect with me, I'm live in my Discord 24 hours a day. I'd be happy to mentor you all for free. I don't want anything from you. I want to help you to be able to market yourself better. I more than anything want you to know that I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely want to thank you all for allowing me to share that with you.
Yo, thank you very much, Rabbi. We really, really appreciate you for connecting with us here and for introducing yourself and chilling yourself. If you want to connect with Rabbi, those things. One of these days, if you feel like you want to build on the asset chain blockchain, you want to tokenize your product because on the asset chain blockchain, it's used for tokenizing real world asset, because I know you might want to tokenize one or two things in your business. The asset chain blockchain is very, very open for you to come and build and start connecting with you. Thank you, Rabbi, for that. I think I'm to the next person now. Sakon, if I give your hand on the hope. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Rabbi, for that.
May I please tell you about my project?
You're very welcome. You're very, very welcome. Very welcome. You're free. These are the things that supposed project as job as yes, so you're free.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic, more than 4 years. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. If you weren't aware, this is a real life timeline or time capsule of human development. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is going to make me a very influential person. And when that happens, I'm going to make every single person here, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy. I want to make sure that you have generational wealth with you. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations with the money that I give you. I don't want anything from you. I want you all to know that I'm available to you 24 hours a day in my Discord. You can reach me at discord.me/rabbi. All of the links are in my profile. And in addition to promoting world peace, I promote ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, hydroponics, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I'm not live on just one YouTube stream like a standard influencer, nor two. I'm live on more than 20 different YouTube streams 24 hours a day. This is the biggest event in global history. But more than that, I just want you to know that I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. So if you need hope or you need help, I'm here for you whenever you need. Please feel free to reach out to me. And I want to thank you so much for allowing me to share that.
That was very. I really appreciate for much. That's very true. Basically, that's what I said. Uh, Let me allow the rest to answer, ask questions before I go. So, if you're in the speaker section and you have any questions, ask you can speak. Seems like you guys have questions to ask. So basically, when did you start your show? I see your show on YouTube.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So every 12 hours, I restart the streams, and you can literally go back 4 years to the pandemic and watch essentially every moment of every day of my life. It's not just about me, though. I keep the radio on in the background that documents all of the world news events 24 hours a day. So during any moment of any day for the last 4 years, you can go back to my stream and not only know what was going on in my life, but what was going on in world history. It's a timeline or a time capsule of the world. It's perhaps the most important human endeavor ever. And here's why. Not only did I make you aware that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, but AI is using that data to be essentially able to model itself. And I have more human data of any person ever, which means I'm perhaps the greatest human model for AI ever created. And people are going to study this data in the future. My behavior patterns, my social patterns, my breathing habits, my biological characteristics, things like my circadian rhythms, my sleep habits, all of that can be studied and has never been able to be studied in such a huge amount before in such an easily accessible way. Any person who has access to the internet 24 hours a day can see what I'm doing. It's a very special project of the world.
That's yeah. So, my friend did actually like to follow it through love every single person. Yeah. Oh yeah, I love the passion. For 4 years, 4 years. No, it's not something that cannot speak. That is actually like the background. I don't know. So we love to make together we can meet success. Not the success or the vision. So yeah, that's so really actually it seems like our co-founder has a question. So, question here. So how are you trying to like cure hunger and taste in Nigeria? That's my question. So yeah.
Absolutely. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It's one of the OG meme coins. And one of the things that we've done is we've partnered with people who live in villages in Nigeria and have built wells there. And they've celebrated the fact that they have clean water. They have thanked us and appreciated our project. And so that's how I wanted, at least, from a small scale, help people. Now, when it comes to food, um, agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like vertical farming, hydroponics, cloud seeding, those are all technologies that aren't used in a great effect that will be over the course of the coming decade. And I want to bring people's attention to these types of technologies, that it's easier to harvest crops than having essentially the back-breaking work that farmers have to do. We can use technology to not only make it easier on the people, but also reap much more food than normal. And so I'm educating people about these types of technologies. Moreover, as I continue to go viral, I want to continue to fund these types of projects, especially in the developing world, particularly on the continent of Africa, but everywhere in the world where people need good food and clean water. And in terms of providing water to everyone, desalination is the technology that is where we pump earth seawater into a desalination plant. That desalination plant removes the salt and allows it to be drinkable and allows it to be used for irrigation so that no person should ever have to go without water or without food in the future.
All right. Makes sense. So I have another question here. So all this you said here. So what are you proposing? Like, I mean, how do you intend to like reach out to the rural areas, that is in Nigeria and all that?
Absolutely.
Like, are you
Absolutely. So we have 12,000 people within our community on Telegram, and many of whom are rural Nigerians, people who are not in the major cities of Nigeria and are doing what they can to be able to help their families. Not only are we helping them with cryptocurrency, but additionally, we give them clothing, we give them food, at least money for food, and most importantly, we're helping to build wealth in those areas, boots on the ground. So essentially, we give them money for engineers to be able to dig wells in the ground in these different villages. But ideally, I'm going to become a very important person in the world, and I'm going to go there myself, and we're going to go to all of these rural areas, and we're going to build wells. We're going to make sure that they have industries to be able to provide food for the people. So when I can afford it personally, I want to tour the world, but particularly Nigeria has a special place in my heart. I have many people in my Discord from Nigeria. I help people in Nigeria on a daily basis. I have one person who just came into my Discord just now from Nigeria. How do I help people from Nigeria in particular? Me personally, when they come into my Discord, we work through their social media strategy. I make sure that they don't just have social media on Twitter. They get it on 20 different social media platforms, including YouTube, Rumble, Kick, Snapchat, Reddit, everywhere. Then what we do is I teach them how to clip people's spaces, and then we, at the creators of those spaces, we get their attention. We go into their Discord, we promote for them, and then they get jobs on their own. And it's just with a little bit of guidance we've been able to change lives, and I think that's a beautiful thing.
all right. Massive.
Just one moment, Prince.
Alright, so I have a lot of questions, but like I'll just ask this one and just stop here. So I want to ask, are you looking to like in terms of like a promotion or like marketing, like to reach more people or get a bit of visibility at all? Yeah, that's my question.
It's an excellent question. Yeah, as always, I'm looking for more visibility. But basically, what I'm making you aware of is this project and how I want to use the benefits of it to make you all wealthy. I want it so that you never have to work again. Your children never have to work again. They never have to worry about education, food, or anything like that. Um, all of the work has basically been done with the 4 years of streaming that I've done and all of the data that there is to archive. And I'm now making people aware of what I've done. It's an incredible undertaking, and I'm going to make lots of money from it. And I'm not going to be able to know what to spend all that money on it. I'm going to give back to the world.
All right. Makes sense. All right, so good one. So I don't know if anyone has any other questions.
Just one moment, Prince.
Please feel free to ask your question on the mic. Speak. Let's hear you. Let's hear you.
In the meantime, for anyone out there who's a reply guy, or anybody out there who's a rater, or anybody out there who's a social media marketer, if you want help, if you want to be mentored, if you want to essentially be a protege for free, I'm not asking you for anything, join my Discord. It's in my name, literally the Discord link. You can also see it in my pinned post. Watch the video that I have in my pinned post. I have a link tree that's larger than anyone else's link tree. I have more social media than any person ever. I'd be happy to give you my advice and work with you. I work with people on a daily basis on aligning their brand all for free. So if you are interested in improving yourself and making more money and getting more jobs, I have connections. I can help you to apply for jobs and perhaps get business for yourself. Feel free to connect with me in my Discord. I'm live there 24 hours. Thank you.
Yo, that's massive. That's massive. You heard it right. So, feel free to go to his page. I'm on his page right now. So I think it's Discord. I think his Discord is there. So like, just feel free like camp on his Discord and all that, and just that's what's up. So like I said, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Rabbi. The question I want to ask is that what's the guarantee you can give us as a community to trust what you are saying and that you will not feel that just
Absolutely. Well, you're archived on my stream right now, and I'm live on my stream right now on video telling you that I'm doing all of these things. So that's quite a good guarantee. Let's say I go viral, I can't forget about you. People will hold me accountable and they will say, Rabbi, on this day of November, you said to all of us that you were going to make us rich, and that's the plan. It will take some time. It will take some time for the world to find out about me and for me to be able to create the financial creations to ensure that we have trusts available to be able to give you money. But I'm going to be able to give you money in any way you want. If you want USD, we'll give you USD. If you want euros, we'll give you euros. If you want cryptocurrency, we'll give you cryptocurrency. The only guarantee that I can have and I can give to you is that my word is on camera right now on 20 different YouTube streams. You all are hearing me. My streams see all of your social media handles in here, and you can say, wow, I can't believe it. Maybe a year or two from now, you can say, hey, I was in that call with you and my family needs help. And I'm going to say no more. How much do you need? $1 million, $10 million? We're going to give you that to start off. Then we're going to make sure that all your friends and family are taken care of. And then we're going to make sure that you can start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I want you to be able to help the rural areas become urban if they want. I want you to be able to make sure that your children never have to worry about about perhaps clothing or any. I want to take care of all of your needs. And very few people are going to tell you that in the world, and I understand that there are no guarantees in life. But what I can tell you is that the best thing I can do is say I am on video right now saying this to you, and I'm not going anywhere. I've been doing this for 4 years. I want to do this for the rest of my life. I want to bring attention to the people in the world who need assistance the most, and I want to be able to help them. And I want to do it in as efficient a manner as possible. And most importantly, I want to help the people first and foremost who I've been able to reach out to, including the people in this call.
Right. Sorry, for taking a while. I really appreciate that. So,
I'll be there in just a second.
That's very good. So, if we need to reach out to you, so that's so when you want to connect with you, please reach out to you. We can reach out to you. Everybody in this place, I want to reach out to you. I first reach out to you. So, you guys are very welcome. I can see it's easy.
I'll be there in just a second. Welcome, Bright Toski. Prince, I'll be with you in just a second. I just want to make sure they don't have any more questions for me.
All right, bro. Take your time. Take your time.
Thank you.
Brighton, you don't have your mission, like. Brighton, tap on the setting. Go to your setting. You scroll down. I think you look for voice chat. Tap on the voice chat. Then you see push to talk. To push to tap on push to talk. Then submit it. That's how you meet to talk on Discord.
Okay. So I think I've answered all their questions there. Okay, Prince, my messages right now. I see that you sent me a photo. Hey, that's good, man. That's really good.
Thank you, bro.
Absolutely.
Thank you, bro.
Absolutely. Okay. All right. So here's what we're gonna do. We just have a. Well, firstly, do you like it?
Yeah, I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. It's okay.
Okay. So at the top, I would just make it. I'll write what you should write. Prince. You're number 24, right?
Yes. Prince 024.
Okay. Okay. I just sent it to you. The top you want to say Prince Israel 24 so that people know your social media handle. The bottom, oh, I see that the bottom did not uh, load the way that I wanted. Let's see if I can get it to load the way that I want. Nope.
Okay.
Just one moment. I'm going to put 2 dots in the address that I'm sending you so that it does not create a link so that you can see what it's saying. So it's really good. At the top, you want it to say Prince Israel 24. At the bottom, you want it to say linktree.com with a capital L in Linktree / and then Prince Israel 24, but you want to make it a capital P in Prince, a capital I in Israel. And here's why. It makes it easier for you to be able to differentiate when you're reading it. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah, it makes sense.
Excellent.
Now, the top, as you edit the top to just Prince Israel 24, right?
Prince Israel 24, yes. If you want to just put up there Prince Israel, you can do that too. But I would make it what your username is, which is Prince Israel 24. Then people know how to reference you.
Okay. Then below, as you edit the link on below, as you change that. Sorry, bro. I'm not sure if the guy knows how to unmute himself on Discord.
That's okay. That's okay. We'll take care of them in a moment. So yeah, the bottom. So right now they're giving you a short link, which is linktr.ee. You want to make that the full linktree.com. The reason why is people trust linktree.com more than they trust linktr.ee. Does that make sense?
Okay. You want to change the link right here, huh?
Yeah, I sent you. If you look at the message I sent you.
Okay, let me check it. Let me check it. All right.
Okay, now the message I sent you on Twitter, you're gonna see it says bottom linktree.com. There should only be one dot in there. The reason why I put two is because if I just make it the link, it doesn't send it. It just gives you the link, and I want you to be able to read it. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Okay, excellent.
Yeah, bro. I'm on it right now.
Okay, so you change it and come back and we'll look at it and I'll help this other person. Okay, Prince?
Okay, all right.
Excellent. You're coming along, my man. Good job.
Thank you.
You're welcome, my friend. Right, Toski, can you hear me? Oh, okay, I can hear you now. How are you, my friend? Excellent. Are you a crypto marketer?
No. Well, I'm interested in it.
Okay, you're interested in it. Okay, great. Well, this is the place to be. Okay, so the first thing that you're going to want to do is create a link tree for yourself. And if you don't know what Linktree is, I'm going to send you an example of one. And you're going to do exactly what Prince is doing. And we'll guide you through the process. So the first thing we do is we're creating a Linktree. I'm going to you. I'm going to send you a message.
Okay.
Okay. So Brightoski, if you can, look at your direct messages. I just sent you one with a link. It's an example of a Linktree account.
Okay.
And what you're going to do is you're going to look at that Linktree account and you're going to see. Go ahead. Go ahead, Prince.
My friend got your gift.
Your friend what?
My best. Did she come here? Did she do what you asked her to do?
Oh, your friend who you brought in?
Yes.
I told her what to do. I haven't seen her since.
Okay.
Tell her to come back and I'll help her. She's going to do exactly what you're going to do. And then you'll have two really strong accounts for marketing.
Right. Thanks.
Absolutely.
Right, welcome.
Absolutely. Brightoski, welcome.
I can hear you back.
Excellent. We're just welcoming you. Okay, did you see the link that I sent you, linktree.com? Do you see that link?
On Discord, right?
On Discord. Yes, on Discord.
Okay.
I want you to take a look at that link.
Yes.
Okay, do you see it? It's really nicely organized of someone's social media profiles. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so you're going to do the same. You're going to make the same for yourself. You know, Brightoski, everything I do is free. Don't ever pay anything for any of the services. Like if you're on Linktree and they offer a premium service, don't buy the premium. Everything free, okay?
Okay, sir.
Absolutely. So what you're going to do is you're going to create a Linktree for yourself, okay? So whatever your Twitter handle is or whatever, you're going to put on there. But then you're also going to create social media profiles for all of your other platforms. And so if you don't have a YouTube account, that's fine. You're going to create a YouTube account. If you don't have a Reddit account, that's fine. You're going to create a Reddit account. If you don't have an Imager account, that's fine. You're going to create an Imager account. If you don't have a Twitch account, that's fine. You're going to create a Twitch account. You're going to create it on 20 different social media platforms. And here's why. When you, Brightowski, and you're not a social media marketer, but you're going to become one. And I'm going to tell you why this is a good strategy. So usually when people come into a space, they'll say, hey, I'll promote you for whatever amount of money. And they only promote you on Twitter. Well, Twitter, while being a big website, is not even the top 3 websites in the world, okay? And what we want to do is make sure that you are promoting someone on the biggest websites. YouTube is the number 2 website in the world. So when somebody says, hey, Brightowski, I need you to promote me, you're going to say, look, of course I'm going to promote you on Twitter, but I'm going to promote you on all of these other websites as well, which is going to get more people to your coin or to your project, which means more money for you, which means more business for me. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Excellent. So I want you to think of it like this. Imagine we were digging for gold. And normally the people who are digging for gold on Twitter are only using one shovel. And that one shovel is Twitter. And so they're digging and digging and digging and digging. And they only have one shovel that they're using. You are going to have 20 different shovels. You're going to have Twitter. You're going to have Telegram. You're going to have Discord. You're going to have Imager. You're going to have Reddit. You're going to have Snapchat. You're going to have Flickr. You're going to have Pinterest. You're going to have Twitch. You're going to have all of these. And so when somebody posts something on Twitter, which is great, you're going to take that post on Twitter and you're going to put it on all your other social media. And so people are going to see it all across the internet instead of just on Twitter. And that makes you a much more powerful marketer, because not only does that get them business from places they weren't getting it before, but in addition, it's going to get you more business, because somebody's going to see that you posted something on YouTube and they're going to say, hey, this is really good. I want Brightowski to do this for me. When before, if you just stayed on Twitter, nobody's going to see you on YouTube. So basically, this gives you a much bigger net with which to cast. It would be like if we were fishing. Why use one fishing pole when you could use 20 fishing poles, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Exactly. Okay, so what you're going to do, Brightowski, is you're going to create a Linktree account. And it's free.
Okay.
You can download their app. It's free. Don't pay anything for any of this stuff. Don't pay for YouTube, pay for anything. You're going to start putting your links on there. When you have all of the different links, and I don't mean just 3, I don't mean just 5, but I mean something like 15 to 20 of them, then you come back here, show it to me. I'll tell you if it's good or not, or what changes need to be made. Okay, so what you're going to have is a link tree for yourself. Okay, now why is that important? Because if you're shilling in a space, which is going to be your goal, where you go in and tell people what you do, you don't want to say, I'm Brightowski123 on Twitter, and I'm Brightowski789 on YouTube, and I'm Brightowski451Z on Reddit. You don't want a whole bunch of different names. You want them to be able to go to one website and get all your different social media. Additionally, you want your social media to be as consistent as possible. So I understand you might not be able to get Brightowski on every single platform, but you want to try to do it with as many platforms as possible, or whatever your username is, whatever you want it to be. So it's as consistent as possible. So ideally, you can just say, check out Brightowski on any social media. I'm there. That's my name. You can reach out to me there. Or go to my Linktree, which is linktree.com/Brightowski, and you can see all my social media. It's much easier to say that and promote yourself than it is to say, all these different names on different social medias. Okay, so once you get your Linktree, that's going to be great. Then what we're going to do is we're going to work on your logo. And the reason why we're going to work on your logo, whatever you want it to be, you'll be able to choose it. But we're going to make it, we're going to put some text on it so that it tells a story. The story it's going to tell is it's going to have your name on it, and it's going to have a link to your Linktree. So that when somebody looks at your logo, you're going to be able to do more than just show them a picture. You're going to say, this is my name, and this is where you get all my social media. It's a very smart way of marketing yourself. Then what we're going to do is I'm going to show you how to use AI for free to make short videos like 10 seconds. And it's very easy. You don't have to have any video editing experience. You just have to be able to type into a text box what you want the video to be, and it will create it for you. We're going to take that content and we're going to upload it to your social media. Yeah, it's really good. It's really powerful. It's really neat. So what we're going to do is take all of those videos, maybe 10 of them, and upload it to your social media. So that when somebody looks at your social media, it just doesn't look blank. There's content there. Then what we're going to do, I'm going to teach you how to make some memes. Just for a moment, our friend Prince is here. Prince, what's up, my man? I'm thinking Prince sent me something.
Yeah, bro, I sent something.
Absolutely. Prince, it's perfect. It's really good. Excellent. Okay. Now, are you happy with the picture that you have?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're happy with the font and everything else, right?
Yes, bro.
Excellent. And are you proud of this logo?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great.
I did my thing.
Yes, you did a really good job. Okay, so now you're going to upload this logo to your Linktree and all your other social media, so that whenever you look at your social media anywhere on the internet, you're going to see this logo, okay?
Okay.
Then when you're done, I want you to come back here, and we're going to work on you making short 10-second videos. You don't have to do any video editing. You just use prompts. Then we're going to upload that to your social media so that you have some content there, okay?
Okay.
Excellent. And then there are other things that we're going to do. And hopefully by Monday or so, you're going to be able to start getting some business, okay? Excellent, Prince. Okay, so go upload your logo to all your social media. And then when you're done, come back here, okay? Excellent, my friend. All right, so back to Brightowski. So what we're going to do is essentially what you're doing. Prince is just a couple of steps ahead of you. So you'll create some content for your social media. Then what you're going to do is we're going to teach you how to make some memes to be able to market yourself. Then what we're going to do is we're going to work on your pitch, basically your elevator. The reason why you're in here right now is because I was an effective enough speaker to motivate you to come to my Discord. And that's what you're going to want to do for yourself. So you're going to get a really good pitch down. We're going to have AI help us write it out so that it's perfect. And then when you go into a Twitter space and you speak, you are just going to have to read that Twitter pitch, and, or that the elevator pitch. What it's going to be is your key to getting business. So normally, this is, I'm sure you've been in Twitter spaces before. You're going to hear, this is your average pitch. GM, everybody. GM to the host, GM to the co-host, GM to the audience, GM to the other speakers. My name is XYZ. I am a Web3 Web3 guru. I'm a reply guy. I am a grinder. I am a raider. I want you to know that I want to help your project. Please, I want a job. Give me send me a DM. That's all cool, but that didn't tell me anything about what this person does, okay? Anybody can be what's called a reply guy, which is generally someone who just hits the reply button and the comment button with a short little blurb, and then they press the repost button, and then that's it. Anybody can do that. What you're going to do is say, thank you for the opportunity, everyone. I'm Brightowski, and I'm the best Web3 marketer on the internet, and here's why. Of course, I'm going to repost your content on my Twitter. Of course, I'm going to post your comments. Of course, I'm going to like your post, and of course, I'm going to bookmark it. That's a given. But what you get with me is I'm also going to take your content from Twitter and I'm going to put it on all of my 20 social media handles where it's appropriate. I'm going to make Reddit posts for you. I'm going to put this in different Discords. I'm going to ensure that this is put in Telegrams of which I am a member. I want you to know that I am going to be your all-inclusive marketer as an individual. And so when you post something on Twitter, you can consider it posted all across the internet. And I'm going to make sure when somebody searches your name in Google that you show up number one. That is my goal. You are going to get more business because you hired me. You are going to come back to me because I am the best marketer that you have ever seen on Twitter and on the internet. So I want you to know that you can reach out to me now or in the future. You can contact my previous business partners. You can contact my previous clients. You can go to my social media on my link tree, which is linktree.com/Brotowski, and you can see the work I've done for previous clients. I make sure that your content not only gets seen by the entire internet, but then the entire internet comes to you and buys your coin and upvotes your posts and comments on your posts and replies on your posts and likes your posts. That means you get more followers on all of your social media, which means you will want to come back to me in the future and continue to do business with me. Now, that's a good elevator pitch. It's about 1 minute or so. And if you say that to people, you're going to have 10 people perhaps in your DMs saying, that was amazing. I want you to help me with my project. And that's what you want to do, right?
Yeah.
Excellent. Now, another thing that we're going to be able to do, a lot of these big time Twitter space hosts, they like when people clip their Twitter spaces and repost that kind of content. They love that. So what you're going to do is you're going to listen to the biggest Twitter space hosts in cryptocurrency, and you're going to find out when there's a really good moment in the call, and you're going to clip it. And then you're going to @ them, you're going to tag them basically, and you're going to put hashtags and say, listen to this informative part of XYZ space that was today. Please reach out to them for their project and reach out to me if you'd like similar content made for you. And you're going to post that. And those people automatically are going to get a notification that you clip their space, and they're going to listen to it and they're going to say, that was really good. You know what, Brightowski, I want to pay you for that kind of work. You're also going to take those clips and you're going to put them in Telegrams and Discords and on your social media. So we'll talk about all of that, but everything that I say is free. I'm really just doing my best to be a nice person, and I don't want anything from you. I want to give you stuff in the future. So with that, that's a little bit about what you're going to do. So I want you to now go create your link tree, get all the different social media on all the different platforms. I know it's going to take you a little while to get a Reddit account and an Imager account and a Snapchat account and a YouTube account and all that stuff. But it'll be worth it for you when you're done. And then come back in here and we'll go to the next steps. Okay, Brightowski?
Okay, sir.
Excellent. And if you have any questions, I'm always here. Okay, buddy?
Okay, sir. I really appreciate that.
My pleasure, my friend. I consider this the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
Yes, ma'am.
Excellent.
Yes,
Well, I do my best to help the world. So if you have any questions, I'm here for you. Go make that link tree. Go get your social media. It's going to take you a few hours to do that. And then when you're done, come in here. We'll get you a logo, and then we'll start moving up in the world, okay?
Okay, ma'am. Okay, sir.
Excellent.
I'll be right back.
Well, you won't be right back. It's going to take you a little while to not just create the link tree, but put all your links in there. So it'll take some time. I want you to know I follow you back on Twitter, though.
Okay, sir.
Excellent. We'll see you soon, my friend.
Okay, so much, sir.
My pleasure. Absolutely. When the song is done, do you mind if I share with you my project?
sometimes because I can see regular faces usually come to the space. My coaches are here every time you guys are good to and for the new persons I'm seeing today, Brendan, you're the person, Rabbi, you're new. Nahafi, Omeko, Idas, and the numbers, you're welcome to the space. Enjoy, have fun, guys. Alright, I've seen hands up. Rabbi, you go first, then Brendan will go first, will follow suit. So, before you speak, just let us know you introduce yourself, share yourself, so that we know you, your target audience is on this space. So let's know you before you speak, right? Alright, let's go. Rabbi, I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I retweeted the space. I followed the host and co-host. I like the space, and I suggest everybody else do the same to promote this space as best as possible. In answer to the question posed to the room, are you for the tech or the money? I'm for both. And I think we all should be for both. Why limit ourselves? My name is Rabbi Rothschild, and I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years, going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Big Brother. This is a real life Truman Show. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase that content is king, and I'm making it true today. If you weren't aware, in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. And to make me an extremely influential person, you all, your friends, your family, independently wealthy if you're not already, want to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want to make sure that you're able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. In addition to streaming my life 24/7, 365 for world peace on more than 20 different YouTube streams, I'm an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency and have been for years now. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I want you all to know that you can always connect with me in my Discord. I'm live 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. I want you to know I'm here to mentor you if you want to be a Web3 marketer. If you have questions on how you can get more business, I'd be very happy to be able to help you for free. I don't want money from you, and I don't ever want money from you. I want to give you money in the future. But most importantly, I want you to know that I'm here to be a positive person, that I am here to have an optimistic view on the future, and most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I want to thank you so much for allowing me to share.
Alright, Rabbi, thank you so much for coming to the space. Thank you so much. I appreciate you coming. And I'm sure a lot of persons have questions to ask about what you just showed. Okay, so I will open the floor for people to ask questions. That's an amazing pitch, man. I'm glad to know what you're building. So questions there. Let's ask some questions to know what's up. Alright.
Go ahead.
Rabbi. Oh yeah.
Pleasure to meet you. Yes, you're audible. I can hear you. Go ahead. Not necessarily with technology. All of this is very pretty easily accomplished. Agricultural drones can eliminate the need for farmers and migrant workers. Saltwater greenhouses and Perhaps even floating greenhouses can be created in areas where real estate is limited. So you can have essentially greenhouses on the water or use salt water to be able to irrigate food. When it comes to hydroponics, if you're not familiar with this technology, it essentially gives more nutrients to plants and makes them have larger harvests in respect to vertical farming. This is important in urban environments where large amounts of land are unavailable. You essentially create a farm in a building and use lighting to be able to provide for the necessary sources to be able to um, feed the agriculture. And then finally, cloud seeding is really important, especially in drought-stricken lands. All of this is not futuristic. It's being done in areas of the world currently, and I want to bring that more to the developing world so that people can focus less on being farmers and more on technology. I want to help guide the world into the 21st century. And the way that we can do that easiest is that we don't have to worry about our general needs like hunger and thirst. Now, how am I going to pay for all of this? Is probably a follow up question. As I said previously, data is Earth's number one resource, and I have more data than any person ever. That's going to make me very influential. AI needs human data on which to build its models, and I am essentially the biggest model in global history for data. Every aspect of my life for the last 4 years has been live streamed to the world and is archived. You can watch what I was doing 1 week ago, 1 month ago, 1 year ago, 4 years ago, on any given day. That's really important for the world to be able to study. It's going to be studied from an academic level. People are going to want to learn about my behaviors, my sleeping schedule, my circadian rhythms, my eating habits, my behavior patterns. Every aspect of human experience is archived on this stream, and people are going to want me to essentially endorse them. And so I'm going to be able to make a lot of money through not just the data, but through the endorsements that I do, to the point where I won't need money anymore. Once you get to a certain level, it just becomes numbers, and I'm going to want to give that back to the people and have projects and organizations that do their best to eliminate world hunger, world thirst. And it may take 50 years or so, and I understand, but I have the time, God willing, and I'm willing to sacrifice my life to be able to have the betterment of the world. If I did that answer your question?
Yes, yes, it has. Thank you very much for that.
Most certainly.
We'll talk about yes, because showing ourselves representatives to way to deep questions and explanation, trying to reverse it. The space we need to achieve is hoping to that get to discuss such issues and all that. Towards when we're done with showing ourselves and talking about the things that we get, go back to showing ourselves and people seeing major services and all of that. So it wasn't like supposed to shoot. There's there, I hear you. pink candles wallet from a wallet that has produced 3.7 billion digibyte within a year. Is that what it has right now? Because that would make it to the not yet. No, it doesn't have it. It had 3.7 billion. It's at 3.7 billion digibyte volume in 1.5 year, 1.6 years. That's not normal. You know, that's you can get that much. I think it's like exchange. But it's exchange. That's that to the green candle. Maybe that's maybe it's the bullets they're saying we don't want you fucking digital. But then that's why you have to think. Johnny said 21.21. I said 11:11. They said Johnny 11:11 back and said not 21.21. They said both back. You know, so it's like there's some points to me. It seems like there's sending some sort of message saying 11:11 and 21.21. You know, like they're like, yo, both of them. You know, like why would they give Digibite? They're giving us. That's another thing. That's a gesture. You know, probably like for the same reason they always and more. I just don't see an exchange messing around with little people like that. Exactly. I'm a nobody, guys. I'm to be honest, I'm fucking. I'm gonna share the wallet screenshots and shit. I'm at Johnny and I'm running. So right now, these so if you look at this Digibite right, so the people behind Digibite have been the Digibite community for a long time, and they know these are the people who originally got us listed on the exchange. Like that was their formation. Whenever they were Digibite Foundation. They were the business owner for Digibite because Digibite is centralized. Nobody controls Digibite. And so back then, they were like, we will represent Digibite. Even though like they don't own Digibite, they can't make decisions on their development, they can't control the project itself. But they can say, hey, we'll represent I may see this recently. There was a project and an exchange, not the list, and a bunch of other exchanges, exchange basically to pay the responsibility of saying, I think it was Zcash. One of the exchanges, I don't know how to look at it, they took basically signed all the list of documents with the other exchanges to get the list of the other exchanges. But you have people like that, especially if they got a team and they got legal representation. They can to go back to the people that are in there, or they used to be in the Digibite Foundation, more people are very in there. With all these exchanges and all these people providing goods and services. So, I'm looking at this commercial, and it talks about the environment, and so it's there. But you can see, like, for me, in my head, like, well, did they contact, this time? They said, hey, why are they doing this? Why aren't people saying this for real life? So, I don't know. That's just my theory, I guess. But it wouldn't be to me, I don't know, like, some of the people and their relationship with some of the exchanges, it wouldn't be too far-fetched that they already know, like, somebody in the community is doing this, or somebody in the community, and he's going to reach out and ask somebody to find out what's going on. Like, that could be the, I guess, the optional business. I don't know if you guys have me on here for picking up what I'm laying down.
Yes, we can hear you. Absolutely. How are you today? Thank you so much. You mind if I share with you what I do and what my project is? Okay, before I'm maybe confused. Doesn't shill mean share your project? Yes. That's what it means. So when people are looking for shill spaces, it's a place where they can go to tell you about the project. Don't worry, it's not a competing cryptocurrency or anything. Yeah, so that to a third party means that you're going to talk about Digibyte and then show your project, and we'd love to hear it as a Digibyte community. No, and that makes more sense then. Hey, Robbie, do you have any do you know about Digibyte? How did you get here? I saw the word shill, and I wanted to tell you about what I do. Welcome. I mean, welcome. Oh, yeah, welcome, man. Welcome. We're not really shilling. We're actually going through like some wild stuff right now. I don't know if you can listen. I've done my best to listen. Okay, thank you. Back to business. Some wild stuff right now. I don't know if you can listen. I did my best to listen. Okay, thank you. Alright, back to business. I'm still making this podcast. I'm trying to explain it like better so people kind of understand what's going on. I mean, people kind of already understand, but should I like piece it together so it's like, alright, what's going on? Now you see. But yeah, give me like 2 minutes, man. But yeah, no, tell me what y'all think, man. Whatever, just talk about this, but I guess whatever you want to talk about. And then, anybody here is free to go in on that. So, there's this Bitcoin won't soak up all the new money. A lot of that is going to flow into what people call the blue chip altcoins. Things like Ethereum, which is like the backbone of a lot of blockchain projects, and then Solana, which is really fast and cheap. And then you got XRP, Chainlink, VeChain, all these projects that have real world utility. And of course, you got meme coins like Doge and Shiba that just kind of run on hype and community. So if you're looking for
sort balanced approach. You probably want a little bit of Bitcoin, a little bit of Ethereum, maybe some Solana, and then a sprinkle of a few other projects that you believe in long term. That way you have a diversified portfolio and you're not putting all your eggs in one basket. And that kind of sets you up to catch some of that wave if and when those trillions do flow in.
All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about the AI assistant. Some more and get some alpha. Welcome everyone to the room. Make sure you guys share this room. I want to do a pop-up space today because I see this crypto market coming alive right after being dipped the last couple of days. We saw Bitcoin go as low as 98K from the all-time high of $126,000 per Bitcoin. But that's healthy, guys. I mean, listen, you have to do this in steps. And these retracements are healthy. These pullbacks are healthy, especially for the next level up. But there is rumors that Bitcoin could go lower. That's why there's a lot of uncertainty and caution in the market. And that's also why retail is not here yet, because there's been a lot of manipulation and really haven't kicked things off. It's just been a rumor that this quote-unquote bull run is coming. It is hard as of from here. We're all just really paying attention patiently. I see Rabbi with their hands up. Is it Rabbi? Let's talk about it.
Absolutely. Do you mind if I show my project?
Yeah, we'll get to shows in just a moment. Is it Rabbi or Rabbi?
It's Rabbi.
Rabbi, there we go. Yeah, let's get to shoes in just a moment, Rabbi. Rabbi, I want to just kind of kick this show off. To alpha, kind of give some people some direction. By the way, guys, raise your hand. Come on up. And Rabbi, we do want some alpha too. Just your project. So let's start with the alpha. Do you have any tips for anybody who's listening, who's interested in crypto? Is there any alpha that you know regarding the market or what you're looking forward to? What do you know?
Absolutely. Some of the things that I know when you're looking for crypto spaces, specifically X spaces, many times the search function of X leads something to be desired. And there's a really great website. It's known as spacesdashboard.com. And you can go there and it categorizes all of the spaces. It shows you all of the spaces that are going on currently. It will categorize them in cryptocurrency or NFT. It will tell you not only how many people are in there, but how big their network is. Additionally, it tells you their runtime. You can go back to that website and listen to recordings. So if you don't have the opportunity to get the alpha in a given space, you can go to that website, spacesdashboard.com, and perhaps get the information that you need when it's convenient for you.
Yes, sir. Yeah, right alpha, man. All right, guys, let's get to it, man. Let's learn about what you got going on. If you can keep the shilling under about 90 seconds, that'd be very helpful. Tell us, and by the way, guys, this is not financial advice. Rabbi got a project going on, so please keep it short and sweet. Sir, go for it.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic, more than 4 years. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Big Brother, a real-life Truman Show. This is essentially a timeline or a time capsule of human development. If you weren't aware, in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data, specific data, had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more human data archived of any individual in global history, which means that I'm going to be an influential person someday. And when that happens, I'm going to make every single person in here financially independent. If you're not already, I'm going to make sure your friends and family all have the opportunity at generational wealth if you don't already. And I want to make sure that you have the opportunity to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm not live on one YouTube stream like many influencers. I'm live on over 20 different YouTube streams simultaneously. If you look at my ping post, there's a 1-minute video that'll tell you essentially what I do. You can look at my link tree. I have more social media than any person ever. No one else is going to say, I dare you to look at my link tree. Look how big it is. It's giant. Additionally, I certainly stream for world peace, but I also want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, filling greenhouses, salt water greenhouses, hydroponic farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency worth about $100 million. Pato Obama Sonic 10 Inu. And one thing that we do is we build wells in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program and nation technology, where we pump rich water onto land to make it drinkable. If you ever want to connect with me, I'm 24/7 in my Discord. That's discord.me/rabbi. The links are in my profile. But most importantly, I want you to know that I'm here to be a positive person in your world. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. If there's anything I can ever do to support you, either personally or professionally, please feel free to reach out to me. And I want to thank you so much for allowing me to share that.
There it is, man. That boy spitting right there. All right, thank you, Rabbi. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, we do allow for the good people to come and chill. Now, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the room. We had to start the room off with a little bit of alpha. All right? We had to start the room off with a little bit of alpha, but it looks like altcoin season is trying to find its rhythm. All right? Now, historically, let's look at last year. It's looking very repetitive of the events of last year. Now, just a year ago, we saw these elections. And right after the elections, we saw the crypto market go insane. And then we saw a lot of liquidation extraction events in January. Can we continue where we left off last year, minus the extraction events? We'll talk about what those extraction events were. But here we are. It's another season and another reason for this wealth transfer we've all been hoping and praying and wishing for to actually happen. All right, now, according to the AI assistant, it's looking like trillions are on the way going into next year, and I believe it starts now. All right, so we're going to talk about some projects. We're going to chill. We're going to get more alpha. We just heard about Rabbi. There's some other coins in the building today. I want to remind you guys that this room is brought to you by the Game 5 ball. This is the actual ball from the 1991 NBA Finals. Now, a cryptocurrency and building RWA. This is trading on Ethereum, and it's coming to Solana next week using Wormhole. So if you are already a holder of ball, no need to worry. Wormhole uses the Ethereum supply and expands it across blockchains. So we're bringing ball, we're passing ball to Solana starting next week with gaming activation
I double break down for my side. I see you, France. My grandmother. My grandmother, so she dropped out of poverty. When she reached 100 years, after to disappear, you see, if you see, I start to walk. Start to go like a best we get stretch mark. As in, those guys stretch mark now will be like a we use modern facilities like modern tattoo, complete wooden tattoo. We say they use spin, they do. Everybody be present. No, no, we can show water. No, try and cash water. I can show electric. No, fluence. That I can show water. I say be present. You sure that is something that goes as if you could have, but I know I'm into now. I'm not in a Friday. Thank God it's Friday. If you use your piece, you go pause. You're trouble. Scatter. They are as your landlord push you to move for us. Yes, that's the plan to always celebrate every day. Every day we are smashing. It's not easy to see November. Yes, I see big president. I see Achille, Emmanuel. Alright, I see France, I see France worldwide, France the Nero, France the money, France the BDC. I see Rabbi Rothschild. Is it Rabbi Rothschild or Rabbi Rothschild? Let me see. Oh, Rabbi Rothschild. Let me try. So you are massive. Yes, I see Tom. Hey, God, Tom. Because I'm all up. That's the name I give Tom. Yes, that's all I give Tom. Yes, I see Tom. Yes, as I was speaking, I just see many on X, many just came. Yeah, many. You are plenty. Yes, you are plenty. But nevertheless, we can first of all give my host better hyping. Ladies and gentlemen, all the way from Nigeria to X spaces all over the world. This is what I do. When I say G crypto, Nakanda. Because today I have for Yena, everybody Kadana. Alright, I say G crypto. When I say G with the C, with the R, with the Y, with the P, with the T, with the O, crypto. Yes, that's true. Crypto. You go guys. You go count down my thing with this. So, with this, when I see bicycle drive aeroplane, I don't want to talk about these things because aeroplane and bicycle no fit for this wrong way. But you know, John family, they blue sky there. If I'm connected into your space to a certificate or I've used customer stamp to follow your FB, system agree to that same message. So I see be like this now. There are no ways. They don't so before me this guy made us Rabbi. Is Rabbi Rothschild. Nevertheless, you're massive. The mic is yours.
Thank you so much. Do you mind if I share with you my project? Excellent. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic, more than 4 years. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is essentially a Big Brother or a Truman Show for the world. If you weren't aware, Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s that content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is a time capsule or a timeline of human development. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is going to make me extremely influential in the future. And with that influence, I want to make every single person in here, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy if you're not already. I want to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want to make sure that you can start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm not just live on one YouTube stream, nor two. I'm live on over 20 separate YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. If you are interested, please look at my pinned post. I have a Discord that I'm live in 24/7. I'd be willing to mentor anyone, talk about Web3, how you can better get more positions, how you can get more business for yourself. or just to talk, I want you to know as well that I have the world's largest link tree. You can go to my social media, my link tree, it's linktree.com/ Rabbi Rothschild, and you will be blown away by how much social media I have. In addition to streaming my life for world peace, I am an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. More than anything, though, more than making you rich and streaming my life, I want you to know that I'm here to support you professionally and personally. If you need, I am always available to you. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view of the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to be able to share that with you.
All right, Rabbi. All right, Mr. Rabbi. Thank you for that update. All right. Yeah, that's a good one for you. That's a good one for you. Okay, your family, you have your mercy. Okay, Rabbi. Like, where are you speaking from?
I'm based out of the I'm based out of the United States. Specifically, home base is near Los Angeles.
Angels, Los Angeles, Lulu Espiritu, gracias, Ticani, gracias, mi amigo. Okay, now, still ask a few questions for you. You just killed yourself. Like, are you into the Web3 space?
100%. I eat, breathe, and sleep it. I'm currently, right now, wearing Web3 merchandise for a cryptocurrency known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. The ticker's Bitcoin. It's one of the OG meme coins out there. It's been around for more than 2 years, worth about $100 million. Additionally, I have betting that is based on Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu, and my pillows are NFTs, the Sprotos, if you've ever heard of them.
Yeah, I think Harry Potter, something Sonic Inu, they do have water towers in Africa, don't they? I've seen them, yeah, like the water towers. And, Rabbi, I've just, like, been on your YouTube and legit, I wasn't, I didn't think you would tell the truth, so I had a look, like, on all your stuff, and there you are, like, you're literally live right now, because you speak on the space, and I heard what you said on your live, but, yeah, that's amazing. Thank you for being there and speaking, sir, thank you.
Thank you so much for your kind words, Tom. You're absolutely right. We do build water towers in Nigeria. We build wells in Nigeria. It's a wonderful community. Their telegram is t.me/HPOS10I if you want to connect with them. And you're 100% right, Tom. I'm not just live on one stream. I'm live right now concurrently on over 20 different streams, including more than a dozen on YouTube alone. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. This is the biggest event in global history. And when I say that, I mean it. This is a real life Truman Show. People are going to be able to study not just my life, but AI is going to be able to use me as a model to essentially build its human models on. We AI needs data to be able to create its models accurately, and I have more human data to be able to share with the world than any person ever. And with that influence, I want to help every single person in here. I want to help Nigeria. I want to help all the developing nations. I want to make you all rich. I don't want anything from you. If you ever want to connect with me, feel free to connect in Discord.
All right, Rabbi. Tom, Usapolo. You just carried my combo. I got to see you know the guy before. Usapolo. Laho. All right, Laho, please. And blessing is thank you. Okay, Rabbi. Rabbi, do just talk. If you start opening everything for here, I want to get you to talk. People say, everybody will be some people studying this English. Let me say it in English. See, Rabbi, like the way you are talking is too rapid. Your words are too rapid and too fast. There are a lot of people
Sapolo. Sapolo is God is big. God is big. Sapolo. And so Rabbi, maybe I will give you another. I don't know. Okay, let me just give you what Sawasi. Sawasi means God is good. All thanks to God. Sawasi, all thanks to God. So, again, what's up? Your hand is up. Make yourself. Rabbi, what the fuck? God, I was just, I could put the word, I was just here, I was kind of getting a bit of what I was saying, but I got lost at one point because literally, dozen of the people on this space, we probably Nigerians, and not that we're trying to, make racist to your tone of speaking, or, you want to share your project, observe your surroundings, at least you get your tone for, just like in the human language for us to understand, because, we don't know your project before, no, in fact, this is the first time I'm saying that. Are you on origin, this your sticker, the logo, your name. I was asked, so this is the first time, so it's not like as if you know your project or what you built it before. It's like you're running like pre-summary. So just like you said, you're alive, you're truly alive. When you were speaking, just like I had to go check too, because first of all, I didn't want to know, you don't want to have followers, castigate someone, or just to be on the safe side. I had to go check YouTube also, and your family, your phone in live, you're in live, so your voice has been broadcast around all countries, and your voice will get recognized. Don't worry, I'll be paying for that. So Rafi, big up to you, man. Big up to you. Any players that comes and want to, help Nigeria and outside people and all abroad, we definitely want to associate ourselves with such a project. So that's all I say. That's what I have to say. I don't have something much. Please, you have the mic. Alright. Asana, with the speaker, you have the mic. Man, you want to run away? Continue that assault to contribute. Invested in like it's just mission is just public counter. This is what I do. I'm not shy away from what I do. Group in life with there for X. I've started today. I've started this web. I'm an MC. Listen to me. I'm an MC. I'm a space orator. I'm a space host. So say being live. This is my face. They actually say PFP. Yes. It's pressed in the mic. It's yours, man. Alright. I don't understand that, this one actually goes to Rabbi. I was listening to him while he was speaking. The whole girl thing that I was actually listening to was, I'm gonna fucking make you guys rich. I'm gonna make you guys rich. I'm gonna make you guys rich. But at the point, I feel like, you ain't niggas gonna be rich. Like, just do it already. You can probably just, our wallets out portfolio with at least 8 figures and you're done. But the whole thing is not about coming and saying you want to make us rich. Because if you're not truly providing something, a product that you see need, then I probably think you probably want to make us gamble. I don't think that's a Rabbi. I really want you to actually tell us what's the vision here. I actually believe there's something. What are you trying to solve? What are you solving? What are you building? So I really want to listen to what that says, whatever. It's going to have trading, AI trading, whatever. Anyone would make the same. I want to know, bro.
Certainly. As I previously said, The Economist magazine said in 2018 that data, specifically human data, has overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I, as an individual, have more human data archived than any person ever. AI needs this data on which to build its models. I am going to be able to endorse most any product that I want in the future. Once I go viral, once people start to learn about what I do, it's very exciting. It's a very exciting premise that you can not only watch me at any given time in the world 24 hours a day, but you can go back 4 years on more than 20 different streams and see what was going on in the world. That's going to make me very influential. So what does that mean? I'm going to have more money that I know what to do with. And I want to start charities to be able to help those people who have helped me along the way, including every single person in here. The only guarantee that I can give you, and there are no guarantees in life, I think we all know that, but that all of my discussions are live on camera. So I have to hold up my end of the bargain. That is something that is important to me. I'm a man of my word. Additionally, all of you are currently live streamed in this space, which is recorded. You're live streamed on my streams, which are recorded. I'd love to give you the money right now. I'm not viral yet. Once I become viral, I'm going to give you the money. I'm going to make sure that you're able to have more money than you know what to do with. If you want USD, I'll give you USD. If you want gold, I'll give you gold. If you want crypto, I'll give you crypto. If you want all three, we'll give you all three. You have as much of a guarantee as I can give you while live on video. Now, you may ask, all right, well, what makes you so interesting that everyone's going to be really interested in what you're doing? Well, essentially, not only do I stream my life, but I keep a radio in the background that's keeping track of every news event that's going on since the last 4 years. So you can literally go back to any moment of any day for the last 4 years and see what was going on my stream and what was going on in world news. This is an exceptional gift to the world that you can basically have a timeline or a time capsule of global events. It is very important for somebody to be able to do that. And I've done it alongside my project. Now, if you really want me to tell you about what I discussed, which is really incredibly interesting to people, I will. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, science machines, invisibility, space tourism. I talk about things, space exploration, space elevators, terraforming of other planets, things like interstellar travel, things like de-extinction. You may not know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. I think this is a mind-blowing goal. I think it's a very exciting thing to be able to cover on my live streams, and I do, and I have these discussions on a daily basis. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, this company wants to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo. These are very, very exciting conversations that people want to have and that are archived. Moreover, I want to help all of you live longer. When you were born, the average life expectancy for you or everyone in here was about age 80. I want to increase that with your consent if you want. I want to be able to give you the money for technology such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, peptides, cold shock therapy, red light therapy, things like testosterone replacement therapy, ambrosia therapy, to get you to be 120 years old or however old you want to be. And at 120 years old, you may say, Rabbi, back in 2025, everything that you said sounds like science fiction. You were going to make us all rich and we were going to live longer because of your stream, but it's all come true. And it's an amazing accomplishment, but our bodies are starting to break down. What's the next plan? What else can you do for us? And if you want, you may have the opportunity to utilize a type of technology, if you want, with your consent, known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But what I want every single person here to know is that my streams are extremely interesting. The conversations that we have aren't being had anywhere else in the world. People are going to want to study this, and there may be the opportunity at digital immortality. And if that exists, you will have heard of it first from my streams. Thank you for letting me say that.
Alright, so sorry, I was actually waiting for the hosts to family. Okay, for everything else, my hands right now. I can only see YouTube channel. Can actually find a link or URL to your practical infrastructure you actually use. I don't know. Can you actually talk about that? I want to hear about it. But it seems like you haven't built anything yet.
Well, I'm only one person, so you have to understand that the best is yet to come. If you want to see my ideas, I do have a blog that discusses much of this. It's rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. If you want to see my social media, I have more social media than any person in the world. It's linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. At this point, the only is help to build well on another continent. And that's more than most any person on earth has ever done for anybody. And I'm making you aware that I want to continue these types of projects and continue to help the less fortunate, help developing nations. And it would be one thing if I hadn't even helped to accomplish the building of wells in another nation, but I have, and I'm going to continue those types of projects. If you're asking for a blueprint of how we build a desalination plant or how we utilize space tourism, I do have that to some extent. If you want to look on my blog, it's rabbirothschild.blogspot.com, and I have many of these discussions. It's a very long blog entry, so you may want to just search for the words that are of interest to you. But I've done my best to provide the foundation, which is better than just about anybody you're ever going to meet. You're not going to meet people who say, when I get rich, I'm going to give it all away. When I get rich, I want to help the developing world. When I get rich, I want to invest in futurism and the benefit of the globe. That's all I can do. I'm just one person. Please understand, I'm as human as you are, but I'm making you aware that this project is going to be very influential. And when it becomes viral, I'm going to do everything I can to live up to every single thing that I've said in this space. Thank you.
Alright. Okay, Big Press, you have any questions? Continue. Yes, I do. Because, as viewers, we understand what from this, we probably know that why building the whole thing. Yeah. You're still going to talk about the hiccups because usually going to face them along the way. Because I get hearing something about being influential, and that's kind of way something based. That's what the community is. But the body actually getting their attention, the hype, because being influential actually has to do with hype. Get it? So, what are you going to do? What are you putting in place to actually, hold up the project?
Absolutely. It's a great question. I'm becoming more and more influential every day. You all know about me. You may say, well, you have a small Twitter account. This isn't my first Twitter account. I've had Twitter accounts with tens of thousands of people on it that have had verified badges. For whatever reason, one day you wake up and your account gets suspended. It may or may not happen to anyone in here. It may have happened to you in the past, and you know what I've gone through. Essentially, I have robots that I create that help to promote me as well. Now, you ask a very good question, Big Presto. What happens if you never go viral? Okay, then I tried. I absolutely tried. I tried my hardest. I'm 4 years into this journey. I'd like to do it for the rest of my life. And I think I probably have another maybe 60 years on this planet under normal circumstances without life extension technology. Over the course of those 60 years, somebody's going to find out what I do. They're going to think it's very interesting. If I say to people I have decades worth of data for the world to be able to witness, that's going to cause some waves and get people interested in my project. But let's just say it never happens. In big presto, then God forbid, will die, and I will have just created the world's largest archive of human data ever. Life in the future, as they peer through all of the essentially archived YouTube streams in the future. I understand that there are no guarantees in life, and nothing is guaranteed that I will necessarily go viral from this project. But no, every single day account continues to grow. I started this account, or at least started to get followers on it earlier this week. I'm approaching 500. My Discord has over 2,300 people in it. I have over 49,000 followers or subscribers on Twitch, over 10,000 on Instagram. So I know that as I continue to promote myself, my social media network continues to grow, and it's just a matter of time. You know about me now. Soon enough, your friends and family will know about what I do, and really, then I'll be able to make a difference and help you become financially independent, make it so that you have generational wealth, and then I'm going to want you to start charities of your own, and I'm going to ask you the same questions that you're asking me. What's your blueprint? What's the plan? So know that you should prepare yourself in the future. Once I go viral, I want to ask you the exact same questions, and the questions that you've asked me are excellent.
I guess that's great. That's great. I was actually looking for something. Yeah, I was actually looking for something. I usually clear it up. So, being honest to you, I can. Thank you guys. All right. That's amazing. That's wonderful. Listen, the talk so. You see, yeah, I see a light now. So, you don't have to collect the so. This question I know makes sense to you. That enter your team and he has some like to trust me. So you must it. You can happen with rubbish. Rabbi, I try to address on what to say in the past. You're going to maybe you see people speak money. See it's going to be here right now. So how is it going to play out? Like what's as in how we getting this money? Like how? Because like we are in the crypto 9 over 3. It's gonna be USDT. So how we getting this money? I be asked.
Hey, great question. I would ask the same question. I will give it to you in your wallet if you want cryptocurrency. I'll send it to your bank account if that's how you want it. Really, we're going to be able to get financial freedom through cryptocurrency. For years now, I have been a spokesperson for a cryptocurrency. It's Harry Potter Obama Sonic Teninu. It's worth about $100 million today, but that doesn't mean that it can't be worth perhaps billions, perhaps trillions of dollars. Once people find out about my stream, they're going to flock to a cryptocurrency. And when that happens, if it becomes the next Bitcoin or the next Ethereum or the next Solana, we're going to be able to give you that money directly in any way that you want. Now, if you're wondering, okay, well, how else can you make money with data? Because you don't own the data. It's on YouTube, which is owned by Alphabet, or it's on Amazon, or it's on Microsoft, or even Twitter. How are you going to make money off of it? The influence alone, I'll be able to do endorsements and for make perhaps billions of dollars in endorsements per year because my life is live. All I can tell you is that you have me saying this live on YouTube, and you can hold me to it. If I'm if I go viral and I don't give you the money, well then I will not have kept my word, and everyone who watches my streams will not think that I'm a good person. I plan on doing this to every single person in here, and really every person who I have met over the course of this 4 years. Uh, I certainly can make money through the monetization of my YouTube accounts. I can make money on the monetization of my Twitch accounts and all my other social media. So those are revenue streams. There's the cryptocurrency that I endorse. That's a revenue stream. Who knows what the future of the revenue streams may be within we may be able to develop. But right now, I can at least say through endorsements or cryptocurrency, through social media monetization, I should say through endorsements are a way that we're going to be able to give you money. Social media monetization, that's a way that we're going to be able to give you money. And cryptocurrency, that's a way that we're going to be able to give you money. That's those are three really lucrative aspects of this. And imagine as well, once we get cryptocurrency to be mainstream, how valuable it's going to be. And essentially, when I go viral, quite a few things are going to go mainstream, and cryptocurrency can and most likely will be one of them.
All right. Okay. I was thinking like you want to give us the money here, right here, right now. So that was what I was curious to ask.
That's true. I mean, it's important not to be greedy. I understand if somebody was saying to me, "Hey, you're going to make me a millionaire or a billionaire or a trillionaire in the future. Why don't you just do that now?" I understand that. You have to also understand I'm just a human, just like you are, and my opportunity to go viral has not occurred yet. It does. I'm saying that I want to share it with you. I don't hear anybody else saying when I go viral or my cryptocurrency becomes very valuable that I'm going to share it with you. But I am someone who is saying that with you, and I've given you my basic plan of how I'd want to share that. Uh, if you want, you can feel free to connect with me in my Discord. If you want to give me ideas, or you can ask me here if you have more ideas of how to be able to do it. Aside from me just writing a check to you, which is probably what everybody wants me to do, but of course is not feasible at this time. I would just say you need to be patient. But what I can tell you is that I have more data than any person ever. That's going to be very influential. It's going to make me very influential in the future, and then I will be able to write a check to you.
Samurai, I see test scripts. I see the script. All of you guys are just scripting. Welcome to the space of Check Crypto. Yes, Samurai, that means in 90. So the mic is yours. I see James. James, welcome to the space. Samurai, the mic is yours.
Okay, Joshua, man, thank you for giving me the mic. I just want to ask Rabbi a question because if you let her do this thing, I will just paste on Arabic words. Me just create me from Arabic words. Arabic, really good. Rabbi, we understand, we totally understand your what's your building, your streaming stuff, and other kind of things. So, and my own prayer is one day you're gonna be the biggest streamer in the whole wide world. Yeah. So, but as we like on which aspects are we helping you? Like, are we going to be helping you like streaming your live stream, like coming live on your live stream, or sharing or streaming your live stream to the to Twitter, or what are we here for? Like, what are we here for? That's what I want to ask.
An excellent question, Samurai. I don't want anything from you. I'm not asking you to shill. I haven't asked you to upload me. I haven't asked you to follow me or repost anything like that. If you want to do that, that's fine. My Discord, absolutely, you're more than to. But I don't need you to do that. If you faster, just tell a friend. That's all you need to do. But I don't even need you to do that. I'm telling everybody about what I'm doing and who I am, and your friends are going to know about me. You won't need to tell them. Samurai, you raised a really good point, though. Like, if you want to help, just join my Discord. That you're the best web marketer that Twitter and the internet has ever seen. We'll review your social media. We'll review your social media strategies. We'll make sure that you're more than just a reply guy. We'll make sure that you're more than just a raider. We'll make sure that you know all the tools that you have in order to be able to clip for people and get jobs in Web3 and anywhere else you want. But in terms of what do we have to do for you, I'm not asking you for anything. I'm basically just making you aware that it is my intention to make you all extremely wealthy, and I want to do so through data.
Thank you so much. And I already say I'm going to be doing it straight away. And keep your words, may your words be your words. Just, I have nothing to say, just let your words be your words. Yeah. So, that's it. Thank you.
Alright, my people. With our Apple ABC, with this match, the car, people are using overseas, nevertheless. Yes, clearly, the mic now your own. Yeah. I don't know, smart situation. What I just see is the meal. It's like, this rapid figure is like a long water storage. How that is a high carb of
It looks really good, period. However, you do not have all of the social media that we just like Reddit and Pinterest. It is important that you get those accounts so no one can impersonate you, period. Please make sure that you get all the social media from the example that I sent you, and then we'll move on to the next step of the strategy, period. It looks really good, period. However, I noticed that you did not change your profile picture for all your social media, period. Additionally, you are still missing some social media from that list, like Reddit, period. You want to make sure that you get the social media that I sent you in the example for your own benefit, and so that no one can impersonate you, period. Please let me know if you have any questions, Priya.
So bottom line over here, we find the fundamental Machlokes between Rabbi Elazar and Rabbi Yeshua about Shara. Rabbi Elazar saying Shara is Aser. Aser, and you have to instead go with Din. Rabbi Yeshua ben Karfa saying Shara is a mitzvah. You should always go with Shara. What's at the root of this Machlokes is it appears that Rabbi Elazar holds that Shara is a process outside of normal adjudication, and therefore one should be really not deal with it. And Rabbi Yeshua ben Karfa saying no, Shara is another track of adjudication, and therefore ideally should be used. I want to say just a couple more lines. Rabbi Yeshua ben Karfa, the first of the intermediate guidelines. The gymnast is as follows. The beautiful gymnast on that. Shnayim Shabbat Panacha, you did. So if two people look at it, should show up before the diamond. Actually, Kishma Dibrahan, always the Kishma Dibrahan, the Yafaridea, the Heichal Dilla, no, right? After Russian Nomalahan, Seru Ubitsu. So what's this fascinating? If the litigants come before the dying, and the dying either didn't hear their respective sides or heard their arguments, but really doesn't have clarified in his mind at all which way this is going to go, he has the right to say that in Hebron, I think you should go to mediation. I think you should compromise. You should tishma to zayin ba'ati yodea lehekan ba'ati yodea lehekan abinota iya kaloshen vona lahem tsiru u'kitsu. However, once the judge hears your respective opinions and the law, and also knows, has a little bit of clarity in his mind, some clarity in his mind as to which direction we should go, he cannot send them to mediation. In other words, one side, essentially, once the process of judgment, of dinner has begun, and manifest by the fact that the judge already has a little bit of a vision in his mind, where this case is going, he cannot recommend Shara. Before it becomes crystallized or even semi-crystallized in his mind, he can recommend Shara. Shanei now, also now you make this model, for the fun and scholar having, not so much culture to the scholar having, so my guys do this before the dispute becomes crystallized, after your call will not show, you can push them off to Shara. We should have scholar having. But once again, the dispute has become revealed, where the judge has some level of clarity as to which direction it should go. up on the road. So ultimately, again, you cannot go ahead and push it to try to go. Incredible. Let's talk about this for today. Again, we're not finished. A lot more on this topic, and about to say, obviously, we have to see halacha myself. Litigants come to Beis Din. So first of all, again, all of our outstanding questions. How many judges do you need for Dinko? How many judges do you need for Shara? Ultimately, again, that's Shara. But the overarching is keeping yourself in Beis Din. What are we directing them? Shara is Shara the Khatila. It's Shara the Diavad. It's Shara a mitzvah. It's Shara should it be like Moshe? Should it be like Aaron? What should we do? We continue tomorrow.
Can we get a picture of it? Like, I don't know, somebody needs to decorate a cubby in the dugout. You know? Oh, yeah. That's a good idea. Cubbies were just for beds, dude. I didn't know they were for cell phones and fucking business calls, you know? You're right, he's probably the only parent that's like putting his own shit.
All right, good morning. Let us begin. To begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the entire year of Tafshin Pei Hey Tilson Mishpacha, dedicating all the children's Rothschilds this year as he's close for the completion of Mesachas Bava Basra and Meretz Hashem, the beginning of the beautiful journey into Mesachas Sanhedrin. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for Kislev Havarmin Latova Joshua achievement, the creation of the archetype of Josh's father, Yisrael Yehuda Ben Archaim Rafal, and the source of the safe return of our hostages and the security of all of our soldiers. Semi and Malka Esther in memory of their parents, Yitzchak Leib Ben Aaron Cohen, Sarah Rachel Bas Baruch Avram, Tinda Bas Henech Ephraim, and in memory of their dear friend, the brave soldier, beloved husband, father, and skilled physiotherapist, Naftali Gordon, Naftali Yonah Shemi Chom Damo, and Beatrice Miriam, and Danielle Yudal. You know that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all the Shams Having the families in the Chama, all of those whom we refer to and give us both for the Yisrael. The devotion to return our hostages to Shalom and Kala and allow our holy soldiers to be successful. The whole Maaseh Day. Because with that, let us begin. Today's daf is daf Vav. Daf Vav 6. We are picking up in Meretz Hashem on the days we left off with Shita, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15 runs up in the bottom. So we're living in the midst of the dividend discussion regarding essentially having the adjudication of financial cases. So remember again, one of these that we've seen also, the dominating that came out of yesterday's that was you can't pass without permission. Not passing without permission. And the idea being again now what level of permission you need, how different permissions work, if does bottle work or so on and so forth. So that discussion. The bottom line is Yora, Yadin, Yadin. That's to be permission from higher authority in order to be able for it to come to pass the outside. Yora says she's on the Palva. So the Yora says Hakam. So now the first more essentially question it doesn't ask, but it asks is, can a person receive partial permission? Let's say you have a Talmud Chacham. Can you give permission to Talmud Chacham, let's say, to rule on certain matters and not on other matters? The Gemara says, yeah, we actually dealt with that. We dealt with that already, right? Where do we see that? We saw that in yesterday's daf, where Lav was granted permission to go ahead and pass through on monetary law. It's served ahead, and that is a prohibition. So what wasn't he given permission about? The chorus. Like the passing on the moon of Bechor animals. So we definitely see that there's the concept of granting partial permission. Okay. The most tonight. What about granting permission with a condition? Now, what does this mean? You look at Rashi says, to go in Adshana or Adshana, sign below yourself. It's actually very interesting. Can you give timed permission? Notice you see like this, so-and-so Talmud Chacham has the ability to pass on matters of halacha for the next year, for 2 years. So it's not just like it's not a blank check. There's a time. Does that work? The question of the Rabbi Yochanan. So listen to this. Rabbi Yochanan said, "Shashman, Hari Ata B'Rishusenu Ad Shetavo Etznem." You are hereby under. You are operating within our rishus until you come back to us. Like Rashi, that's Shimon. To say a porridge, we then will be on the ball. Yosef when Hashman left Eretz Yisrael and went to Babel. So the Rabbi Yochanan told him, you have permission to pass this until you come back. What do you see from here? You see that halacha l'maisa is the ability to go ahead and give time rishus. Time rishus, you can go ahead and halacha l'maisa give rishus for a certain duration or sak halacha. Incredible part is good. Kufa, Shmuel said as follows: Days Shadana Dinehem King. So what's the halacha? The people that welcome back to Moshe Sears. Baruch Hava. So the Gemara says this also. Kufa Amar Shmuel. Days Shadana Dinehem King. If two people go ahead and adjudicate the halacha, then it works. It works. Ella Shinika Beis B'Chatzur. But ultimately, again, they are called a chutzpah basis. So we've already seen this right before the beginning of the chapter. So technically speaking, even if two people go ahead and adjudicate the halacha, technically it works, but they are called a beis b'chatzur. That's called the chutzpah basis. We also have not going to cover. So this is very important because this is going to be a major topic for our discussion today, which is Shmuel holds that mid'oraisa. So a beis din of two operates. A beis din of two is a legitimate beis din. However, again, it's called mufasa, right? They're called mufasa. Why they call it mufasa? Because they're operating in a way that they shouldn't be operating. In other words, ideally, we have three dynamics. The fact is they're going ahead and they're operating with two. This is not ideal, and therefore it should not be done. But technically speaking, it works. Yosef Rav Nachman, the Kamar Lahashmaito, Rav Nachman was sitting over and giving all this ruling. Ace today, Rava, Rav Nachman. So Rava raised the kasha of Nachman. So Rav Nachman was quoting Shua that a beis din of two works, but it's called a mechotza, right? They're called chutzpah. So Rav Nachman was giving over this ruling in front of Rava, and Rava raised the kasha. Even if yes, this term now a beis din of three, you have two judges who find defendant guilty, or two judges, right? Two judges the defendant guilty, or two judges find the defendant innocent. The effort only there. This is very interesting. One judge says, I don't know. Now we'll say, what happens effectively when a judge says, I don't know? What happens effectively is that third judge is effectively absenting himself from the judicial process. So what's the halacha? So the Gemara says, Yosifu Dayanim. You have to add on a third judge because it's as if that third judge left the panel. Right? And you have to add on a third judge. So the Gemara says, 1 second, but why? But again, if Shmuel is correct, that a beis din of two, technically speaking, works. Although again, I got it. It's not ideal. But when you started with a beis din of three, and two of them say, let's say the defendant is innocent, and the third one says, I don't know, fine. Why have to replace the third one? You still have a beis din of two that's hesitating. So okay, so this is Kasha Shmuel. Shiny husband with a car adaita the plus yes. Hachas love adaita the plus yes. No, there's a very big difference. When the litigants sit down and their intention is to be judged by a beis din of three, and you got to close out the process with a beis din of three. So if one of the judges says, I don't know, he's effectively absenting himself from the process. You have a deficient beis din, and now you have to go ahead and fix that, right? That has to be remedied. Masha'inking, what Shmuel is referring to, is where a person with Chatziva sits down with a beis din of two. Okay, so the Chatziva sits down with a beis din of two. Technically speaking, that is going to work. Incredible. We'll say that there's a tremendous Moshe Haskell in this, which is that in life, so a person has to make sure we spoke about this before, that there are certain things in life where you don't have to get involved. Once you get involved, you're obligated to see it through. So this dying sits on a beis din. There's no such thing as ambivalence. You have to take a stand. You have to choose a side. Again, if you don't want to get involved, you have a right not to get involved with certain things. But once you get involved, you can't go ahead and say, I don't know, I don't have an opinion on this. If you get involved, and this is true in life in general, if you get involved in something, see it through. How many times in life do you start to do things? And again, it's a little complicated. It's a little uncomfortable. So like you decide once we're in, to absent ourselves from the process. Not more to absent yourself. don't get enough. Once you're involved, you have an achrayus. Once you have an achrayus, which has responsibility, see through completion. Incredible. All right, Acer, Chimney, Acer, Chimney, Omer. I did this one, Sean. It's very exciting. So, this is really, I didn't want to hype it up too much on the chat because then people only come to exciting documents. Call it as documents. Every doc is ridiculous, but this is great stuff. So I got to both say, so just to keep in mind, here's what we have. We have a statement of Shmuel and Rav Nachman. Shmuel said it, Rav Nachman echoed it. And what was it? Technically speaking, you could adjudicate a case with two dayanim. Okay? Not ideal, you're talking the chutzah, but at the end of the day, technically speaking, it works. Now watch this. They say, raise the kancha, the Shimon says, Hadim B'Shlosha, adjudication of the case. With the three dayanim, with Shara B'Shlosha. Okay, introduced to something new over here. So we'll say Shara. What's Shara? Compromise. This today also this really is a form of arbitration or mediation, right? Where again, the goal, and we're going to talk about this, like the goal of din versus the goal of shara are very different. Like the goal of din is to decide who is right and who is wrong. The goal of shara compromise and mediation is to decide to create some type of equitable compromise. It's understood that shara is not coming out with who's right and who's wrong. Shara is you decide to leave that on the side and we're just trying to figure out an equitable solution. So again, we'll get into this more. So Marcel Shmuel says, din adjudication of the case is with 3. Shara is with 2. You got the Clark had din, and Shara is more powerful than judgment. How so? Shishnaim shedoni ba'alidinin yecholun laksar b'hem. Ushaim she'asu Shara ein ba'alidinin yecholun laksar b'hem. Because if you are judged by a basin of 2, you have the ability to go ahead and negate that judgment. But if you get Shara with 2, that's fine. What is even here? That din made by 2 dayanim is not binding. That contradicts Shmuel. Contradicts Rav Nachman. Top of all, 6a. The 8 came off. Sigi Rabbanon and Rav Shimon. So okay, so we don't say Rabbanon or Rav Shimon. Rabbi Avo, Shnayim Shedanu Divrei Hakol in Pinayim Din. Rabbi Avo says that if 2 people adjudicate a case, again, their judgment is not binding. It's fixed. So it's the says getting all excited about. Gavra, okay, it's Machlokas. Let's go say, you're different about the effectiveness of 2-person based. Bottom line, that's what it comes down to. So you've got Rabbi Avo who says that a 2-person based does not work. Shmuel / Rav Nachman say that a 2-person based does work. Look at the fact. Gavra, Rabbi Avo has Shmuel, some of you have on another European. I was going to say, Machlokas. So we're saying, it's very exciting. So last action over here, it's still so in the case. Does the 2-person based work or not? Rabbi Avo, no. Shmuel / Rav Nachman, yes. Now you've also been introduced to the din of Shara. Let's go with that. Gufa. Here we go. I'm Rabbi Avo. I will say we'll get to that one for all of these things. And that's probably tomorrow. So Gufa, I'm Rabbi Avo. Shnayim shedanu dinei mamanis. Divrei hakol ein dinei endim. So okay, Rabbi Avo, we just quoted before. If 2 people, 2 dayanim, adjudicate the case of monetary law, everyone agrees that their judgment is not effective. Rabbi Avo, so the Abba catch with Rabbi Avo, Dones Hadin, Vizika Esachayiv, Vichie Vesazakai, Kime Esatar, Tir Esatame. So saying, now listen to this case. In all of these cases, we're talking about the judicial error. Judicial error, the judge made a mistake, he exonerated the wrong person, right? He found he indicted the wrong person. Something that's Tamei Tahar, so that's Tahar Tamei. The point is, he made a judicial mistake. So what do you do? Now Rashi says over here, Donas Hadin, the Mumka, like on the so good. So fine. So Rashi says, Donas Hadin Yachidi. So we must be talking about Yachid Mumka. So this is an expert, an individual who is an expert. So what happened? He made a mistake. So what's it? In general, what happened? I know he makes a mistake. What's halacha? Mash asli What's done is done. Listen, now what does it mean what's done? We do not reverse the ruling. Right? The ruling stands for 1 second. It's an erroneous ruling. How do you deal with that? In the Shalom case, this is fascinating. The judge himself becomes personally liable. So in other words, the judgment stands. So we'll say, so let's say for example, Reuven came to Beis Din and he claimed that Shimon owed him $1,000. Right? So meanwhile, so let's say the Dayan ruled that indeed Shimon owed Reuven $1,000. And then it turns out the Dayan was wrong. He was just totally wrong. So we'll say, so what's the halacha? The halacha is we do not make Reuven give back Shimon $1,000. That's it. The din stands. But what? The judge himself is personally liable to pay Shimon $1,000. So there's the judgment stands, but there's personal liability. So the Gemara says, I'll just point out there was something very interesting. People give actually this moment. Misharim Yidexo, the victim will come on. Moki Lashana, Savana, Sambiyad, the Kli Masha Asa, Asui, Ama, Dine, Dina, Dikiro, Dina, Lehaka. Now, both say, now, for our purposes, why is he bringing that down here? What do you see from here? You see from here that the judgment of a singular judge is binding. If the judge, and not reversible, if the judgment of a singular judge is binding and not reversible, certainly what? Certainly two. So how could Rabbi Rabbi saying that the judgment of two judges is ineffective? Let's say, before we go back, before we go back. So understand, this sounds so strange. We know the judge made an erroneous ruling. We know it. So why not reverse the ruling? And we'll say this is about the fundamental soul. This is about preservation of the sanctity of the system. People have to have faith in the things they have to believe that it's just. They have to believe that it's correct. They have to believe that people know what they are doing. If you start with fundamentally road confidence in the system. But once that we want to judge your mistake, you can't just let that go. So we balance both of them. The din will stand. Now, not to say by the aren't times where we reverse the judgment. We'll get to that also. But what I say in this case, what is the system is always more important than any individual. This is incredibly. It's like, this is one of the most important episodes in Yiddishkeit. How many times does it happen that there's a certain halacha that I don't like? Let's be honest with friends, right? There's a certain halacha that I don't like. A certain halacha that doesn't speak to me. A certain halacha that really is a pain. It's a pain. It just does not fit in with the way I want to live my life. So you have a choice. What's the choice? So people can go ahead and people do this all the time. They come up with different hashkafas. It's incredible to see how many hashkafas are created from convenience. Right? They come up with different hashkafas, different ideas. So I will say, Yiddishkeit 101 is you fit yourself to the system. You don't fit the system to you. Is breaking down by the people in the golden calf. He says, what happened over here? Right? Moshe Rabbeinu was gone for one extra day. They pulled the golden calf. So Shashahar says something amazing. He says, they didn't stop eating it Baruch Hu. But they wanted, the problem with Yiddishkeit they had is Yiddishkeit forces you to mold yourself to the system. They wanted a system that molded them, that molded it to themselves. He said, Shashahar says, what's the difference between idolatry and atheism? In Yiddishkeit, I have myself in God's image. In Avodah Zarah, in idolatry, I make God in my image. I decide what I want, and I create a system of theology all around that. In Yiddishkeit, there's a Spartan who is an immutable, eternal truth, and my obligation is to make myself. It's the hardest things about Yiddishkeit. It's one of the most beautiful things, and one of the things that is the core reason why we are here for thousands upon thousands of years, which is we do not make the system in our image. We make ourselves and everything else in the system to Hakadosh Baruch Hu's image. That's what's unfolding over here. So remember, it's like the what's the case over here? In other words, why is it that you see only one judge? It creates a ruling. The case is where the litigants accepted the ruling of one judge. We already saw this before, right? If the litigants, if the parties agree to something, then of course it's going to be binding. So if that's the case, that they accepted this judge upon them, then why, when it turns out that his ruling was erroneous, why is it that halacha l'maisa, the judge has personal liability? Very interesting. Gamulei, Dayan din Torah. Because again, we're going to Shimon said to the judge us in accordance with the laws of the Torah, i.e., give for us a proper judgment. That's what they signed up for. When it turns out that the Dayan gave them an erroneous judgment, he's going to be personally liable for that. I'm going to start with Rabbi Abba. The Talmudite, what's very interesting. So let's talk about it for just a moment. So first of all, we're seeing this case as follows. Already yesterday's daf we saw the ability for a Yachid Mumcha, a single expert to judge. Now what we see is if that judge made a mistake, his personal liability on his part. I want to say, now I know what you're thinking. How does this stem with what we learned yesterday, right? Didn't we learn that if you have permission to, what do you have? Immunity, right? You have like malpractice insurance. So again, we'll see how that stems. We'll see how that stems in just a little bit. By the way, how we learn a shkoyach on the lids. Is this a new? Okay, great. Okay, that's it. That was good. Everybody's waiting for more. No, that's it. Just nice. The Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, what did the Dayan make a mistake about? Right? What was the source of his? Erroneous ruling? So the Gemara says, even with the Tablet Devar Mishnah. So what's this interesting? So if he just made a mistake in an explicit halacha, Devar Mishnah means explicit halacha that he should have known, but he didn't. Very good. Sometimes people make mistakes with explicit information. So what's this? What we talked about before? There are certain times in which if the ruling is just so clearly wrong, the ruling is reversed. So for example, if let's say again Ruben and Shimon came to the basement, and let's say again the Dayan made a mistake because he forgot about an explicit halacha. That's what's called the Devar Mishnah, an explicit halacha. And as a result, he delivered an erroneous ruling. That ruling is reversible. We do reverse that because again, then that's just 1,000% human error, which happens. Nothing is reversible. So the Gemara says, "Ella the Shikol Hadas." No, so he didn't make a mistake in terms of an explicit halacha. Rather, he made a mistake. When I say Shikol Hadas is one of these interesting. Shikol Hadas means he made a mistake in analysis. Shikol Hadas really means weighing up opinions. We made a mistake in how to weigh things. What does this mean? How about, for example, we go straight to my Tremarai. They play Yad. Lo Itmar Hilsa So Kimar Below Kimar. Say, for example, Ruben and Shimon came to the Dayan. Indicated the case. And the case question, right, the principle in this case happened to be the machlokas between two Amoraim or two Tanoim, and halacha was never fully decided, right, with one or the other. Right, one or the other. The sugyan da'alma aliba the chaminayin. But generally, the consensus is like one of the opinions, right? So in other words, the matter is a source of machlokas. There's not necessarily a definitive or clear ruling one, but again, common practice is in accordance with one of those opinions. But the dying paskin, like the other opinion, the one who does not yet come in consensus. So what's that? I know Shikol Hadas. So I'll say that's an example of Shikol Hadas. It is an example of where the dying should have known that common consensus is with one of the opinions. Right, he rules with the other one, so this is going to be a case of personal liability. So let's say we begin to see a lot of very interesting things here, right? Halacha l'maisa, the dying makes a mistake, the clear explicit halacha, then the ruling is reversible. If he makes a mistake with what's called Shikol Hadas, so then it's not explicit halacha, but common practice is one way, and he ignored or he forgot about common practice, so the din stands, but he becomes personally liable. Fascinating. To which the Gemara says, maybe this whole thing is not focused on one whole thing. Two judges capable of rendering rulings in never two-person ruling. So this discussion between Rabbi Avo and Shmuel in reality is a machlokas tanah. So what do you see? This is incredible. Here we go. Itzua shows the better there. So what the there says, Itzua is another word for Pshara, the compromise, mediation. Yitzua is done with 3 dayanim, like you say Pshara b'yachid. No. So compromise, the process of compromise can even be done with 1 dayan. I will say, I'll point out over here, Rashi says Yitzua is Pshara. Is a compromise. Interestingly enough, it looks like that Lashon of Yitzua as being compromised. Actually, the word you see comes from this transcript parasha. Yehuda, Mafesa, what will we gain by going ahead and killing our brother Yosef? Let's go and sell it. So again, we're going to get to that. But one second, I want to also the fact that you have 2 different words in the same line for Pshara. Just keep it in mind. We'll see why that is in just a little bit. So again, so just Yitzua and Pshara mean the same thing. The process of compromise, process of what we call mediation, as opposed to find an equitable solution, as opposed to sin, judgment. So again, not focus. So Rameir says even Pshara needs 3. The Chum say no, Pshara can be done with 1. So subjectively, I'm not sure Pshara things. So we assume everyone compares mediation to adjudication, and the Gemara says what's the machlokas? My lab, how come if we do what's the machlokas? The Mar Savar Din B'Shlosha, Umar Savar Din B'Shnayim.
No.
So the machlokas are going to say since we're comparing, right?
How are you, PJ?
To adjudication. What's the machlokas? One says Din is.
Can you hear me?
And therefore Pshara is also going to be with 3, and the other says Din is with Shnayim.
Yo. How are you? Can you hear me? All right. If you don't want to talk, that's cool. Rabbi, baby.
That adjudication requires 3 dayanim. So what's going on here? So we'll say what the focus is, do we compare the process of mediation to adjudication? And obviously again the result of that machlokas will also determine how many judges or how many people you need for Pshara. So tonight the Pshara was maybe the need for 3 dayanim within that focus by Pshara. The Mar Savar B'Shlosha, Mar Savar B'Shnayim. One says you need 3 judges for Pshara, and Rabbi says you only need 2. Umar Savar B'Yachid. So one says let's say that there are 3 opinions when it comes to Pshara. One opinion says you need 3 dayanim. One opinion says you need 2 dayanim. And one opinion says you only need 1 dayan. The opinion that says you need 2 dayanim for Pshara would also agree that 1 would suffice. The height of Amr Trey. So why does he say that you need 2? So I will say there's a godness of having 2 people for Pshara. Once the godness of having 2 dayanim, 2 judges for Pshara, they can also serve as witnesses to the mediation process as well. It's very interesting. Fine. So it says, what about Rashi? Shmamina. So I say, what do you see from here? Pshara ina tzricha kinyan. So you see from here that Pshara doesn't require a kinyan. Now, what does that mean? Pshara doesn't require a kinyan. So let's hear this interesting. So let's say Reuven and Shimon have a dispute. They decided they sign a Pshara, mediation, not adjudication. But I will say that's a right we have to. In other words, when I have a dispute with someone, we have to choose. Do we want din or do we want Pshara? What the 2 different processes? Which process do we want? So as soon as Reuven and Shimon go ahead and they go into mediation, they go for Pshara. So both sides. So now, interestingly enough, at the end, when the feeling or agreement is reached, the Gemara says, now, you see from here, you don't need a kinyan. You don't need a kinyan. Now, I would have thought that perhaps the way that arbitration works is, we finish up the agreement, right? We finish up the movement, right? We come to a compromise, and now the parties have to do a kinyan in order to accept themselves the ramifications of that ruling. So the Gemara says, you see from here that Pshara doesn't require a kinyan. Why? These side I thought so the kinyan Last one from that because I'm turning the kingdom. The man Gomer Tzvicha Tzvasa Lamali Tiski betrayed by the Pyrenees. Why would you ever need 3 people for Shara? Just let there be 2. Then let the parties do a kingdom and let those judges be witnesses on that kingdom. Shalom saw that everything was done, to which the mercy of Hokasah Shara Tzvicha did. It's not the case. In fact, we're going to see that Shara always requires a kingdom. So let's just to point out over here, din doesn't require a kingdom. Why doesn't din require a kingdom? Because din is part of a formal legal process. And the Torah gives us halachas that say you have to listen to judgment. Shara is different. Therefore, we're going to see that in order for the ruling of the Shara to be the agreement of the Shara to be binding upon the parties, you have to do a kingdom. Again, this is sukkah. Like, taking a handkerchief, lifting it up, requiring upon themselves all of the obligations, outlined in Shara agreement. So again, I want to say, but again, like I said, we have a lot of outstanding issues on this. Just to keep track of all the issues. Number one, how many people do you need for a base thing to din, right? Because we moved on to Shara now. And how much do you need for din? Is it 2 or do you need 3? So that's still hanging out there. From Shara, how many do you need? Is it 1? Is it 2? Is it 3? That's still hanging out there. Does Shara require a kingdom? So here, the Gemara seems to say pretty definitively that in order for Shara to work, Shara absolutely requires a kingdom. Again, we'll see whether or not that's echoed in the halacha or not. So let's go back to it. Turn around, Banan. Shame. Shadin b'shloshah. Kas bitzur b'shloshah. Moshe Braisa. The Braisa says that the same way that adjudication is done with 3, mediation, compromise must be done with 3 as well. Each requires a basin of 3 as well. Amad Beis Rosai, Amad Beis, Nigmar Hadin. Sorry, this is very interesting. Nigmar Hadin. Right now, what is Nigmar Hadin? Look at the paragraph above Amad Beis. Nigmar Hadin. Sha'amid Ishkol Akazakai, Ishkol Akakai. So literally, the Gemara understands is if judgment has been passed. So Beis says, Reuven is Chayid and Shimon is Baser. What's the halacha? You cannot then go ahead and resort to compromise. Which I will say, it's a lot of sense. Whereas, the party that lost, or legal issues, I changed my mind. I really found you shallow. So instead of going ahead and going to a legal issue, why don't we try to mediate this out, compromise, this guy should take. In other words, once he's far down the route of the king, you can't then return to you'll see more about that in a little bit. So now we get to the core, like the core issue of the Shara, of compromise, and whether or not, how does this work? Right? We didn't choose a legal issue. What is the proper path to that? Is it sin or is it Shara? So here we go. We're ready for this. Follow a base 6b, second line down. But the Lord said, "No, shall be over." The Lord says as follows: "Asur with Soah." It is prohibited to compromise. It is prohibited to engage in the process of mediation and compromise. Furthermore, the follow of Seah, Harei Zechonte, and whoever goes ahead and compromises is a chote, is a sinner. The follow of Mavarich Hasabot Seah, and whoever goes ahead and compliments, or literally blesses the compromiser, Harei Zet Minait is a blasphemer. Strong wording. The Alzen Ne'emar, about this, the Pasuk says, the Pasuk didn't hear him, Botzea Bera Nietz Hashem. The word is actually over here to me. He who blesses the compromiser blasphemes Hashem. Alright, so what do? Elo Yikov Hadin Es Hahar. Let judgment split the mountain. Shne'emar, ki hamishpat elokim. Because ultimately justice is right. So also,
thank you so much for the opportunity, Big X. You're amazing. Everyone in here is amazing. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. For world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life timeline, a real lifetime capsule of human development. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. If you weren't aware, this is a real life Big Brother, a real life Truman Show. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived than any person in global history. And I'm going to be influential in the future. And when that happens, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy. If you're not already, I want to make sure that you have the opportunity at generational wealth, and I want to make sure that you're able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm not live on one YouTube stream right now. I'm not live on two. I'm live on more than 20 and have been for more than 4 years. This is the biggest event in global history. And in addition to streaming my life for world peace, I want to bring attention to ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria. I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I'm live 24/7 to help you in whatever your endeavors are. Feel free to join my Discord. The link is in my name. It's also in my profile. It's also in my pinned post. Watch the 60-second video of myself in post. I dare you to look at my link tree. I have more social media than any person ever, and you can view my life going back more than 4 years. This is a huge, huge undertaking. But more than anything, I want you to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be an advocate for you and your life. I want you to know that I'm here to be a positive influence in your world. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most of all, I want to give people hope. If there's anything I can ever do to help you or anyone you know, please feel free to reach out to me. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be able to share that with you. Let's go!
Thank you so much, Rabbi. By the way, I've joined your Discord even though we've not started talking. Today I was a little busy, but I will find time to make discussion with you. Thank you so much, Rabbi.
Thank you so much. I saw you in there, Zibobo. I said hi to you. So yeah, take your time, no rush. Whenever you want to talk, we'll chop it up, okay?
Sure, man. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you so much to Big X for the introduction. You're such a sweetheart, my man. I love you.
I love you, mom. You are absolutely sharp. You're absolutely amazing. Showing up every day. Very fucking amazing. Shout out to you, Rothschild. With that being said, and with that being concluded, we have had so much powerful moments. Rabbi Rothschild, on the fucking guys. You know what time it is. It's time to climb. It's time to get started. It's time to bring in that energy, guys. Bring in that energy. I want that people to believe. I was trying to put the solution to Georgia to learn how to do Georgia rest of the week. So I'm trying to put the solution out so I'm doing it. People don't like this. Now I'm on. Right, guys, this night, you know, that energy. I want that to right, guys, this night, energy. I want that without being concluded, I'm going to shut down some of those base chats that are trying to people how our very own producer, we have Daipo, Askira going out, Rabbi Rothschild, we have Daiko, and Victor Love, FX team. Let's go, guys. Absolute fucking pleasure, absolute fucking legend. So without being concluded, I'm going to hand over the mic back to the Lord. See you.
All right. Thank you so much. Yes, and as we are grinding, as we are talking, as we are now trying to learn, we really have so many things to discuss so far. But notwithstanding, I would love to hear from one or two of our people that have been here now, even if none of them.
What a nice person. He gets it. That motherfucker gets it.
it is. Yes, sir, it is. Oh, chaps, let's fucking go. Guys, it's about to be a fun-filled, eventful night for everybody here. Tuning in, guys. Lock the book in, guys. I'm trying to get these other people up, but it looks like we have no more space on stage, guys, so I'm just gonna rotate through speakers. Nothing against anybody. Drool, don't you wave at me. Hey, I'm gonna drop down. I wanna drop down so you return. Same. Another weekend, guys. Drool, thank you, brother. Drive safe wherever you are. Chaps, I'll see you Tuesday or Wednesday, brother. Thank you. Yes. All right. To retard, I will love you the whole time if you just use your thumbs on your phone screen or your computer to like, share, retweet, and spin. Yes, I promise, Russman. I promise. I absolutely promise. Everyone, you give retard much honor by you using your thumbs. Yeah, put your thumb in it, exactly. Put your thumb deep in it, everybody. Alright, we're getting off subject, guys. Welcome to the casino, everybody. We got a call up here, guys. I am so happy that they are finally here. Super excited. Can't wait to hear from the master Fenor himself. Cool, Fenor. Happy Friday, brother. Hope you're doing well. Oh, yeah, dude. Feels good. Shout out to freaking Chapo. Boy, that was badass. I didn't even know you could do that. And, that's freaking sick. Anyway, so, yeah, match came up to just let the people know we're cooking. This month we're going to start on the YouTube rollout. So this is the alt account. Give it a follow. This is a lot of the and to we'll get the cult community stuff rocking here in a bit. And so this is where you'll see a lot of that content. The pipeline come through on X. It'll probably come through the mostly like clips and stuff too. Will come through on the account. We're looking to start up a couple. We'll get into the details, but it'll be a couple different channels, kind of a full traditional rollout, and try to really jumpstart a category, and anybody else wants to jump on, we
start a niche, start a category. People start, pushing in that direction. Of course, the XRPL, inviting people in, Israel onboarding will be very meaningful. And so that's what we're going to do. Other than that, we're looking good. I think we got like a 40% retracement. That's typically what Colt goes for. You can go look at the other retracement through about 35%. And, we'll try to set a floor here and prepare for the marketing and start to push the market up as we go into the marketing. So appreciate y'all, man. Thank God it's Friday. Hope everybody's having a blessed weekend. So fucking foolish out here. On the spot just for a second, because I see there's some new people down there in the audience that I have never seen before. Could you just give them 45 seconds of who Cole is and what you guys are? Oh yeah, dude, for sure. So Cole, we're 1 year. This month is our 1 year anniversary on the XRPL. So we were a custom launch. We didn't issue on any of the platforms like First Ledger, X Magnetic, or XPM, none of that. So we are about 2 million, maybe right over 2 million market cap. We have a reward system. We have our own built-in DeFi loop. If you provide liquidity to Colt, you'll be rewarded in Obey token. That's our reward token. If you provide liquidity to Obey, you will then be rewarded in Colt liquidity pool tokens. It's a big deal. Liquidity pool tokens or LP tokens are probably, in my opinion, they're the most valuable token you can own. They give you the most options, right? And they are always active in their valuation, right? LP tokens value real time up and down based on the price, right? They shift in value. So other than that, we got our NFT collection, right? It's 102. If you own one of those, you also get a Cold reward drip. And, appreciate you. Hope everybody's doing well. Check us out if you haven't. Everybody should own at least one Cold. One Cold is 130, 120, somewhere between 130, 120 XRP. But once we hit 10 million, that'll be 500 XRP per token. So get one now. Enjoy the ride. Super bullish right on everybody. Thank you so much, brother. I really appreciate you for that. And continue to send it up and to the right. Call everybody down there listening. If you guys don't know who Colt is, real great brother on the XRPL. Make sure you guys are dropping him a follow on the Colt account. Turning the noties on, getting all that situated with Colt. Thank you so much, brother. Really appreciate you stopping by with the Colt account too. That's dope for sure. Thank you again. With that being said, guys, make sure you guys like share between the space. I see somebody new here and they got their hand up. How lovely and proper of them. Rabbi Rothschild. Happy Friday to you.
Happy Friday to you. Shabbat Shalom, everybody. Do you mind if I share with you my project?
Of course, my friend. But guess what? We have a thing here that we do. Cole has been here many a time, so let me just give you the breakdown for it. We give you 69 seconds here, sir. 69 seconds. You can come Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, as many times as you want. Wednesday is our chill space. Chill space, get to know each other, all that good stuff. But Mondays, Fridays, 69 seconds for you, sir. Rabbi Rothschild, you have 69 seconds, friend. The floor is yours.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic. I'm live on more than 20 different YouTube streams simultaneously. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. If you weren't aware, in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is going to make me an extremely important individual. And when that happens, I'm going to make sure every single person is made independently wealthy in this space. I want to make sure that you have generational wealth. I want to make sure that you're able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I, in addition to streaming my life for world peace, am an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I'm an advocate for ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. I want you to know that more than anything, though, I'm here to be a positive person in your life.
Absolutely lovely, bro. Lovely. It sounds like you got a lot of stuff going on over there. Yeah, definitely. And he has a lot of 16 seconds, but yeah, he was. Rabbi Rothschild. Rabbi, with that being said, bro, I'm going to unmute you. You do give me your final says and everything, your thank yous and everything else like that. You're going to have to come Wednesday, brother. You can chill. You can talk a little bit more freely about the whole thing you got going on. It sounds like you got a lot going on, my friend. But yeah, I unmute you now. You got your say-sos after and everything, of course, you know. But I would love to hear more from you, bro. Absolutely. And again, I hope you're having a fabulous Friday.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I'm here to be in your world, I want to be a positive person. More than anything, I want to support you in your endeavors, both personal and professional. If you ever need me, I'm live in my Discord 24/7, 365. You can get that at discord.me/red. I'm here to have an optimistic view of the future, and I want to give people hope. And thank you so much for the opportunity to be able to share that with you.
Hey, bro, you know what? For that, you came up here, you actually handled your business like a boss. So if you would like, go ahead and post that Discord right to the Megaboard. You don't have to, but you're freely allowed to have one post on the Megaboard, bro. Because, again, I want you to come Wednesday. If you're really here, this is your first time that I've ever seen you, really. So, again, if you're really here, you're really showing up every single day, bro. The Casino Society is the place where you need to be, bro. There's a lot of people that understand the ethos that we spread here, bro, and it is the most positive that we can lay out to anybody, bro. And if you're on that type of time, the same type of time we are on, then, bro, you are more than welcome to come here, and you are more than welcome on my stage at any time, my friend. So thank you again.
Thank you so much. I pinned a post to the Jumbotron that has my Discord link in it. Feel free to reach out to me 24/7, everybody. I have the biggest link tree.
I'll let you tell him after. I'll let you tell him after. I'll let you tell him after. Go ahead, Rabbi. Go ahead, bro.
Absolutely. I pinned that post to the Jumbotron. I have my link trees in there. I have the largest link tree of any person ever, more social media than any person ever. My Discord link's in there. If you need to connect with me, that's how you can do it. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Yes, my friend Rabbi, I think that is what I call you, right? Rabbi Rothschild. If it's Rothschild, that's cool too, but we do call it the mega board here, my friend. So if you do want to spot on that mega board, you have to pronounce it the way that it is. It's just the way it is for all of these spaces. Everybody says it's the mega board. If he knows this is the mega board, it's because it's Booze and Ghost. You know, he sees through things. He can go through walls and shit. He just says up top. That's fine. That's my brother. But everybody else, they all know it's the mega board.
Absolutely. Thank you for the opportunity to post that in the mega board. And it is Rabbi. I appreciate everything that you've allowed me to share with you. And I want everybody to know, buy honey. This is the mint party. And thank you so much for being so polite.
Hey, thank you, brother. That's at the end of the day, that's literally what it's about here, and setting each other higher. I'm trying to get Z up here right now. He is the leader, the founder of the Casino Society, but I play a very big role in all of that aspect as well. But yeah, bro, that is what our ethos is here. We motivate others to want to become better than whatever their situation is. If it's either just a poor mindset, or you don't know what you're trying to do in Web3, or you don't know what you're doing in Web3, we're going to try to guide you the best way that we can with all of the knowledge that we have from everybody accumulatively. So, again, brother, I thank you for coming out. He's going to hit the floor for you. He's going to tell you more about the casino and what we all do. space. Set yourself higher, guys. It's really easy to get people to talk a little bit on giving away the casino society. Someone who comes up and speaks that understands the ethos. I really want to say to Rabbi, do you own any XRP NFTs? Like, are you in this ecosystem whatsoever?
I don't currently.
Okay, I want to send you one. It's so hard. So your XRP address, they'll set that up. It's not their way. My Friday's been going awesome, honestly. I'll still be shopping, get some clothes, and then I get to know what whatever I'm on here, space. Here, it's just so positive and loving. Today is a great Friday. Thank you very much, guys. Make sure you like and share between space. That's not what I get to know you. That's been a retard, guys. Help me. I'm good, brother. I'm good. I'm doing good. I ran out of cigarettes before the space started, so I just took like instead. Bro, that fucking I do that too, bro. I literally smoke when I know I got some cigarettes. I'll just smoke weed if I'm like in a space or something. So I feel you, bro. These play songs or there shouldn't be songs. Not play songs. Thanks, guys. We got 2 people coming up trying to request. I'm gonna rotate speakers out. Don't you worry, guys. Speaker panel is full right at this very second. Yes, how rude of me. Three, thank you for reminding me. I've been drinking tonight, smoking a little weed. I always got my cigarettes, Rabbi, I am so sorry. I did not ask you if you were part of the XRP, if you were part of the XRPO community, but you just wowed me with your speech and coming up and everything. So you're getting taken care of tonight, brother, and I'll make sure that I send you a gift as well. I'll hop in your DM right now. Give you a proper warm welcome to the XRPO because that's what it's about here. And I definitely got you, brother.
Thank you so much.
As soon as Uniswap address works, so that's a good example. Great setup. Yeah, we're about to bro, if we can onboard the brother live in space, that would be absolutely fantastic. That would just show just so much growth. One person helps, another person comes in. It just happens, bro. I'm so fucking happy. Oh, God, I'm gonna... That's right, yeah. So I went for a second. I just Hey, let's go, guys. I'm in the society space, guys. Everybody down there listening, make sure you guys like, share, retweet this space. We're going to do illustration tonight. He does only 3 things. Ron, moving your brother to the XRPO right now, safely, the correct way, properly, in good hands, being taken care of. Guys, this is what it's about right here. I can't wait for there thousands of people to be in this space being like, I can't even get up there. And I just want to know. How to join the XRPO. I just want to know, guys. Don't worry, we got you. Welcome to the Casino Society, guys. Happy Friday to everybody. I'm just going to kick it to these next speakers. Now, these guys stand up a little green fella. I get right to him. He's looking so cute right now. Happy Friday to you, brother. Hope you're doing well. Happy Friday to you. I like it already. I just, sorry. You're fine.
I would come back in space. And shut Z.
Rabbi has his zone set up at so he's able to receive NFTs now. That's something just stick with those right there. If you try to fuck with any projects, no, you're off to get your shit taken away. But don't even go that far, anyways. Just accept your NFTs. Welcome to the XRP, my friend. Glad to have you. Can't wait to hear from you again. Happy Friday to you. With that being said, I'm kicking it to these next speakers because we still got 4 other people requesting right now. 2 of them probably want to talk about projects. So thank you again, Gucci. Can't wait for my bowl. Hello, my friend. Happy Friday. What does new have new? What do you got for Happy Friday, ladies and gentlemen. Is my time started? Oh, I was gonna be like, did you hear that freestyle I was kicking? Oh shit! I was like, look, Will's in the space right now, and I'm like, let's go. But yeah, brother, happy Friday to you. 69 seconds, the floor is yours. All right, here we go. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Roman. Next up, we're meme token, and right now I'm actively working on my button. I've been warning you guys about this button and how much of a growth it's going to be making. Right now, I'm almost making 6 cents. 6 cents is like 250 transactions, and I've almost made 6 cents. I've been practicing on this for a minute, and now I am going to go full bore into this bit, and I told you guys. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Bada bing, bada boom. Bada bing, bada boom. Yes, that's what I do. That's what I do. I am the cool man. I am the cool. I see through shit. I don't care. I just do this. Yes, that fucking 69 seconds. I'm gonna keep going. Like I said, I don't even have 69 seconds yet. It wasn't even at 69 seconds yet. I don't even know what to say, but yeah, man. I don't know. They tried to interrupt in the live hostage. Sidetrack, you gotta say something. You said 69 seconds. Like, I'm like, 69 seconds. Like, you don't even 69 seconds yet. Just get the move, damn it. Get the move. But yeah, we're working on music. We just finished the Beat Champ song. We got like 4 other songs that we're boys, you don't know what boys. He is a T. He is Ghost. He is a move. He is a NFT project. He is a coin. He will make you mute. Very good songs. Very good services. My dog is hot on the mic. If you don't know who Boo is, go to his profile. Send him a follow. Turn his noties on. Go listen to his music. Go listen to the projects and songs that he's made for people. Boo is a part of the XRPL that is going to be here for years to come, everybody. So yeah, love you, brother. Hope I did your girl right there. Love you too, brother. Bada bing, bada boom. You did amazing. Thank you, bro. Bada bing, bada boom. Yes. See, look at what you did, Poppy. Look at what you did to all of us, Poppy. Bada bing, bada boom. No. Bada bing, bada boom. Thank you again, Boo. If anybody's just now joining in, welcome to the Casino Society. I see people popping in and out. It's Friday. We've now been open for an hour. Make sure you guys like, share, retweet the space, drop your comments. We're giving away a bunch of free shit. Check the mega board. I still gotta go down through the comments, see what Jeff's giving away. Courtney and Motors giving away stuff. Lots of stuff going on tonight. I'm gonna get to Diggs right now. But you gotta do what I'm gonna come. Maybe you just wanted me to say that, didn't you? It's fine. It's fine. Who actually has it? Sometime in some point in time when somebody's talking, just go ahead and just full send the I'm gonna come. Alright. Diggs, I'm not gonna get to you now. You know what? I see that beautiful badger you're wearing right now, and it's like looking at me sideways because I'm also a badger. So stop looking at me like that. And in the meantime, Corey Easy, happy Friday to you, brother. I hope you're doing well. The floor is yours, my friend. And you broke my fart. You didn't let Taylor go first. No. Taylor gets to stay forever. Yeah, he gets a fart forever. Good guy. Just over here taking it easy. I want to say hi and just let you guys know that we have a aquarium, a mega mod point space tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. I know a lot of you here are currently collecting aquarium rewards and they haven't actually
post is about to go on the mega board. That is early. I'm going to be there though because I log in every day. So I will be there tomorrow. Crazy. Awesome. Looking forward to seeing you guys there. How early is that? What's going on? It's 9:30 Eastern, so you should be fine if you're overseas in the U.S. What used to be is 6:30 a.m. Yeah. So actually, the earliest it'll be will be like 3:30. It's not, I purposely excluded Hawaii. I'm like, if I can get everybody else except for Hawaii, this space wants to do it. So that's kind of what goes to there. Oh, it's nice. What's going on? Right. Anyway, yeah, that should be nice. Good for the farms. All right, cool. Appreciate you guys. And you guys like that little awkward moment of silence that Russ made at the break? I loved it. Honestly, it made me feel like I was hanging out with Taylor. That's kind of how I felt too when I'm at the bar, man. Nobody's talking for a second. It's so funny. Thank you, Russ, man. I appreciate you. I was just passing the doobie to the lady. Seems crazy. Thank you, brother. I'll be there tomorrow, 9:30 sharp. All right. I might be a couple minutes late, but I'm definitely attending for sure because I wanted to help out. Gotta set all that stuff up for sure. See, you got your hand up, brother. Yes. Tomorrow's space will be the first time. Normally we do the weekday spaces. Planning on about an hour to an hour and a half. Obviously, if it goes long, it goes long. But I'm prepared. I'm prepared to go prepared for weekends. But yeah. Awesome. That's it. Thank you again, Crazy, and appreciate you for putting that to the mega board, brother. Kick your feet up, chill, run the stage for a little bit. If more people come up, nobody's requesting the pirate, but you can still make because it's pirate, you know. We love you, pirate. But yeah, that being said, guys, I am, thanks. I don't want to get to you yet, bro. But you know, exactly. It's always good to know. Let's go to Jordan. Jordan's got his hand up. He's ready to go. Jordan, happy Friday, brother. Let's hear all about the lady and what you got going on. Floor is yours, my friend. Thank you so much, Victor. And thank you, C. Russman. Mount Rushmore. That's how it's called. That's very much. That's what it's doing. I have been to the casino after to the casino family. I was here at Arizona Badgers yesterday, and my list is maximum to, and we'll see what I'm going to continue to hear, especially with the dynamic NFT aspect. I really like seeing dynamic NFTs, especially with the way you've been doing that too, with the casino tournaments and everything that you guys, it seems like everything you guys touch turns to gold. And I'm seeing everything that's going on with the Badgers, you know, basically that essentially like a NFT marketplace that they got correctly, or trading marketplace, which is quite you know, something that's fake in there as well. I don't yet either, so I think basically both on the cutting edge of things and both that works right now. It's really cool to just see that all the time. Shout out to you guys. The NFTs that we were talking about last week. The website. I don't think, I think it was like thanking us into that first. Yeah, let me start. I think it was like running. Jordan, that's return slowly gave me the cue. I started to tell you what I mentioned the good instead of cigarettes. Thank you. He started saying thank you and all the chat. I didn't think it was going that way. So, all right, Jordan. Happy Friday to you, brother. Thank you for all the kudos and kudos to you as well. Let's just give us a quick restart. Let's restart the room. Nick is going to say it. Nick, we'll get to you next. Jordan, now that you're on the NFTs and all the good stuff, the floor is yours, my friend. You got 69 seconds. Thank you so much, Jordan. So, in terms of the
the top, but I'm in the chat and everything, bro. Like, I literally, yes, bro. We will get there, bro. It's just so hectic, it's so busy, bro. I still have to get up with Russ, man, to get the Whoops fans from him that he just, it's just crazy, bro. Thank you again, Jordan. I appreciate you, brother. And, yeah, looking forward to everything that's prospering over there on your end with Lenny and everything else like that. So keep sending it so much fucking higher, brother, because that's exactly what you're doing. Thank you so much. It's really good to hear about your action. It's like, that was like, I like big sex and a cat line. Other brothers can't deny. When a girl walks in and an itty bitty man around and in your face, you get spit. When I pull up on fire, you know that ass full of it. Even the titty she's wearing. Then I can't stop staring. Jeez. Yeah, that's a good question. I'm literally obsessed with the naked ones. Like, that's because they're like, yeah, because it's like, it reminds me of how our NFTs are over here for the naked ones. So it's like, I don't, those ones just catch my eye for some reason. And there's only two, I'm pretty sure. I think there's a purple one and a tan one that's completely naked. No headwear, no clothes, no nothing. And I think those bitches are like 100,000 a piece right now, if I'm not mistaken. Or there's only one for sale, and the other one isn't for sale, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, those are, it's like the ghost, you know what I'm saying? That plain Jane ghost, you know, that doesn't have any features, nothing. It's just completely bare. So yeah, I wish I had one of those ones. Yeah, it comes with a perfect so that would be, yeah, check. Yeah, I feel like with an era, it's way different. Even though you can get like rarities and like people seek out trades, but it's like the most uncommon ones for some reason don't really have that many in collections. Like I said, if you want a naked one that's completely naked, there are only two. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I'm from an era and I'm just so busy on XRP. Yeah, it's crazy. Keep turning it up over there, Jordan. We shall continue over on HBAR. We will continue to send HBAR higher. We'll send fucking HBAR higher, brother. Let's shoot for 50 cents. Let's shoot for 50 cents. I'm shooting for 69.55. Oh, yeah, it's my favorite number. Yeah, 69 cents. Absolutely, of course. Of course. All right. Thank you, Jordan. Appreciate you so much, brother. Again, happy Friday from the stage if you'd like. There's only one person requesting. That's Byron. Byron, you can wait. Love you, brother. Diggs. See, you got your hand up. However polite you are, my friend. Happy Friday. Let's go with the monies. Let's go with the identities. Have the two dropped for, I forgot what the fuck it was called. Here, I'm on right now. I'm being returned this one right now. The factions. The honeycomb factions. Is it live yet? Is it live yet, Diggs? So the factions are in some things you missed it. The clip came up. Alright, so I guess right now that you finally wanted to open your mic and have, you know, like
us so well. I think we will.
Obtain the legendary, which is essentially the leader of the faction. The legendary is going to be able to add to their faction, right? So whoever is the leader of said faction will be able to join forces with in order to try to claim that prize. Yeah, exactly. It's like you're either the one leading that faction to victory, or you're one of the special people for their bag.
Say something, or is on this page, like there is something, like something.
Yeah, I see it. It's really nice. Like eel, roleplay, bragging rights, like a little bit of friendly competition goes a long way for sending shit higher. Okay, that's very, very good. I mean, at the end of the day, if we could, and listen, I know it's probably going to sound hypocritical coming from me because I'm pretty sure about shit, but at the end of the day, like, that friendly competition, as long as it remains totally friendly all the time, is truly what will send shit higher. There's going to be a nice competitive edge there, so it'll be a lot of fun and it'll be very interactive. And the fact of the matter being that your NFTs are also interactive is a very special thing in my opinion. Do I understand how it's going to work with rarity shit? No, absolutely not. I think it's entirely irrelevant to me. Like, if you're asking me my opinion, I still think that it's a great to adjust them as we go for these factions. You're able to get traits that match with your faction. Rarity to be affected, and to be honest with you, I don't know and I don't care. I have plenty of masters to do, and I love them all.
So basically, this is like a super gamification of that much, and that's the most versus sentence, so much that you might say,
If I could just take 10 seconds off today, and I know I'm all over, all I would say is, when it comes to money, the money web app, these NFTs being able to remutate all these things, what you're tokenizing is attention. Really, that's what, like, you're tokenizing focus and attention, and then it becomes a very broad spectrum of things that you're able to do with that. So that's it. Just thanks for letting me come here and talk with you, and thanks for listening. Bring it back and send it higher. We gotta do this. Who's in my budget? Is there a new funny post here? Yes. So for this new post that was just posted, it says 48 hours after the public mint party on 11/9, it's the first Copenhagen party. 48 hours after the public mint party on 11/2025, faction auctions begin. So 3 days, and then 24-hour windows until the faction leaders are crowned, essentially.
6 months ago. There's spaces I kind of want to check it out.
For sure. And if anybody has questions on this shit, like, DMs are always open, dude. I know that it's moving quickly, so I know that it can get kind of complicated. I can break it down for anybody. I'm happy to do that if we can do it in a personal way.
Alright, so guys, Diggs, you want to go hand in hand together with our factions, and we want to we can do that.
If you think
together. Yeah, friendly competition. I got more. So in the books, you got after actions will have 2 months to unite, prepare for reflection, initiations, a series of trials that will lead to the final prize. 2 months. 60 days. 60 days. Guys, I'm just going to start going from here. I'm just going to start going to all the big chill spaces and all the XRPLs and just get the faction out there. Yes. Absolutely everything. It's not time to go certain other spaces. Safe and higher circle. I go to some, but I sit in some and listen, and I'm not gonna lie to that. That shit's gay as fuck. I can't relate to those people for some reason. Like, show looking first, you know what I mean? Just absolutely get some people here, right? Some except for people in some of the space with their space, we like, you know, here, got these $20, big trades, that happens. Actually, you know what? That's actually a good idea. You know what we should do one day? We should just completely shut down the casino society space on Wednesday or Friday, and then just take the whole army, like you said, into one of those spaces. And then we'll just do the normal shit that we do. Like, I'll go up there, chill everything, casino, all the XRPL, you come up there, same with you. Like, you know, our people that come up and speak and shit like that, we should do that one day. Yeah, no, just having like consistent with the next person, it's all, yeah, it's almost that. When I talk about sleep, I was always looking into space. And so it was a late space, but it was that glitch space. I was already there, bro. Yeah, I was there. Listeners and all the speakers that are here right now, everybody, everything that Coin's given away, Retard has won. Thank you all very much for playing. I really appreciate all of you guys. Coin, thank you, brother.
Love you dearly. I'll give you my bully here in just a little while. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Don't put it on me, bro. Because I want it all. Just give it all to me. How about that?
Everyone listens. You're common. Super easy. It takes like 2 seconds. And you could get some free stuff. It's worth money. It's pretty cool. Just for commenting and showing up to the space.
Yes, I'm about to get to that right now. Coin, I was just making some funnies. Everybody down there listening, guys. Yeah, Coin's giving away. I'm picking it. That means the retard has lots of responsibilities tonight. I gotta pick somebody good. We'll do something in the comments. Like, I'm not gonna do that gay shit where you gotta like post a bunch of numbers in there and then somebody picks somebody that's gay. Actually, you know what I'll do? I'm gonna all right, I need to see the comments get to 300, and then as soon as they get to 300, if Snazzy's still around, we're gonna go from 1 to 300. She's gonna pick a number, and then I'm gonna pick that person of whatever number that is from 1 to 300. That sounds straight. I like that. I like that idea. All right, Ben. So with that being said, Coin, is that straight with you, brother?
Whatever's good with you, bro.
All right, that's 180 comments. And how many people do we have in here right now? Let's see. 72 people, guys. So everything that Coin's giving away, somebody's doing home with that shit tonight. Either you're gonna make it or you're not. Spaces run long, guys. Stick around. Tell more people. That is the point of having these spaces. Get up here, get your names out there, be able to come and speak, chill. We still got more speakers tonight. I haven't even got through everybody. He keeps raising his fucking hand, so he keeps getting all of the attention right now. But I'm trying to get through all these speakers so I can get more speakers up. More people are requesting now. Rothschild had dipped off. I heard Z say that he blacked out. So RIP Rothschild for right now. I'm doing the thing that's just sending it all fucking higher. So it is what it is. Make sure you guys are like, sharing, and retweeting the space and win. Guys, 134 comments now that I see. 300. 300 is not hard to do for free. All of you together, doing it together. Somebody's winning that shit tonight. That's just all there is to it. Coin, big shout out to you, brother. Big shout out to the grid. Booga booga forever. Lock the fuck in, everybody. Like, share, retweet the space. Z.
Yeah, like you said, onto the, getting the space out. When I say set yourself higher, it's just doing those little things that gain exposure for others. Because my point being is, we never knew he was going to visit the space. We had Rabbi Rothschild, right? Good example. He did have one next weekend. He said they didn't have his animal or nothing. We just onboarded him into the XRPO, and there'd be other people like that around. If you're one of those people come up and talk, we got half hours to go up. We'll just chill. Thank you.
Hey, we're 30 minutes past half hours, bro. Shut. It's 30 minutes ago. Guess what? We're setting it higher. We're so much higher, bro. We're sending it so much higher. With that being said, sending it higher, I gotta send some more people higher. I want to hear from Eno, this cat. I have never heard from them. I've heard from everybody else on the stage, so guys, just bear with me. So I'm gonna get to you. But Eno, add friend. Add friend. Oh, and I get a mic. brother, I cannot let you back up here because that fucking echo is just, oh man, that was the best thing ever, bro. Bro, after I heard that it was an echo, it's like, right the fuck out. This is, I'm sorry, brother. I hope you set yourself higher to a new microphone because that's absolutely, because your feedback is absolutely horrible. When your mic is going, I can't cut you off or I can't say anything. I can't do nothing. I just hear a bunch of echo. I don't hear your voice really. So I'm sorry, my friend. Unfortunately, I can't let you back up. I'll let you back up here in 2 weeks. I'm back in 2 weeks. Hopefully everything's better. And get you situated. Get you set higher. And exactly, bro. Because he needs it. He needs it. I don't know what's going on. Okay, sorry, I hope I'm saying your name right. You got a cool cat picture. I fuck with the cats. I got a meow meow at home. His name's Cosmo. Love him dearly. But sorry, brother. Can't let you back up. That being said, guys, I'm gonna kick it to the next speaker. Snazzy. Happy Friday to you. I know your artworks are going good. Everything's going good for you. I missed your space today. I planned on joining it. I sent the reminder and everything, and then I just fell in the bag. So I'm so sorry, sister. Next one you have, I'll make sure I attend you for sure. Probably nothing but good things. Honestly, I have the time that I've been in there, you have absolutely killed it. I just want you to continue to stay the same, continue to give yourself the same effort that you're doing. Don't switch anything up because you're killing it. Stage here, you already know that. And like I said, sorry about the bag today, but you're absolutely killing it. Keep sending your whole community higher. Like I said, make sure you bring everybody here too. And I'll give you more time. Obviously, Rothschild's not up here too. He's not the speaker right now, so he's not co-hosting. But definitely come up, show what you need to show. Put your heart to the whiteboard. You're always more than welcome for that. You show up daily. You're grinding. You're a grinder. That's all we're about here. You already know that. So continue to shine, sister, and keep sending that shit so much higher. And I'm glad you're here.
out to land system and they wrote down an email and make sure that that conversation. And so many of these artists are making physical artworks. You know, he's really thinking actually like the real fine art makes and one where they put that real as their first launch meetings to screen. And that really needs to happen because nobody's done it right. Like all of the other launches are focusing on digital art and don't get me wrong. I love digital art. I have digital art less years of film. But it's significance to having a ledger system for artwork that, you know, the artwork can't be destroyed. You know, you can have context that never existed before, but that firsthand thoughts of the artist attached to the artwork and have that strange transaction off the ledger for them. You know, like that's the storage of that value, that historical communication where things never happened in history. Right? We didn't know everything that we were understanding what was savings. Yes, the masterpieces. I mean, they mean fucking worth so much more. We're talking about the costs. And Dawson's statue was sold for $1.6 million 2 years ago. It's like one of the biggest art sales, like fine art piece that we've had in a while, aside from the side of art. So I love how it's pretty interesting, right? Studying like experience and all of that artists we should pay attention to impressionism. And this was the piece that we were trying to study my creation. At least, well, it's not that context of the watch. That would be really powerful if we get the opportunity right now.
Yeah, it's beautiful to see. Well, I was wondering, this is what I remember now. So, I think like any space, and I know there's more artists out there, and this is me talking about look at their profiles and think, oh man, like, there's a lot of people do that. My point being is, I'm going to put some stuff out about painting for the weekend, and I'd like you to look at it and give me ideas, and then we can make spice up the profile. This is already good. And just like, there's like certain small things, 2x to set yourself higher, right? I think it's important that work should be done, if it is any help to you.
No, it absolutely is. Like, you know, I talked about how I want to personally invite you guys, anybody in this space that wants to learn how to do yoga, or at least experience these artists there, I think that's such a powerful shift in mentality. We're not seeing that in the past. Artists want to be successful and have that drive. And so, yeah, please do it. Please go into those things that I know. We're looking for action studies to do that.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, you humble yourself enough to receive the feedback criticism, then take that and go back and take it in your own way. And I mean, that's anything in life, right? As I said earlier, I need the casino society to talk to that person, like, hey, you know, where we at? All that stuff. All these types of conversations.
And we have them every Monday through Thursday. We have critics because we're not. So please do reach out if you're interested in looking at some fine art or seeing fine art get better.
Snazzy, I really appreciate you, sister. And like I said, you're always more than welcome on this stage. And I'll keep showing up to yours. And next time I'll come up and speak and stuff like that. I always love to tell artists if their artwork is giddy and hot, right? Because that's good for them, right? Is that the impression that I'm under? Because, I mean, that's a criticism I would feel they would like to take from at least my point of view. Maybe what they could do better, actually tell them their shit is gay if it actually is gay. And maybe they could do something different. Is that what I'm taking from that, Snazzy? If I got up on stage, I could do that?
Yeah, you could. You know, people might not be like, you can tell me my art.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, Max. I want to come off that way to people because obviously that shit's not here. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like some people lead to that better, more like authenticity. You know what I'm saying? And if I come to you naturally and I come to you raw and real, you might understand that better to just have some perspective of what the art could be after you heard from me or something. You know what I'm saying? So absolutely, of course, I would approach you with coming up on stage with nothing but respect. But if it came to the point of like, you know, something like that along the lines, people coming up, showing their art and stuff like that, yeah, I'll give them my opinion the best way. Retard knows how to. Absolutely, Snazzy.
And well, we're gonna look forward to it. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. Like, you know, but there's a lot of misconception, I think, with art and the way that people want to shoot it right now, especially like in this age with AI. And there's a lot of really talented created scripts, and I think that that's, you know, that's not art itself. But a lot of our focus in these spaces is actually on like the skill of communication, that side of it. And so conversations are great, and you know, we've been open to having conversations like that. It's cool. Somebody else is understand when they call it shit or in our space. It's been able to navigate.
Oh, shit's good too. Shit's good too. Shit's good too.
It's shit, right? Like we want to create bullshit.
Yeah, facts. I love good art, especially like when it's like being hand done. I'm not gonna take away or discredit from the AI people and everything with the tools and all that stuff because I know that that takes talent as well. But when you really are on that digital pad with your pen or you're really whipping that paintbrush in real life and like that goes way further to me because what your guys' imaginations are obviously ain't what mine is, but the way that you guys portray your art through yourselves and like who you are as individuals, that's absolutely incredible, and we definitely need more of that. Like, so I'm glad a lot of more fine artists are finding their way to the XRPL. But yes, as you continue to do your sister, you're fucking killing it. Continue to do great with the art. It's absolutely wonderful. I won't tell you a shit because if I did tell you a shit, I'd be lying to you. I'd be lying to you, and I'm not going to do that. I'm not that type of person. So continue to shine bright, sister. Continue to shine bright.
Love you guys. And you know, it's great that you have receptions. Yeah, really fun. And you can do that one. So I've seen some people create a lot of systems for their artwork that, you know, that is primarily AI, but then they have it live, interactive, and where that they do something. So that is also things that are kind of technology, you know, skills that exist in itself. And so it's just neat to have this type of conversation. But I'm going to talk to a lot of businesses who have multiple tastes. And I think that is this mentality, is the accepting mentality. Because, you know, society is this conditional environment. It's just so different. I think it's because we've all like been in this ecosystem for a long time and have found ourselves here on XRPL because it actually stands for something. You know, it actually fishing, you know, and we see the vision. Yeah, that's all right. We need 121 more comments in the comment section below, you guys. It's the word.
So much fucking iron, guys. 124 more comments. We got Steve with his hand up. Yet again, I'm about to get to the brother. Everything is just turning the fuck up here, guys. Sending so much fucking iron, guys. If we don't get this 121 comments coin, brother, do you even want to give that shit away? Are people really even worth it? Or are people really even like, you know, like just sit there with that thought. You don't have to answer right now, my friend. It's fine. We'll see what happens. We still got a little bit to go. Russman's got his hand up. Rabbi's got your hand up. Snazzy, thank you again. Really appreciate you. See, floor is yours, brother. Yeah, I'm Snazzy said there's so much higher, bro. She killed that shit. She said we got 121 comments. Like, I'm gonna send that shit to the moon. So bullshit. I got it. Snazzy. You know, I think we're all on to the XRPL, and this is just my experience. I feel like some of the people that there's been so many just
Listeners. Somebody gives something away that was anxiety, that's it. But it's gonna be good. So let's turn this motherfucking comments like between space and the market. Thank you. How was your time on the other side, Ross? He came back in and killed it. It was cool though. But, you know, I walked to the kitchen, drank some apple juice, ate some time, came back. It was sweet. So it was good. Hey, Rusty, I just gotta say, bro, I was honored for that right there. What you did right there, that was absolutely amazing. Like, that was the best fucking intros right there, bro. Intro, extro, intro, whatever that was. That was I'm sorry, brother, that I just took a good thing. Yeah, it was not a comeback. Fuck no, that was your armor and shield just fucking burst open, shining bright gold, like, oh, it gave me the response, bro. It was literally, it was the best right there. Oh, that was $1 million. If I had $1 million right there to give you, my friend, that shit was yours. Absolutely. So good to me, man. No, Thanos, I am now talking to you, my friend. We will get to you in just a second, my friend. Thank you for coming up on stage. Welcome to the casino. This is your very first time here. Hope you're having a fabulous Friday. Welcome to the stage, my friend. We will get to you in just momentarily. We got 2 more speakers to go, and then we will get to you. Cornelius, my brother. Happy Friday to you. I know you went down. We've had a hectic night tonight. Lots of speakers, lots of people. I'm sorry. Pass through. Hope you're doing fabulous, my friend. The floor is yours. Cornelius, my brother. Okay, Cornelius. What up, Nels? What's going on? I love this show. I was just introduce myself. I guess I do announcements though. The thing is, just chopping up a deal. Commissions will be changing the PFP and the name, so we see that it's going to be. What was it? By the way, honest, this today, actually, is to combat it. It's 2 years. Just want to say hi. Space. Pop in and out when I can. So, anyway, it's been awesome. Love you guys. I see you at the jams all the time. It's nice to look at you. I turn the timer on as soon as I said that. But it was kind of an ability. I just need to get that. But the Cornelius that I like DMs to send it out to people where I'll just send it to them. So go ahead, let's see. I'll just send it to them. Whether look, money is easier and
burden of eternal sight, and this species made in handmade procreate and help of depicting the complexity and the sorrow nature of the human being when things go very wrong in our outside and we cannot control it. We can only see and go and we can see the world is entirely going down. So there are various number of eyes seeing that world go down. So this is the message I'm trying to depict through my artwork, and the price is 12 exactly. And thanks once again for giving me the opportunity to speak, and it is really an honor to be part of it. Society. Thank you. Play that shit, Russ, man. Play that shit, Russ, man. You're absolutely killing it in the game, brother. Continue to extract that extra thing off that beautiful motherfucking artwork. Continue to send it higher. You show up every single day. Too much, brother. Bro, everybody, real genuine brother. Over there in India, straight killing it with his artwork. Absolutely fabulous, brother. Continue to shine bright, bro. You know you're always got a stage here, always got a voice here. No matter what, I don't give a fuck what anybody else says. You're always welcome up on the stage. Only 69 seconds though, but you know you show up all the time, brother, and that is just what the ethos is here. And I couldn't salute you more, my friend. You absolutely kill it out there. So again, kudos to you. Thank you for showing up on Friday morning. Happy Friday to you. It's Saturday now for you. Happy Saturday. Enjoy your day, brother, and continue to shine bright. Thank you again, brother. Bro, love you, brother. I'm gonna drop you down, though. Diggies, I love you. I'm gonna drop you down. I got two other people coming up. Adrian and Rainy, I wanna come on. We go ahead and get these girls up here. Adrian's not a lady, but maybe I'm a lady. I'm sure maybe they are. I don't know. No, that man gets nice work too. The forearms is awesome space. It's awesome. I'm so happy that he's in this society. He works with it. He just works. And you know, he sees the fruits of the labor. And now he has a number that is so much better. Yeah, so much harder for Abro. Abro, I didn't want to push you down, brother, but I still have to hear from Pirate. Make sure you come back up, speak the farm on the stage some more. Really appreciate you for coming up. And then what I'm going to do on Wednesday for you, Abro, make sure you come on Monday, and I am going to give you longer than 69 seconds, give you a couple spots on the mega board for art projects that you have recently created and everything else like that. And I'm going to talk with Russ Man over in the DM about it. Make sure you get that little bit of extra time so you can shine even bright on Monday, our busiest day. So again, shout out to you, brother. Much love to you, and happy Saturday to you. Rabbi, you got your hand up, bro. Go ahead. We are now, let me see real quick. Yeah, we're done now with everybody's projects. Taylor, you're farming. You've already been here, bro. That's all good. It's all over with everybody. All projects have came up now, so now it's just chill. I did projects for 2 hours, guys. 2 hours. I did. Not this guy right now. You're straight ahead. You're straight, bro. You can still chill, but we're just chilling now. I will give you the opportunity to speak, like I said. But definitely glad you're up here. But yeah, it's not closing time, guys. Thank you, everybody. We still have everything to give away, but now with speakers, that's pretty much over, except for Thanos. So guys, just chill, hang out. All gonna get live now. So yeah. Bye-bye. What's good, brother? Rabbi, can you hear me? You just gonna say hi? Okay. Say hi.
I just want to thank Z so much for walking me through the XRP process. I want to thank the community for the opportunity to be a member. And I just want you all to know that we're going to push this thing higher. Thank you so much. And I hope everybody has a wonderful night or day wherever you are.
These people, in fact, I love Rothschild. Well, there's one thing that comes to mind when I see this picture, dude, and that's fucking.
This is incredible. This is our first school of thought. That was our first school of thought. Is when you have a dispute, what do you do? What do you do? You ultimately go to station. What does station do? Listen, what's Baseman's job? What's their job? What's their job? To decide who is right and who is wrong. And in every case, there's someone who's right and there's someone who's wrong. So it's like, what is the fundamental flaw with Shara? What's the fundamental flaw?
I think I've seen this one.
It's not emes. It's not emes. Shara is not emes. Shara essentially says, we're ignoring who's right and who's wrong, and let's find an equitable solution. It's compromising emes. So the Rothschild, some of this says that's not how we should operate. We should strive for emes. Grant, I will say, does Din ensure emes? Does Din ensure emes? No. Why? Why? There's human error. But at least Din is an attempt to arrive at emes. Shara is an application of the process of emes. Shara doesn't know remember who's right, who's wrong. Shara, let's just find, let's just find a nice compromise. So the Rothschild is ideologically opposed to the concept of Shara. I just want to point that out here. Don't be surprised. You know what? I'm doing this. I'm trying to do this in my marriage all these years, right? Again, just please understand, right? The application of this is purely in legal matters. Do not apply this in the realm of human relationships. That, one of my favorite ideas. It's always the concept, right? The Mishnah says it was many times throughout the year. The concept says that one of the miracles that occurred in this was Omdim Shekufim Mishtachavim Mevachim. When you stand in the base of Mikdash, the court of this Mikdash, everybody was packing like sardines. Right? They were packed in right shoulder to shoulder. But yet, when you would bow down, there was room for everyone. So Rabbi Yonah comments on this. He says, "What is it called? It's going to be Yom Kippur." It says miracles in Yom Kippur. Everybody would gather to see the Kohen. They'd be packed in. The problem is, on Yom Kippur, you have to do confession. If I have to do confession and you hear what I'm saying, it's very awkward. So when we would bow down, prostrate ourselves for confession, there was enough room for everyone so that you could confess and not be heard. I could confess and not be heard. Beautiful. The Kotzker says something so beautiful. He says, there are some people who always have to be right. They're always right. They're omdim. They stand at their ground. They're always right. What happens with those people? It's suffocating. If you happen to know one of those people who is always right, in general, the best thing to do, we know, how do you operate with those people? You don't really engage. Because dealing with them and talking with them and interacting with them is absolutely something. There's no room for anyone else. If you're a Mavaka, if you learn how to yield, you learn how to compromise, you recognize that most things are not worth the fight. And it's so much more important than life to be happy than it is to be right. And so you're willing to go ahead and just yield. There's plenty of room for everyone. So I just want to point out that when you speak about this, the Rothschild is so stark. The Rothschild is so stark that there's no Shara. Understand, this is the realm of legal matters. And when the Rothschild feels in the realm of legal matters, there's a right and there's a wrong. There's an MS, there's a shaka, there's a kameh, there's a tar, there's a trade, there's a chayah, there's a zakai. Don't give up on that process. That's what the person keeps up that responsibility. Find that clarity. And Shara, by definition, abdicates the responsibility to find clarity. He says, watch this. He goes on and says, "Hey Moshe, how you already go ahead and say, Moshe Rabbeinu was the one who said, let justice split the mountain." In other words, Moshe Rabbeinu was the one who said that again, there should be MS. There was a man of MS about Aaron. On the other hand, what was Aaron? Or Shalom is Shalom, right? Mason Shalom is Adam Machayah. Aaron, on the other hand, was a person who loved peace, who pursued peace, made peace between men and his fellow Shneimar, Torahs, and his Chayes of the field, Va'avlo lo Yimsa Yisrasa, Shalom Ubemisha, Allah. So that the Rabbi is Rishit, Ve'avlo. So this is Moshe and Aaron. Aaron was the Pshara man. Moshe Rabbeinu was Yikov Hadin Es. So we'll say, by the way, it's very important to understand. By the way, what was in charge of the legal system? Who was in charge of the legal system? Moshe Rabbeinu. So we'll say, so as beautiful, again, that's to say, Aaron was a man of the people, right? Aaron was the Mashkiach of Shabbos. He was the Mashkiach. Moshe Rabbeinu was the Daina Eres, right? Moshe Rabbeinu ultimately again was in charge of the traditional. So Aaron, you bring your pshara to the extent of the general practice. Absolutely. But as a legal system, ultimately again it's got to be Moshe Rabbeinu who runs through Moshe Rabbeinu judgment split. That's my question. Let the judgment split the mountain. Do not run a legal system based on shara, but rather run a legal system on finding evidence. And my focus to the brothers. Right? Moshe Rabbeinu Yikov Hadin Eshahar and Aaron HaKohen Oiv Shalom, Rogev Shalom, Umesi Shalom and Adam HaKohen. Aaron HaKohen loved peace, pursued peace, and made peace with the world. So I think this as well. This is this idea. And also Mishnah Office. This is what Hillel says. Having Talmid of Sha'ar, be the disciple of Aaron. Oiv Shalom and Rogev Shalom. And Allah says on this Mishnah, he says, obviously, why does that have to say pursue peace? They say love peace. Normal people are loving peace, but what's the idea? So the Master says, okay, everybody loves peace. Like normal people love peace. But what he said, what's the challenge? The challenge is to pursue peace. And if peace comes to me, I'm happy to have it. But to run after it, to make the necessary sacrifices for it, that most people are not willing to do. That's the root of our power. Not only did he love peace, but he pursued it. He was willing to make the necessary sacrifices to make shalom with himself. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. Rabbi says, so now, you're just mentioning the process of let's say after needs that you know the different. Rabbi says as follows. They're talking about Ba'afa, we have to do it a harder. So Rabbi says, imagine the following scenario, like moving steals wheat, he grinds it up, right? He takes it and he separates challah. That's beautiful, right? That's beautiful. He's separating challah. Only one problem. What is he separating challah from? What is he separating from? He's totally wheat. So Kate said the part, so you say, maybe we should make a bracha. Like you should go and make a bracha, separate no. The Gemara says, case Mavarich, things Mavarich on the nights. This is not called the bracha, rather it's called the act of verbal blasphemy. This is what the pasuk means when it says that the person who stole, now we'll say in this context, it's used of Hosea, means theft. That's why I don't know exactly how it is. That the same word for theft is also used for compromise. Hosea, right? Pitzua and Hosea. That was saying why is that? Why did you say? If you think about it, by the way, so compromise is the same thing, is a strip of theft. Like, why is it a strip of theft? Why is it like that? Because at the end of the day, you're using something that someone else and giving it to a different party. Everybody's agreeing to that process. But Lamaisa, again, Ruben may be right, Shimon may be wrong. The property may really belong to Ruben. And what brings the compromise is you're taking part of Ruben's part and giving it to Shimon. So I just want to point out, remember we saw before that there's two different words for compromise, Shara and Bitsua. So you're going to see, by the way, depending on which word you use, it shows how you feel about the Shara process. Using the Lashon of Shara sounds like Shara V'Chatila. Using the Lashon of Bitsua sounds like Shara is a B'diavad. Again, we'll see how this plays out. In any event, all that the Lashon is doing is using the point of this pasuk, the Lashon is just using a different application. So we'll say this is also what we call Mitzvah Haba Ba'avela. It's very nice that you want to separate out challah. Beautiful. There's only one problem. You stole the wheat. And such a bracha like that is not a bracha like that in the act of blasphemy. Meir says, Lo ne'amar botzea alek neged Yehuda. That's incredible. And Meir says, Lashon botzea is really said ultimately again by Yehuda. What happened by Yehuda? Shene'amar vayom Yehuda lacha ma betza ki naharog esachim. Right? Why? So you just said, why should we kill our brother? That's what you just said. What did you just say? You just said instead, let's tell him. Like, why should we go ahead and why should we go ahead and kill it. Let's just go ahead and sell it. So the Gemara says, so what's this? Look at that. Shahayir lo my next you know that I do after Shahayir's Vara Bishma. What should Yehuda have done? Yehuda should have said, guys, cut it out. So you should have done. You should have said, Kevin, stop it. Stop it. I know we all tremendously dislike Yosef. In fact, we all hate Yosef. But this is not what we do. This is not what we do. And Yehuda should have taken responsibility and should have returned Yosef back to his father. Yehuda says, Mabesa. Now, understand what it's fascinating. So Yehuda is trying to make like a compromise. It's a compromise. Chavra, you want to kill Yosef. I'm saying, let's compromise. Let's not kill him. Let's instead sell him. Let's instead sell him. And the Gemara faults Yehuda for this compromise. The Gemara says, V'alzen ne'emar, Hotzea Beira Mietz Hashem. About this, the pasuk says, if you praise Yehuda's compromise, you are blaspheming God. Meaning, the Gemara is holding Yehuda tremendously culpable for his decision. You had the right, you had the power to bring Yosef back home. You had the power to go ahead and shut this whole thing down. But instead, he started to compromise with the brothers. The Gemara says, whoever thinks that Yehuda did something good is blaspheming HaKadosh Baruch Hu. I will say there is much to say about this. So I will say that it says, like it says the national when you know that something is no right. When it's clear to you what the right thing is, you have no right to you have to step in and you have to do what's right. There's a place for Shara, and sometimes it's not clear what's right and what's wrong. But when it is absolutely clear what's right and what's wrong, you have no right to Shara. You have no right to criticism. You have an obligation to step in and to do what is right in that moment. And for that reason, Yehuda, you hadn't understood what was supposed to be done, and you failed to act in a responsible way. And because of that, the Gemara says, whoever thinks you the shkaya for mediating a compromise, means that's not compromise. That is a shirking of responsibility. And I was like, this is so terribly important, right? Because so often you find yourself in situations like this, where there's a dispute, and you want to be friends, and you're being friends with your right? Really not about life is about you have to worry much less about people being your friends and worry much more about ensuring your health and maintaining so look, by the way, you see some history that there's not a lot of paskin in front of your Rabbi, right? Except in one situation. Remember the last paskin in front of your Rabbi? Remember when you're getting pieces of coin in the cemetery and you see someone doing something wrong? You have an obligation to step in. I don't know, my Rabbi's right here. Sorry about it. When it comes to matters of this, when it comes to right and wrong in this world, you got to step in. Make this difference. You're supposed to 79. How often will I give the opportunity to step in? It's not comfortable. But to step in and to right alone, that becomes a moral obligation. Incredible. And we show up in the car home, and the car says, we'll say this is the other side of the coin. Remember, a few years ago, we're doing Rabbi Rothschild, it's not the same reason. Rabbi Rothschild holds that Shara is essentially Asr, right? Right? Asr with Zohar. Comes on the Bishop in Karka and says, Mitzvah with Zohar. Wow. Both sides, opposite end of the spectrum. And the says, it is a mitzvah to compromise. A mitzvah for Shara, Shadama, and then in Mishpat Shalom, Mishpat Shariat, and I love him up, which I want to say now, is it close to the Pasuk? Close under the Pasuk. from Zechariah. The passage says as follows: Emes u'mishpat, like so we're looking again, truth and justice, shalom and peace, shatu b'shalom, and adjudicate in the courts. Mercy doesn't really say hello. The muscle is by shalom. The assumption is like this: mercy is the assumption that mishpat is gain, and shalom is shalom. So how can you have both? How can you have adjudication and use, right? How can you have justice and compromise? Well, we're not going to see shalom. And mishpat error, Asia who mishpat creates for shalom is beautiful. And I will say, how do you have a case of mishpat that also has shalom? Right? How do those two things go together? And Omer is that it's wrong. This is compromise. So it's interesting that in Rabbi Yeshua ben Karcha's worldview, so Shara is really a form of Mishpat. See, up until now we've been looking at Mishpat and Shara as two distinct things. There's either Mishpat or there's Shara. And Yeshua ben Karcha says no. Shara, like compromise, is a form of Mishpat. There are essentially things like two tracks. There's absolute justice din, and then there's Shara din, but they're both tracks of justice. Incredible. In the David Omer says that David as well, I keep David Osem Mishpat and Staka. David performed acts of Mishpat and Staka. Follow come up and shoot Mishpat and Staka. With Staka in Mishpat for a second. Once again, I would assume that Mishpat and Staka are exclusionary terms. Like Mishpat means justice, and Staka means, Staka, acts of kindness. So aren't they mutually Allah? Asian Mishpat, she's both Staka. They'll say, so what is the piece of the Mishpat that I don't see that part of it? Have you Omer, I would say, it's that it's law. This is what you have to mind. So this is incredibly important. And the beauty here, in the Yeshua ben Karcha's worldview, is that Shara is a mitzvah, but it's also because he views Shara differently. He doesn't view Shara as an application of sin, but rather he views Shara as a different form of sin. Incredible. So he wants a similar kind of Shara. Rather than Muslim both by the one kind of so here we go. Shara is happening. Person adjudicating the case. Zika as a high, Zika as a Zakai. The fear as a so he exonerated the and found culpable of the Russian was highly unknown, or he went ahead and saw the shooting while he got for himself. And let's say he didn't just realize that he went ahead and he made a poor person hide money. So as he ruled erroneously against the money, and then what happened? Shooting on the silk peso. And the judge paid back the pauper. The pauper was the person impacted by judgment from his own money. Then this part was struck up. Which is called Mishpat and stuck up. Mishpat was that, Mishpat for one, and stuck up for the other. Mishpat was that, Shalom, ultimately again, it's Mishpat. And one ultimately again is being money. Stuck up was that, Shalom, so. And ultimately again, stuck up to the one who could judge himself to make whole. So the Gemara says it's actually the Rabbi. The came to David will Omer specific references. The Gemara says, Hashem in the Rabbi, second to last, third class, and short lines. Hashem in the Rabbi. I look for Ramo. Lanin violates. But when somebody wanted to say the Ramo, she said, Lanin to the court. Hello, I'm about to was shooting you. So face out, Zel Mishpat stuck up. That is evil of the value of the natural that his own money. So Mishpat is stuck up. How so? Mishpat was that, who stuck up was that. Mishpat was that, Shek Mishpat is the one who was giving back the money that was always given. Stuck up was that, Shahos Sir Mikas. And ultimately, again, it was stuck up for the one who stole the property and now had to be stuck. Incredible. So bottom line over here, we find the fundamental method between Rabbi Lezer and Rabbi Yeshua about Shara. Rabbi Lezer saying Shara is Asr. Asr, and you have to instead go with Din. Rabbi Yeshua ben Karcha saying Shara is a mitzvah. You should always go with Shara. Once I can look at this my focus in the fear, the Rabbi Lezer holds that Shara is a process outside of normal communication, and therefore one should really not deal with it. And Rabbi Yeshua ben Karcha saying no, Shara is another track of adjudication, and therefore ideally should be used. And also just a couple more lines. And Rabbi Shimon ben Manasseh was the first of the intermediate 5 lines. It's really not to this time. Now you should vote for that. So say two people who didn't show up before the diner. Actually, you should give a hand. Oh, you should give a yes, I there. The hate one, you know, after Russian woman, I had so what's that? If the litigants come before the diner, and the diner either didn't hear their respective side or heard their arguments, but really doesn't have to clarify in his mind at all which way this is going to go. He has the right to say that in Tevra. I think he should go to the I think he should go to the we should push like the bay and the after the veil, the hate and hate, the after the veil. The hate and you know that he has to look to the behind ever wants to judge their respective opinions and then what, and also knows, has a little bit of clarity in his mind, some clarity in his mind as to which direction we should go. He cannot send them to the leash. In his website, essentially, once the process of judgment has begun, and manifest by the fact that the judge already has a little bit of a vision in his mind where this case is going, he cannot recommend Shah. If court becomes crystallized or is semi-crystallized in his mind, he can recommend Shah. And now, after my gracious model, for the front of the scholar, not so it's called the scholar, my gosh, before. Becomes life after Yachol show Rothschild. You should come up with Shara. You should tell her but once again, some level of clarity in which direction you should go. He after Yachol in the show. Ultimately, again, do not go ahead and to Shara. Incredible about it. It's not over today. Again, we're not finished. A lot more on this topic. And about the obviously you have to see Allah for myself. Litigants come to David. So first of all, again, all of our outstanding questions. How many judges do you need for Torah? How many judges do you need for Shara? Ultimately, again, does Shara need to bring in? Or the overarching question is, two people show up in David. What are we directing them towards? Are we directing them towards sin? Are we directing them towards Shara? This Shara the Fatila. Is Shara b'di'evet? Is Shara a mitzvah? Is Shara an avera? Should it be like Moshe? Should it be like Aaron? What should we do? Thank you tomorrow. Thank you. All right, y'all say good morning, or good Shabbat. It's a big source for Hashem to be able to begin our first full week of Maseches Sanhedrin. A tremendous course that's beginning by thanking all of our sponsors today. Our annual commentaries sponsor for Caption KA. The good team is part of our system for dedicating over 20 Rothschilds this year. In the course of finishing Maseches Basra, and we are Hashem beginning on the journey of Maseches Sanhedrin. Commentaries sponsors for the month of Kislev Habari and Torah. Josh and Becca Friedman. The version of the outside of Josh's hobbies from Yuga, that are Chaim and Raphael, in Swiss, the safe return of all of our hostages and the security of our precious soldiers, sending Martha Esterson, memory of their parents, Yitzchak Leib Ben Cohen, Sarah Rachel Bas Baruch Abram, Hinda Bas Henef Ephraim, and Naphtali Yonah Hashem from the world, and Jesus name and Daniel Yudah. We hope they're in the merits of our Talmud Torah, all within the Shemus Havayah, the families in the Chama, the Leader and Sparkle, and Yet Hashem, and bring our hostages home with Shalom and with Karov, and our holy soldiers will be successful. The whole Massey things. Once we're done, let us begin getting back to that hay. We are picking up in Yet Hashem on the bottom of Dalit on the days. Last line, Harabanan. So this is an exciting Gemara ahead of us today. So the Gemara says as follows: Harabanan. Okay, so one thing we've established already is that the local financial adjudication of financial dispute, financial law is done with the dating of beliefs. However, capital case in higher Mumikararat is done after the Yuki. So this is very interesting. So remember, Gemara introduces us to the concept now of what we call the Yochid Mumikar. What's a Yachid Mumka? A Yachid Mumka is a person who's a singular expert. This is someone again who is recognized for his expertise in the area of financial matters, and then by law and also is able to judge by himself. Now, it actually points out over here that it said that Tishbo. So remember again, we had this actually 2 days ago. We started Misafta. The Lashon of the Tzedek Tishbo as on Misafta is a singular Lashon. Right? It's supposed to indicate to us that halacha l'maisa, that halacha l'maisa, giving one individual has the ability to adjudicate the case. Now, which is Rashi also pointed out, we have a kasavar, and also again, it's taking a thing all that we don't suspect to be parshas. Remember again, which means that all of the pieces in parshas we're discussing are essentially interwoven with each other. Okay, but leaving that last piece aside, the idea of saying this is the concept of a yachid mumka. A higher mumka, ultimately again, you are someone who is mumcha, and you are known as an expert among Seratim, then Akilu Yichi. Judge the device. And it looks like there's a tremendous musafas in this. Which is, if you look at that Rothschild, then Haya Mumcha Meratim. The truth is, if you feel confident that you are a person who is an expertise, who is an expert in all other kinds of people, like, if you really believe that you actually have everyone else figured out, that you know how every single other person operates, and you know what? Then you see, then you have a right to pass judgment on others. But if you're not a yochid, if you're not mumcha meratim, if you're not an expert in how every single other person operates, then probably better not pass judgment on people. There's no saying, again, obviously, there's no one person who can, many people might think that they're a mumcha meratim, you think that they understand how all people operate, but the truth is, it's not true. No one is really a mumcha meratim except for the Ribono Shel Olam. So because I'm not a mumcha meratim, because I don't know how everyone else operates, it is so much better to withhold judgment when it comes to other people. All right, but that's the hashkafa. Now, look, however, the Gemara says it. You are an expert in monetary matters. You have the ability to go ahead and judge by yourself. See what I'm saying? It's not. People can concept and people think that like to be an honest and humble means to be like self-debasing. That's not what humility is. Humility is a recognition of what you are, but also what you're not. So when a person like Moshe Rabbeinu was always described, you call out that no one was as humble as Moshe Rabbeinu. But yet Moshe Rabbeinu felt fully confident arguing with HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So how does that work? For Moshe Rabbeinu knew who he was, but because he knew who he was, Moshe Rabbeinu did that he had the capacity to do more. And the person is correct. So arrogance is thinking that you're more than you are. The arrogant person is who thinks that he possesses all of these qualities or all these accomplishments when he doesn't. A humble person knows his accomplishments, knows his strengths, but also knows that he has the ability to accomplish so much more. So nothing is not making an arrogant statement. He's making a factual statement. I know who I am, and I'm an expert in giving numbers. I can do all this stuff. It's not a big deal. He goes, oh no. Then giving numbers be up. So I can go ahead and do it monetary law on my own. I think it speaks to the concept of a yachid mumka. Now, this is very interesting. So what does this mean? Now we're going to a little bit more like into the qualifications. This yachid mumka. So if you go up, you got mirror, you're not keep the shoes up. So in other words, what do you need in order to be certified as a yachid mumka singular expert? So again, obviously, Gamirna, now he actually says, Gamirna, Shmuel's being the Rabbi. This is obviously step number 1 is your person, you gain from your Rabbi. Right? It's also, it's actually very interesting as well. Because that's what do you see from there? That's, I would have thought definition of Gamirna, or definition of Gamirna. How would you say Gamirna? They don't know. If you look at Rashi Dafka says, Shmuel's being the Rabbi. In other words, no, it's not just enough to learn. I've learned from my Rabbi. So we'll say, what's the difference? We don't know if this is part of the Torah, right? I think in any of the discipline, you can learn knowledge, and you can could go ahead and acquire the knowledge, and to assume that you can acquire the knowledge perfectly, even without necessarily the right teacher. In other words, the right teacher may help you absorb the knowledge, but not that they need that teacher in order to acquire the knowledge. And just be so we have to get back to something.
Dude, what up, baseball?
I was actually trying to encourage them to go to the right? So it's like, you have some disciplines you can learn, and the teacher might help you, but the tone is different. Tone is different. So if you want to learn, you're going to become that singular expert. It's not just enough type of absorb the information. You need a Rabbi. Because that Rabbi, especially when you're talking about like stock halacha, that Rabbi is going to teach you nuance. There's shivas, spending time with that Rabbi. There's the intangibles of Torah, the intangibles of adjudication. So it's not just enough to absorb information. You have to have that Torah role model from whom you are absorbing that information as well. It's incredible. So again, so in order to move up from a singular action, obviously you've done your enough. You never read the reading from Sabir now. So actually saying you're incredible. I mean, you actually what is Sabir? Svara. I never had a take what I apply it to other circumstances. Everyone said this is unique. This is unique, like judicial authority. The whole idea of a guy or a judge is you go to take information and then they go to apply it because often cases that come before the diet don't exactly mirror the halachas in the Gemara. So you have to know how to take what you learn. So again, there's Gamirna. I have the information I got from my Rabbi. Sabirna. I know how to tweak what I learned and I know how to apply it to my particular circumstances. And that, by the way, these are the processes necessary in all spiritual development as well. Like, not just learning information, I need a Rabbi, and I need someone to look to, and I have to learn how to take what I learned and how do I apply it to my life. You know, like, you can take Torah, and Torah's like, it doesn't tell you. It's incredible. It's incredible. The hard part of, when we're young, we're just like learning a little more intelligent. As we get older, the process of learning is so profoundly enjoyable. It's so enjoyable. What's the difficult part of Torah? The difficult part? The application. To what I learned and then applying it in life, that's where often it becomes even more complicated. But learning without application is only part of it. So again, there's Gamirna, there's Sabir. You have people who choose to act. This is the thing. You have to get your choice. You have to get permission from the local authority in order to go ahead and adjudicate. Yeah, that's what I think there's just an initiative. This is interesting. This is people really involved out. So it becomes certified as a singular judge, or called the Rothschild.
What up, amigo?
Obviously, I've learned that you can separate out after that. To apply what I should particular circumstances, and do you also require permission from the Rothschild? Or you do have to have, and by the way, you don't have to do bug out, in bug out, it's the Rothschild. And as you saw the result, it's the Nasi. It's the Nasi. The question my question over here is, do you need permission from the local authority in order to go and adjudicate cases as a single expert? The Gemara says, perhaps even if you have the first, but you don't have permission from the Rothschild, so maybe it's as long as you have something, Gamirna is something else. As long as you're learning and you have the ability to apply what you learn to issues that come upon you, you don't need the permission of the Rothschild. So it's otherwise touch the magic is that now, done, you make the talk. It's not like adjudicated the case or what happened. You need a mistake. You need a mistake. How such things are yours? We give a part of mistake. What do we do now? How about that? We have six as follows. In Kibalayu, no to shout. Accepting your reading and they agree to whatever it is that you ask them. That is what to the final ruling, then you're not obligated to go ahead and so we'll say people do this from over the Kalu, Legandre, Aharacho, in the house, no use what we call go to Shalom. It's very interesting. So different rules erroneously, and essentially again, in one of the other those months have to pay back the affected party. So let's say essentially said if the Philippines accepted the months as uncritical facade, you do not have to pay back. Now they'll say, at first that sounds strange. Why would anyone ever do that? Like, why would the Philippines ever say, no matter what you say, well, right or you're wrong, we're going to go by you. So you should become continuing about the tomorrow. It's not saying that we'll hold it so long. But when I saw, he said to him, God love when I said, accept you, you don't have to pay back. If they didn't accept you, they only signed up for a collection rule. The collection rule, then I'm not going to see what I pay back. Which not me, I wouldn't see for the day. So I'm not with the streets in the day, because you wouldn't see for the day. You see for the day, I'm not going to saw. Even if the judge, that judge, just like you look at Rothschild judge from one point, he knows his listening, in large Kibita Ustalayan, the Amrubaka, Dianta, Torah, Zilshman, Zilshawi, the new Mahadina, Lo, Amagana the Sabbath. And that's interesting. So, if you know this, by the way, that happens over here, but the real thing says it's like this. If the lady gets accepted you as an uncritical arbiter, like, then whatever you do stands. Like, whatever you stand, you're not obligated to say one back. If they say, Mazucha coming to you, you're asking it according to Halakha, then, if Mazucha will be wrong this week, you would be obligated to pay back the impacted party. But interesting enough, what doesn't happen, the ruling is not reversed. The ruling stands, but the judge, Mazucha, would have an obligation to make the affected party whole. What do you see going on? That's the authority you want to think that Mazucha do not have the permission of the Rish Kalisa to go ahead and adjudicate cases singularly, as a what do you see from here? Even if the judge doesn't receive permission, every side is recognized by the general population as a as an expert who is allowed to adjudicate cases. So it's like, so again, it's the halakha l'maisa, it appears. So number one, we need two things so far. Number one, we're introducing the concept of an individual is expert, next to see individual expert, and therefore he will rule on monetary law by himself. Halakha l'maisa, you also do it without the permission of the local Jewish community. So you do it without the permission of the Kalisa, you do it without the permission of the Eretz Yisrael. Now, watch it out. I mind the boy do that. We tried to find now this is sometimes not like this. What happens is like this. A guy will call Ruben. Ruben is a Yavunka. He's a Yavunka. But Ruben wants liability insurance. You know, he doesn't, he does judges something with mistakes also. He wants to be covered. And like, no practice insurance. But he wants to traditional practice insurance. So what is he doing? Really doing it, but he makes a mistake. He doesn't want to have to be personally liable. There is permission from the Rishka. If you operate this with a license from the Rishka, that gives you professional coverage. And therefore, even if you make a mistake, you will not be obligated to go ahead and pay back the impacted party. The thing like, well, Rishka was using the Rishka. Okay, beautiful. So I say, I'm going to have a go, and you have to look back. He's permitted to go ahead. And you will count the permission of the Rishka. But then the permission of the Rishka gives you not practices. Beautiful. Says the Gemara. Shita, they have the Hafa, and they have some Lahasa, Mahani. So let's say those that are saying that. But obviously, the person goes ahead and gets permission from the Rishka. How come this? Hearing Baba. Person gets permission from the hearing Baba. So halakha l'maisa, they could practice with the practice, so to speak, their law. I think they can have to anywhere in Baba. Similarly again, Hasam and if you get permission from the next, that gives you the ability to adjudicate all over Eretz Yisrael. Here's the Shaila. In the Hafa, the Hasam, Nami Lahani,
coming right up.
the Sheda, the Hassan. It's very interesting. Certainly, if you get permission from the Reish Kalisa in Badal, that gives you the ability to adjudicate cases in Eretz Israel. Now, once I see you to understand something, this is a fascinating dynamic. That from the Jewish perspective, what the reality was, the center of Jewish life was in Badal, not in Eretz Israel. So as such, if you receive the permission from the Reish Kalisa, to adjudicate cases, that permission covered Eretz Israel as well. Why not just the lesson over here? Hava and Bavel is Shevet, the Rod, and Hassan, Eretz Israel, is called the scepter. The Rod is stronger than the scepter. So the Sanya, here we go. But you also Shevet in Yehuda. So I say, so the possible is touches by the feet. Touches by the feet. The Yaakov Avinu goes ahead and the Yaakov Avinu goes ahead and Rabbi goes and gives his children Rothschild on his deathbed. He says the pasuk is, "Well, Yasser Shevet Yehuda, and the focus being right love, the step will not go away from Yehuda, the scepter from between his feet, and Yavo Shiloh, but when Shiloh comes, the Lord will pass on it, and to him nations will assemble." Interestingly enough, this is one of the only people in the Torah that has any type of scriptural reference to Mashiach. Shiloh is Mashiach. It's not both because Shiloh is Mashiach. Shiloh is actually also interesting enough, one of the psukim that is most corrupted by Christians to give a big biblical proof for Yashka. Because of the fact that Shiloh is Yashka. And it says like, but just interesting, just even saying, if you might say this house, but let's just share with you, why is it when it says the scepter shall not depart from you? Elu Rothschild Goya Shadababa, Shalom Esisra Sheda. This refers ultimately to Reish Kalisa. The Reish Kalisa rules with a staff. There's also it's very interesting. The Reish Kalisa rules with an iron fist. Now, sometimes not. The Reish Kalisa is not the name of a person. The Reish Kalisa is the name of an office, of a position, the head of the government. The Reish Kalisa is also in Reish Kalisa. They're not a Reish Kalisa was always asked by Jewish people. Anyway, but for this, they rule with an iron fist. And we're told to be being like, well, the scepter between his feet. Elu Barav This refers to the grandchildren of Hillel, Shalom bin Torah Hillel. We teach Torah ultimately as everything, and we teach Torah in it. So once I say the idea is here, if you notice the difference in the way leadership in Babel is described and leadership in Israel. Leadership in Babel is described as only again authoritarian. Leadership in Israel is described as theological, as all religious. So the idea over here is much greater authoritarian leadership in Babel than there is in Israel. So therefore, if you got permission to be elected in Mordechai from the Reish Kalisa, that allows you to practice Israel as well. Okay. So much in the Hassan Mahakama, if you got permission from the Nasi, if you got permission from the Nasi to go ahead and be elected Mordechai, right, to be a single expert, what you allowed to practice in this as referendum, right? In Babel. Now, once again, you passed in Babel and you made a mistake. So what happened? So ultimately, again, it's accepted. You are ruling upon them, it's totally accepted. You have no obligation to pay. The law is your slave. But if not, it was not to do. The Harabba, it's not a record. That Anna was given permission to adjudicate cases as nothing. In fact, we should give it permission by the Nasi of Israel. And what do you see that ultimately, again, they say we would have to pay. You see, Shmanina, the Hassan Mahakam, but no Mahani Shmanina. What do you know? They came to Israel, but not give you coverage in Babel. Does not give you coverage in Babel. So it's fascinating enough. So obviously, the permission in Babel covers you in the Babel and the Eretz Israel. Getting permission in Eretz Israel covers you in Eretz Israel, but apparently did not cover you in incredible. So much really, it doesn't help. Yeah, but me see the hadi wish come so. Yeah, it's a lot about with fights, right? Because sometimes again, different out to some issues with this case. When you fight with each other, so you say, Omar, Magni Naifu, Naki Prushusa, Naki Prushusa, the Adamo, the Rabbi, the Rabbi. So listen to this. Now, but I get into it with the Risa. They say, hey, Rish Kalisa, my authority does not derive from you. My authority derives ultimately again from Abamari. Abamari gets it from Rab. Rab gets Rabbi Chia gets it from Rabbi. You get that from my son. That's what I said. I'm saying that his power comes when he's a country strong. And then people else. Which the Gemara says, almost who the ultimate. So this is very interesting. Barakuna was speaking, it was a task. But the nice stuff, his words were empty. Not true. It's not true. There's a lot of things in Badal. Not compromise himself. As much as he had authority from his authority to rule, in fact, did come from himself, but he could not yield over to the authority of himself. Okay, there's no good like this. So you might say, so now that all the certification there to sell does not help the bottle, why did Rabbi gets permission to sell on the side. So remember again, you want to say that Rabbi Barakula, that Rabbi Rabbi so he got permission from to sell, right? But yet he also got permission from the sell because he's instrumental for the Bible. If permission to marry to sell work in Bible, you have to get certified in Bible anyway. Then why certified for Aaron to sell? Like why get that permission? You know, I realize how only how like do it. No, because you also there was certain technically speaking work in Badal really considered them to be parts of our sell. So for those border cities, I kind of thought to be more young, had permission from the sea, then got permission from the okay, look at that. And in Shuffle's after these were border cities that technically speaking territorial area of Badal, South Shores were more different, or felt themselves a part of Israel. Incredible. Okay, this is the money like the marriage or something. So by the way, how does this certification? Right? How does this show up at the office of the Rishon Yusuf? And what's the process for actually getting certified? So Rashi says, my Rishon is so for example, how did a guy how did a person, how did a come talk on the guy how did he get certified? So the Gemara says that's how. Because in Irish you have enough this Rabba Bashana before I thought like that. How beautiful is it before you have these border cities and Yaras only Alabama. So these were cities that were technically speaking in the territorial area of Babel, but because they were next to Eretz Yisrael, they're considered almost like an extension of Eretz Yisrael. Okay? You see from here that sometimes just allowing yourself to be next to holiness, even if you're not in the holiness itself, but just being holiness juxtaposed has a tremendous impact in you. And this is such a fucking mistake in general for how we look at life. So often we think that it doesn't matter who your cousin is. Like, whatever, I can associate with whoever I want, it's not going to have an impact on your friends. Whether you're judged to, whether you're someone, whatever you're to, or we allow ourselves to experience or to be exposed to certain influences, and we just assume that it's not going to have it. I'm strong enough. Not true. Whatever you're somewhat to, whatever you're juxtaposed to, whatever you're next to, the people you associate with, the experiences you have, the different things that you allow into your life, everything has an impact on us. If cities and brothers just because the next Eretz Yisrael to be treated like Eretz Yisrael, or the most you see that everything that we allow ourselves to be juxtaposed to has a tremendous impact. We are like smash yourself. Now the north is not about so a lot of think about like was originally kind of so now he comes to Baba, right? And he gets the choice. He wants to go ahead get permission from the Reish Kalisa to adjudicate. So Amalei, Rabbi on the Rabbi, so he said, Ben Achi Urei Lebabal. Right, so literally again, and I'm of my brother. Right, so this is Rabbi Chia, so just get the names correct. Rabbi Baba Kano is coming from Babel to Eretz Yisrael. Sorry, Eretz Yisrael to Babel. He wants to get permission from the Reish Kalisa to be a Yachid Mumcha, to be a single expert. So now what happened? So Rabbi Chia says to Rabbi, Ben Achi, the son of my brother, Yoreh Babel. He's coming down to Babel. Yoreh? That wasn't Yoreh. It actually points out that here is he permitted to rule on matters of Isser the Heter. Rashi says Yoreh. Rashi says Isser the Heter. Amalam Nevi Yoreh. Well, no, so what's Yoreh? What's Isser the Heter? Halachos of Kashrus, right? Hilchos Nida, Hilchos Shabbos. These are Isser the Heter type of thing. So Yoreh is Rabbi Baba Hana allowed to pass in matters of Isser the Heter, and when he responded, Yoreh. Yadim, is he allowed to adjudicate monetary law? Yadim. Yacha B'choros. Is he permitted to be Macha B'choros? I wasn't already Macha B'choros. B'choros is the firstborn animal. Firstborn animal becomes mundane, non-sanctified of what? Because it has a mum, has a blemish. But you have to know what type of blemish is, remove the firstborn sanctity. So Rabbi Bachar and be Macha B'choros. Yatir. Yes, he is. Yes, we'll say, by the way, I'll tell you something amazing. Today, so right, we have smicha today, but our smicha today is not via smicha, like what that comes in Gemara. So if you notice today, the smicha is called, you get different types of smicha. There's what's called Yoreh, or Yadim, Yad. So Yoreh is a matter of Yadim is a maritime law. Basically, why is it called Yoreh, Yadim? Originally, it was a question answer. Yoreh is this person permitted to pass him. Right? Marriage of Isra Heter? Yoreh. Yadim, are they permitted to go ahead and pass him marriage of Martha? Yadim, yes, they are. Mati now, okay, I don't know any speak Mati for photos today, but I guess you'll have to introduce that too. She wants to say, not just have the balls, and the last bottle. That the key out. The son of my sister, Yoreh the Baba, is coming down to Baba. So this is not allowed. The son of the Baba. To pass the marriage into that. Yoreh, yes, he is. Yadim, if you're allowed to pass the marriage to my son, Yaakov the Holos, can he go ahead and permit firstborn animals? Nope. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's see what's happening over here. We'll see why Rab was not permitted to go ahead and be not to the first. By the way, just as an aside, National of marriage Kari Ben Aki is National of marriage with Kari Ben Aki. Why ultimately and one of them is them were the son of so the Gemara says, I'll tell you, the he came out, see out of my son, one of them was the son of his brother, son of his son, his sister. So I said, look at the Ha'amar Mar, I would kind of the Shila Umradikya, Kulu Kababa Akatas, Kulu Kal, Kaisara, Katsi Habi. So we are again, we are all, so he says, all of these people, I would Martha, Umradikya, were all the sons of the father. And both of these young men, both sons of his brother, not sons of his sister. So why would he call one of them the son of his brother's sister? To which we Rav, by Ahua, the Havabat. It's interesting enough, Rav was actually both son of Rabbi's brother and sister. Okay, a good explanation on that. Right, so Rashi points out over here, that if you look at Rashi says, I wrote Rad, Havadir is also significant enough. So I believe the father of Rad actually married his stepsister. Now what does that mean? So he married his father's lady. His father and mother. His mother died. His father remarried another woman. That woman came to a marriage with his sister. With a brother, sorry. So actually, again, so Rod's parents were taking stepbrother, stepsister, the totally unrelated. So because that could be here called Rab, the son of his brother, and the son of his sister. Okay, fine. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says as follows. Good. So good. So that Barachur the Hava Barach. Say Lava Barachana Barachur the Lava Barach. Say okay. So therefore, the clear response. So therefore, again, Rab was actually technically speaking the son of Rabbi Kia's brother and sister. Rabbi Hana was only the son of his brother and not the son of his sister. Fine. Levi Sema. Other possibilities are only days. Some days Levi Sema. Actually, quite beautiful. The other possibility is the reason why. 1 second. The reason why Rabbi Kia called Rav wasn't anything to do with the familiar. In fact, Rav was the son of his brother. I don't think that the Kia called the son of his sister. By saying Hashem Kachmel, supposed to highlight Rav's incredible knowledge. Let's see as the passage says, Emor Lachah Achosiyah. Say to wisdom, you are my sister. Like wisdom often refers to as a sister and not as a brother. Okay, quite beautiful. So the Gemara says it wasn't God given permission to permit firstborn animals. Right? It's interesting, right? Rabba Ba'adachana was permission for Yoreh Yadin, and because Rav was given permission for Yoreh Yadin, but not else, why not? It's very interesting. Maybe you're saying, well, maybe to this. I don't want to say it's an expertise. Maybe Rav didn't know how come you know the Chach in Tuba. 1 second, but Rav was he didn't know. Elushim again, it's not that he wasn't wise. Again, he wasn't the bucky expert in blemishes. You don't know what you don't know. No one is an expert in all this. Rav said, Shmona Chadashim, the Mumkavwa, the Izimumora. For 1 second, Rav said, I spent 8 months apprenticing by shepherds in order to go ahead and know what is a blemish that will heal versus what is blemish that will heal. In order for a firstborn animal, to not have firstborn sentence and just be treated like a regular animal, in order for that to happen, so Allah Almighty said the mum has to be a mum that is a mum according to Shio. But a mum older, a mum that's going to heal, also doesn't disqualify the animal. Well, Rav says, I spent 3 years and a half, going and apprenticing with the shepherds in order to know what's a mum older, what's not a mum older. So Rav obviously knew what he was talking about. So Rav knew what he was talking about. Why was he not certified to be Makir B'choros? To which the Gemara said, rather get interesting enough, because they had certified Rabbi Ba'adachana, they didn't want to certify Rabbi. Because this was out of separate Rabbi was certified, also people would go to Rabbi. And they wouldn't go to Rabbi Ba'adachana, second line down from the Kala Kala the Rabbi, they didn't go to the Rabbi Kala, Rabbi Kala Haikashi Yusa, he did the Rabbi, Havuna Guga Yakar the Rabbi. So it's a little said. In other words, Rabbi, we're not king for Baral, that was tremendous. And Rav would have been recorded much better, whether or not he's involved with the poets. Rav Barachana, he wasn't the sage of the sage as not. So they wanted God to give him this place of going ahead and personally on the whole lot, especially this. You've got about 30 minutes. As we know, the real possibilities. We should hardly say the key of the movie say to actually was just the opposite. He was such an expert, who surely did not know the English. So this is fascinating. Rav was actually an incredible expert, and part of the problem was that he actually committed blemishes that people did not feel that English should be committed. He had gotten a son of Rav, but also he made him older. People would say, oh, Rav committed this type of blemish, right? And if he committed this type of blemish should also be okay. And meanwhile, again, the extrapolation is flawed. So it's fascinating. It's like this is like something like Rav is too good, right? Too good, right? Like too much of an expert, it's not good. So it's really fascinating. So because they needed something. Sometimes in life it's fascinating. Sometimes in life you don't need the best person. You don't need the best. Like what you need is just someone who's really good. Because sometimes the best is actually not the person who's best suited for the job. And sometimes the best actually comes with a bit too much nuance. It's just someone who's really good. Fast. So we continue over here. Is that obviously like this morning? We're looking and listen to Rabbi. See, Rob was such an expert, so he was able to detect things that didn't realize was a moon, and he would say, oh, this is a moon. The problem just is people think of Sakala. So what do they do with it? What do they do with it? Oh, come on, you don't know exactly what they do with it, right? They think of Sakala for that set of place, and what happens? And you become the post, right? And what happens? What and all different things. So the problem with that is how it was too nuanced and too good. That actually wasn't consistent. Not as good an expert as that, but that was fine. That's what the system needed. Incredible. There's a no that you so you says understand. Again, when both Rabbi came down to the box, the Bechia asked them, perhaps you don't know that. So they know it should have had third. Okay, it should have had. Understand. No, think about and he knew how to speak in matters of discipline. Like, what is the definition of relationship? So let's take a step back. When were we introduced concept of getting permission from the lady? So when were we introduced to that? That's 7 days. As I said again, right? Remember again, that was I'm a godless. That's if you want to be a yes to like you want to adjudicate cases of monetary law on your own, you need the rishus of the police. And what does the rishus of the police say? What does it give you? What does it give you? It gives you insurance, right? It gives you professional coverage. If you make a mistake, you are covered. You're covered. So the understand. When it comes to yoga, when it comes to it's to the head there. The last comes to Baba. Somebody calls this in the room called Shabbos Fest. So he needs to someone asks me, needs a shine loss. If you have the capacity, if you don't have the knowledge, don't ask you. What's going on over here? First, you know, it says, Mishum Maisa Shahaya. Because of an episode. What occurred? This is great. I mean, it's not great, but it's great. The Sanya, where it is. One time we went to a place. Tell the resident, go into a place. Somebody Adam should have got to say the tomorrow. As people were needing to go in a state to know. And she says, well, how you calculating? So again, now I want to point out, this is not necessarily a problem. Because if it's cool, then again, you can be cool in this law. The problem is the concern is that so that we saw that they just weren't matching on the halachos of Kava at all. On the other hand, so Rabbi said to me that you're making why is it but no one's not good to make the whole of the town is that. So this, I mean, come after all the time, you know what that is. No time here. Well, hold on, may decide issue. And he taught us that much water, anytime with water comes to much, not much for us. Remember again, in order for something to become coming, what has to happen is Shema Tama. It has to be and receptive to Tama. How does an object become ready and receptive to Tama? How? Contact with the liquid, seven liquids. So this is this. They said, oh no, Rabbi got it all wrong. We have no Tama problems over here. No Tama problems. You know why? Because one time was in a Star residence, Tom March doesn't make something receptive to Tama and good news. We only use marsh water. Like we only use marsh water. Like Poland, we use marsh water. That's it. So therefore, again, no problems with any problem. You didn't say the rule made dates and eggs. Eggs, right? And liquid and eggs is not one of the liquids. Right? This is receptive to Tama. Made dates and dark made the sun. So he said made food, and they said made the sun. Now you're not. And they also in the following mistake. So they said made honeymoon and made food. Assuming the great shame made the sun. There's a funny market and made it another house. So that's a apartment. And then your problem the way it works is you have to go ahead and you take that shit and mix it with water. How often is that the water that comes from the camion, from Figure, is now why is that? Because it's water. You say, I have a problem, what do you need? You need spring water. Spring water, mine kite. Right? You need spring water. Oh, so we'll say, so they put a number of information. Now it happens to be, they were correct, cannot be used for Duma. Or if they did, this is fascinating piece of information. One collect, one come out with an erroneous solution. The inside, you can tap us, we bring on the city, and this, what do you see? Since the water, marsh water, since water para Duma, ID can't affect Tala. Also, it's not the type of Duma. Furthermore, this time talking to water, marsh water doesn't go ahead and make something hook, so it doesn't make that into Duma. Below you, and if you give that line of all it something. So let's say by Paraduma, the reason why marsh water doesn't work is because marsh water is not so receptive to giving mistake by saying going to come to he said made it so what happened? So it's obviously so that just want to point out how so that comes to this place. And this is like a mess. This is a mess. Like it's just people like no one was acting out purposely. And this is true, and it's for the share. But also shots on it. So it's like after Rabbi sauce, they enacted the following. How many Yora ever entering this level? Person should not fasting, unless of course you source from his body. So that's essentially what happened after that. And after this, by the way, the Gemara doesn't mean the person. I tell the person also doesn't say come. It just says Talmud. This guy came, I didn't hear the shit. I will say, one of the most important things that if someone's going to the halakha, the most important thing they have to do is that make sure that what they're saying is specifically clear and cannot be misunderstood. Obviously, and maybe sorry, especially water source was marsh water. So this was like a perfect storm that resulted in this erroneous practice of these parents. So that is resistant. And Rabbi Hassan was, you know what? No one's asking halakha without issues from the Rabbi. That's to get permission. So that's a the concept of ultimately, and that's why even for Yoga, right? That's why it even matters. It's to the heter, right? When Labanim come down from Eretz Yisrael to Baba, they have to get permission to say about the Abi. Where to come? Place, like this place, sorry, that's his name. place very soon. He got you the following idea. Look at this in the Pesach. Without a spared on Pesach. Now, okay, let's talk about this. Look at what she says. Really, I think that's called Mushroom. Mushroom is not that. That's the Lord has shown in the feet. So remember again, if you have a need, your feet, you're able to separate together and pull out. So one of the ways of finding this group a little bit deeper, come back to sack and extrapolate the turtle. So the content between us letting and water Pesach is a no, right? It's a big no-no. Like that's what's like, we don't make matzah on Pesach. Like you can't make matzah on Pesach. I hold on a second, matzah's kosher Pesach. You're right, but there's a concern that if you get it, it can happen. Chas v'shalom chametz on Pesach, which is obviously very severe. So here, Tanchum is coming along and saying, myself, you could soak the wheat in the water for just because again, this was only done for a couple of moments before it was taken out. There's no chametz issue. So Amrulo, they said to him, Lav Rabbi, need to ika. So they said to him, 1 second, Tanchum, right? Rabbi is here. There's a great from in this place. Why fast? Right, the money. The stories here, you got from China, a lot of them are from people, they're not necessarily even going ahead and be silly. But what they're asking is the process. You're right, you get extremely ready, but it's very fun from this place. So he says, so at the time you learn, how many are you all of them are from Rabbi, and how many students, you're not passing a lot of classes on this Rabbi, and so Connected not in Israel. Unless the Rebbe is at least 3 parsecs away from the size of the Jewish encampment in the desert. So, Lav Adakai said, sorry, I didn't know. And had I known, I would not have asked him. I will say that again. What is this doing here? So again, this is all part of the same sugya. But before passing halacha, you need permission from your Rebbe. And if there's someone greater than you in the proximity, do not pass in halacha. One more story. And here, Kazi Rahu Dada, Avocado de Safos. Here, saw a guy who was walking in the cemetery. I will say that interestingly enough, what this is over here, so this was a Cohen. So here this is a Cohen walking in the cemetery. I don't know, Lord Ben Ish Cohen Anta, aren't you the son of a Cohen? Like you son of a Cohen, right? Aren't you the son of a Cohen? Like what are you doing in here? What are you doing in here? I will say, by the way, it's actually interesting by the way you notice how you first go, right? He doesn't say to him, aren't you a Cohen? He says to him, aren't you the son of a Cohen? What a profound way to give Muslim activism, right? In other words, by saying he's a son of a Kohen, is going to have and not immediately attaching blame to the individual himself. Sometimes if you have to give Muslim to a person, the best thing to do it is in a way that doesn't make the person feel terrible about themselves. So he says to this guy, aren't you the son of a Kohen? So he said, yes, in Avuat Abu Gabra. So my father, Yivah Unayim Haba. So okay, this is fascinating. Yivah Unayim means, literally again, he had literally translated hard eyes. Rashi says, Hala Achasina. He followed his eyes. He succumbed to his temptations. Havanasa Una Kedusha. He went ahead and he decided to marry the tune of that. Ultimately, again, yes, my father is I'm a follow. I will say, now, Rashi points out over here, what does this story mean? Right, Rashi says, what is Shari Shimon might buy a half, Rashi over here, translate, might buy a half. For us, actually, I got the Rebbe here. Kamigo, the Rebbe Haba, we call the Rebbe Haba, we call the Rebbe Haba. But no, Kola call the Rebbe Haba. Let me just get this saying. Don't ask me about what you need to do. You need to get up from your Rebbe. Don't ask me without permission. And furthermore, if you're in the city and your Rebbe is there, or if you come talking to me, don't ask me if I tell you come to the show. What's the exception? If you see you committing a prohibition, then again, step in if you can and try to prevent it. And don't worry about if you're going to come talk, I'm not going to come talk, and you ask me, you don't do that for each other. If you see you're doing something wrong and you could step in and prevent it, again, we do not worry about chain of command in that situation. When we come to Rav, we live in the same place. Rav is going to come to Chacham. When Rabbi saw this courage entering into the city, and again, he stepped in order to prevent the transgressing. Again, it turned out that the kid was a Cholol, and not a Kohen, but the nice again, that doesn't go. So I was like, it's a tremendous contrast as well. You know, in life, there is like this very fine line between something that has to get done. Sometimes, not everything will get done by you. So in life, it's important to know that not everything is your business, and not everything certain things you cared for by people. But there are times where if you see something, you have to step in. You have to step in, knowing when to step in, versus when, not even jumping is the wrong word. When do I step in and act, versus when do I absent and allow others to take the role? So again, just this incredible dialect. But I point out here how profound and overwhelming this is. That if you seize a situation, and again, it could have been so easy anything to look away. I know I probably this guy's story. I'm just going to say, you know what, this someone's greater than me. But I'll say, so often in life, you encounter a situation, and I'm the one who's there in that moment. I'm going to have the opportunity to respect change. And it's so tempting sometimes just to look the other way. But often we both places us in circumstances because it is unique to us, whereas we both need to affect change in that moment. So let's start with for today. Go ahead, everyone. Go ahead, incredible. All right, you have a great day, everyone.
But the thing about this place, Marco Eatery, is the lady who was before me ordering. She's talking to the guy cooking the food and running the cash register. I'm like, lady, come on. You already ate. She already ate.
All right, Joe. Let's say good morning. Good morning. It is a great trust for Hashem to be able to begin our first full week of the Sefes Sanhedrin. Tremendous host. Let's begin by thanking all of our sponsors. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor for Tavshin KA. Tilson Mishpach of our for dedicating all the Shumas Rothschild this year in the schools of Finland's Balbasra and the Eretz Hashem beginning on the 30th of the Sanhedrin. On for the month of Kislev Habalim, Josh and Becca Friedman, the yard site of Josh's father, the safe return of our hostages, and the secure Josh's soldiers. Sammy and Maka Esterson, memory of their parents, Yitzchok Leib Benaran Cohen, Sarah Rachel Bas Baruch Avram, Hinda As Henef Ephraim, and Naphtali Yonah Nikomoro Ben Duchis and Daniel Yigam. Hope they're in the our Talmud Torah, all of the Shamas Rabbi Aliyah, the families in the Chama, and we the Travel America and bring our hostages home to Shalom the Karov and our holy soldiers successful. The whole Masayim. Let's read that. Today's daf is daf hey. We are picking up the message on the last one. Last line, Rabbi, exciting Gemara ahead of us today. The Gemara says as follows: Rabbi, Dinei Mamanas B'Shos. Okay, one we've established already is that Halach is Dinei Mamanas. Financial future financial law is done with a daily of 3. However, type of faith can hire Rabbi is done after the Rabbi says, so this is very interesting. So remember, introduces us to the concept now what we call Yachid Mumcha. What's a Yachid Mumcha? Is a person who is a safe expert. This is someone who is recognized for his expertise in the area of financial matters, and therefore I'm often myself is able to judge by himself. Now, it actually points out over here that Dana the Sadek Tishma. So, remember when we had this actually days ago, we started in Sefta, the Lashon of Sadek Tishma as on Yisachal is a singular Lashon. Right? This seems to indicate to us that Allah for myself, and Allah for myself, even one individual has the ability to adjudicate the case. Now, the truth is, Rashi also points out over here, and also, again, it's fitting holds that we don't subscribe to the Parshas. Remember, again, all of the pieces in Parshas and Shpatim are essentially woven with each other. But leaving that last piece aside, the idea about saying this is the concept of a young man. Haya Muncha Rabbin, ultimately, again, amongst the Rabbin, done judging by yourself. There's a tremendous hostility. Because if you look at that Rothschild, then if you feel that you are a person who has a particular kinds of people, if you really believe that you can have everyone else, that you know how other person operates, you know what? Done with you. You have the right to talk about others. But if not, if you're not if you're not an expert in how a single other person operates, then probably better. Which obviously there's no one person. There are many people who might think that they are a mumchalat, means that they understand how all people operate. But the truth is, it's not true. No one is really a mumchalat except for the owner of the moment. So because I'm not a mumchalat, because I don't know how everyone else operates, it is so much better to withhold judgment when it comes to other people. Now, however, the Gemara says it, you are an expert in monetary matters. You have the ability to go ahead and judge by yourself, even without the or nothing. Nothing says, he goes, oh no, done with this. So nothing says, like me, I can judge, I can adjudicate maritime cases by myself. I will say, it's a little bit. So I say, it's not. People confuse this concept. People think that like to be an honor, to be humble means to be like self-defeat. That's not what humility is. Humility is a recognition of what you are, but also what you're not. So for example, Moshe Rabbeinu is so described as the unanswered child, that no one was as humble as Moshe Rabbeinu. But yet Moshe Rabbeinu felt fully that he was arguing with that response. So how does that feel? He was sure he knew who he was. But because he knew who he was, he also knew that he had the capacity to do more. So arrogance is thinking you're more than you are. Right? An arrogant person is the person who thinks that he possesses all of these qualities or all these accomplishments when he doesn't. A humble person knows his accomplishments, knows his strengths, but also knows that he has the ability to accomplish so much. So nothing is not making an arrogance version. Speaking a factual statement. I know who I am, and I'm an expert in getting I can judge by myself. It doesn't have a deal. Going, oh no. Done, so I can go ahead and adjudicate monetary law on my own. Okay, so now we introduce to the concept of the Yachid. It's very interesting. So what does this mean? So now we're gonna jump a little bit more into the qualifications of this Yachid. So keep going. Ano, Digamirna, Kitla, Shusa. So what do you need in order to be certified as a Yachid Mumcha singular expert? So again, obviously, Gamirna, Rashi says, Shmuel's union mirab. So obviously, step number one is your person you learn from your Rebbe, right? Which I will say is actually very interesting as well. What do you see here? It's interesting that Rashi does. I would have thought the definition of Gamirna. What's the definition of Gamirna? How would you translate Gamirna? To learn it. If you look at Rashi, it says Shmuel's union mirab. In other words, not just enough to learn. I've learned from my Rebbe. So let's say, what's the difference? You know, you can learn knowledge. You can go ahead and acquire some knowledge. But even necessarily, in other words, the right teacher will help you absorb knowledge. Like what doctor that I need that teacher in order to acquire knowledge? I was actually trying to encourage them to do it, right? So when it's like there are certain disciplines you can learn, and the teacher might help you, but you don't need Torah is different. Torah is different. It's the person who is you become that singular expert. It's not just enough to absorb the information. You need a Rebbe. Because that Rebbe, especially when we're talking about like Psak Halacha, that Rebbe is going to teach you nuance. There's Shemush, spending time with that Rebbe. There's the intangibles of Torah, the intangibles of the Jewish tradition. So it's not just enough to absorb information. You have to have that Torah role model, so when you are absorbing that information, that's incredible. So again, so in order to become a Yachid means a singular expert, you know, you have a Rebbe from Savirna. The Rashi says it incredible. What is Savirna? Svara. What's Svara? Is I know how to what I learned and apply it to other circumstances. Rabbi said this is uniquely like tradition. What Goida of a Stein of a judge is the ability to take information and then the ability to apply it, because often cases that come before the Dayan don't exactly mirror the halachas in the Gemara. So you have to learn. So again, there's Kamirna. I have the information I got from my Rabbi. Sabir, I know how to take what I learned and I know how to apply it to my particular circumstances. That's that, by the way, the process is necessary in all spiritual development as well. Right? It's not enough just learning information, read a Rabbi, and I need someone like to look to, and then I have to learn how to take what I learned and how do I apply it to say. You can take Torah, and Torah says, it's incredible. It's incredible. The hard part of, when you're young, maybe learning is a little more challenging. As you get older, the process of learning is so enjoyable. What's the difficult part of Torah? What's the difficult part? The application. Taking what I learned and then applying it in my life, that's where often it becomes a bit more complicated. But learning without application is only part of the picture. So again, there's Gamirna, there's Sabirna, V'nakita Rishusa. And it's interesting, you have to get Rishus, you have to get permission from the local authority in order to go ahead and adjudicate. So again, Rashi says that V'nakita Rishusa Merishka V'sa, so it's interesting. So it's just in Bob. So in order to verify it as a singular trouble, probably nothing to see it. It's the that's why that Sabir knows, and then I'm a little bit so apply what I learned. And do you also require permission from the Reish Codes? Right? Do you have to, and by the way, it's not just giving Bob out. In memory of Babel is finished for himself. And Eretz Yisrael, who is it? It's the Nasi. The question the Gemara is asking over here is, do you need permission from the local authorities in order to go and adjudicate cases as a single expert? So the Gemara says, like either is Abalon, so perhaps even if you have the first, but you don't have permission from yourself, maybe you're not to judge as a single judge. Maybe not, maybe you don't need permission. As long as you have Sabir, you get Gamirna, it's Sabirna. As long as you're learning, you don't need to apply what you learn. That come before you. Maybe that's enough, and you don't need the permission of the Ishmael. Let's analyze Tashma. The Marzutra, Don Dine Dita, Marzutra, my son Rav Nachman, adjudicated the case, and what happened? He made a mistake. He made a mistake in the earth in his ruling. Us not coming from Yosef. So he came before Rav Yosef. So what do we do now? Amalei. So Yosef said as follows. In Kiblucha Alayu, Lo Tishali. If the litigants accepted your rule, and they agreed to whatever it is that you passed in, that is what is going to be the final ruling, then you are not obligated, Marzutra, you are obligated to go ahead and pay them back. So we'll say, if you look at Rashi in just a moment, Kiblucha Alayu, Legamre, Lilith Acharachot, Im Ledin, Im Lo Yitba'ucha Lo Tishali. So we'll say, this is really interesting. So Marzutra ruled erroneously, and essentially, again, they came before Rav Yosef. They asked Rav Yosef, does Marzutra have to pay back the affected party? So Rav Yosef essentially said, you can accept the Marzutra as a psas, you do not have to pay back. Rav Yosef say, that sounds strange. Why would one ever do that? Right? Why would litigants ever say to the judge, no matter what you say, whether you're right or you're wrong, we're going to go by you. So it becomes a little bit more of a complicated. Well, it's not so won't get so bad. But Lamaisa, he said to him, Lamaisa, if they accepted you don't have to pay back. If they didn't accept you, in other words, they only signed up for a correct ruling, then Lamaisa, you would have to pay back. What do you see from here? So what do you see from here? You see from here that Halacha Lamaisa, even if the judge, right? Even if the judge, first of all, take a look at Rashi at one more point. Below Mishnah, in Rav Kippur Skalehem, the Amru Lacha, Gayanta Din Torah Zil Shalom, the Miu Mahadra Dina Lo Ama Gamer V'Sadar. Okay, listen, here's what's interesting. So, if you notice, by the way, what happened here, what the real says is like this: if the litigant is accepted through an unequivocal arbiter, whatever you did stands. Right? Whatever you did stands, you're not going to get it like that. If they said Marzutra coming to you asking in accordance with halacha by Pesach, then if Marzutra will do erroneously, you would be obligated to pay back the impact of parties. But interestingly enough, what doesn't happen? Ruling is not reversed. The ruling stands, but the judge, Marzutra would have an obligation to make the affected party whole. Did not have the permission of the Rish Galusa to go ahead and adjudicate cases singular. There's enough room for that. Everybody sees Shnamina, so they're not going to say Dina Shnamina. What do you see from here? And even if the judge doesn't receive permission from the Rish Galusa, but he is recognized by the general population as a room, as an expert, is allowed to adjudicate cases. Okay, so again, so halacha it appears. So number one, we're going to teach you stuff. Number one, you're going to teach you the Yachid Mumsa. So you're going to do this expert, next a single expert, and therefore he is permitted to rule on monetary law by himself. By himself, Allah from my side, Allah is allowed to do it without the permission of the local Jew. In other words, if you do it without the permission of Musa, you do it without the permission of the Nasi Yisrael. Now, watch this. Amarat. Man divides the mate and Dina. The tie divides the now listen to this. Now says like this. What happens if a judge, like a guy will call Reuven. Reuven is He's Yakumim. But Reuven is like liability insurance. Because judges sometimes make mistakes also. Malpractice insurance, right? We want to judicial malpractice insurance. So what is he doing? Literally translated. He makes a mistake. He doesn't want to have to be liable. Then get permission from the Rish Galusa. If you operate essentially with license from the Rish Galusa, that gives you professional coverage. Right? And therefore, even if you make a mistake, you will not be obligated to go ahead and pay back the tax party. Okay, beautiful. So it says, although a Yachid Mumsa is permitted to go ahead and rule without the permission of the Rish Galusa, but can the permission of the Rish Galusa gives you malpractice insurance. Beautiful. Says the Gemara. Shita, so it's like those that are saying that obviously the person goes ahead and gets permission from the Rish Galusa. How means here in Babel. The person gets permission from the Rish Galusa here in Babel. They could practice, so to speak, their law. Right? They could ask him, and similarly again, if you get permission from the Nasi, that gives you the ability to adjudicate cases all over Eretz Yisrael. Here's the Shaila. The Hassam, Nami Mechanism. The Shevet, Bahasam Aphobia. It's very interesting. If you get permission from the Rish Galusa in Babel, that gives you the ability to adjudicate cases in Eretz Yisrael. Now, once I see you understand something, this is a fascinating dynamic. That from the Gemara's perspective, not from your effect, the reality was the center of Jewish life was in Babel, not in Eretz Yisrael. So as such, we received the permission from the Rish Galusa to adjudicate. That permission covered Eretz Yisrael as well. Why? And that's interesting. The Russian over here is because Hava and Babel were called the Shevet, the Rad, and Hassam, Eretz Yisrael, is called the scepter. The Rad is stronger than the scepter. So the same here we go. But you also shape it means so the possible is touches by your feet. When Yaakov Avinu goes ahead and gives his children bracha. He says the pasuk is Yasser Shevit Yehuda, Fokit Midin Raglav, steps are not so away from Yehuda, and the scepter from between his feet, Yavo Shivo, until Shivo comes, the Lodi Kassan, and to him nations will assemble. Interesting enough, this is one of the only psukim in the Torah that has any type of scriptural reference to the Mashiach. Shiloh is Mashiach. It's not called Shiloh is Mashiach. So is actually interesting enough. One of the psukim that is most corrupted by Christians to make a big biblical proof for Yashka. They posit that Shiloh is Yashka. Okay, different. So it's like, anyway, so myself, but just interesting. So anyway, the Gemara says as follows: Sanya, lo yasser shevit Yehuda. What does it mean when it says the scepter shall not depart from Yehuda? Elu Rosh Goyo Shabbat Shalogin Es Yisrael B'Sheva. This refers ultimately to Yeresh Galusa. Galusa rules with a staff. There's one saying it's right. Yeresh Galusa ruled with an iron fist. Now, sometimes like Yeresh Galusa is not the name of a person. Yeresh Galusa is the name of an office, of a position, the head of the government. Remember, again, sometimes also in which people put up. They were not Yeresh Galusa was always occupied by virtuous people. Anyway, but the point is, they ruled with an iron fist. With Kolkik Midin Raglav, scepter from between his feet. Elu b'nei banav sham Hillel. This refers to the grandchildren of Hillel, Shemalamdin Torah Shalabim. To teach Torah ultimately again in public. So the idea over here is, if you notice, the difference is between the way leadership in Babel is described and leadership in Babel is described as literally again authoritarian. Leadership in Eretz Yisrael is described as theological, right? Or religious. They're teaching Torah. So the idea over here is there was much greater authoritarian leadership in the Jewish community in Babel than there was in Eretz Yisrael. So therefore, if you got permission to be a Yachid Mumcha from the Reish Galusa, that allows you to practice in Eretz Yisrael as well. Okay? So what happens if you got permission? If you got permission from the Nasi to go ahead and be a Yachid, like a single expert, were you allowed to practice in Eretz Yisrael, in Babel or not? So it's like a question. Rabbi Baba, John Dina Vita, Rabbi Baba, adjudicated as the Yachid. Right? In Babel. Now, was it? He passed in Babel and he made a mistake. So what happened? Ultimately, again, the litigants accepted your ruling upon them. You accepted your obligation to pay. You owe Zilshlim. If not, go and pay back. And the Maharabba Bracham, Rishus HaManakit, and Rabba Bracham is Yochid Mumchaz, who is given permission by the Nasi in Eretz Yisrael. And what do you see from here? That ultimately, again, there's a scenario where you have to pay. So what do we see? Shnamina, Mehasam Lahacha, Lomahani, Shmamina. What do you see from here? That getting permission to Yisrael does not give you coverage in Babel. Right? Does not give you coverage in Babel. So let's say, so fascinatingly enough, so obviously getting permission in Babel covers you anywhere in Babel and there to Yisrael. Getting permission in Yisrael covers you in Yisrael, but apparently did not cover you in Babel. Incredible. So much doesn't help. Rabba Bar Rav you have a minsi bahadi to the English Kalusai. Yeah, let's listen to this. Rabba Bar Rav they fight, right? Because sometimes again, different Rabbanim will get into some issues with the Reish Kalusai. So they fight with Reish Kalusai. So they say, Amar Lavi Naifu Nakitna Rishusa me Adamari, the Adamari Mirad, the Rabbi Rabbi, but if you're ready. So listen to this. But now when get into it with Reish Galusa, they say, hey, Reish Galusa, my authority does not derive from you. My authority derives ultimately again from Adamari. Adamari gets it from Rab. Rab gets Rabbi Chia. Rabbi gets it from Rabbi. So seal the name of Lamaisa. Rabbi is saying that his power comes and his authority comes from Israel. And then what's even in Babel? The Muslim Ta'amo Vita Opi. So this is very interesting. So Rabbi was speaking, was talking tough, but the Maisa is very empty. It's not true. His authority to rule large things in Babel did not come from Eretz Yisrael. As much as he had authority from Eretz Yisrael, his authority to rule, in fact, did come from Eretz Yisrael. but he did not want to yield authority on the Rosh Hashanah. Okay? So the Gemara says, okay, so now the ultimately against certification there to sell does not help for Babel. Why did Rabbi Hannah get permission from Eretz Yisrael? So remember again, the Gemara just said before that Rabbi Barafuna, right? Rabbi Barafuna or Rabbi Hannah, two different yourselves. So he got permission from Eretz Yisrael, right? But yet he also got permission from Reish Kalusa because his permission from Eretz Yisrael didn't work in Babel. If permission from Eretz Yisrael doesn't work in Babel, and yes, it gets certified in Babel anyway, then why get certified for Eretz Yisrael? Right? Why get that permission? Permission Euros. How only did Allah do it? No, because also there were certain border cities that technically speaking were in Babel, but really consider themselves to be part of Eretz Yisrael. So for those border cities, Rabbi Hannah thought it would be more useful to have permission from the Nasi than to have permission from the Reish Kalusa. Okay, look at that. Allah Gulen and in Shuffles after Eretz Yisrael. These were border cities that technically speaking were in the territorial area of Babel, but were more deferential or felt themselves a part of Eretz Yisrael. Incredible. Okay, so this is the motives like the marriage. So how do you get this certification? Right? How does the Sonar say show up at the office of the Reish Kalusa, and what's the process for actually getting certified? So Rashi says, my Rishisa, so for example, right, how did a guy like Rabbi how did a person, how did a Talmud how did he get certified? So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, my Rishisa, she have enough is Rabbi Barachana, it's a very short thing, how beautiful is it before that you have these border cities, and Yaras only so these were cities that were in the territorial area of Babel, but because they were next to Eretz Yisrael, but they stood almost as an extension of Eretz Yisrael. What do you see here? You see here at some point, just allowing yourself to be next to holiness, even if you're not in the holiness itself. But just being holiness juxtaposed has a tremendous impact on who we actually are. And this is such a profound result in general for any living life. So often we think that it doesn't matter who you have race. And whatever, I could associate with whoever I want, it's not true. Whoever you're juxtaposed to, whoever you're summoned to, whatever you're summoned to, or we allow ourselves to experience or to be exposed to certain influences, and we just assume that it's not going to have an impact and strong enough. It's not true. Whatever you're summoned to, whatever you're juxtaposed to, whatever you're next to, the people you associate with, the experiences you have, the different things that you allow into your life, everything has an impact on us. If cities and brothers, just because they're next to us, it's like we treat it like Eretz Yisrael, the Muslims see that everything that we allow ourselves to be juxtaposed to has a tremendous impact on the way we are. The Gemara is like, this is my Rishus. Now, the Noch is Rabbi Barachana, the Babel is. So Rabbi Barachana came to Babel. Right? Rabbi Barachana was originally from Eretz Yisrael. Now he comes to Babel, right? And he wants to get Rishus. He wants to go ahead and get permission from the Reish Kalusa to adjudicate. So Amalei, Rafina the Rabbi, so he's the Kavias. Then Achi Yored Lebabel. Right, so literally again, then Achi Yored Lebabel. Listen to this. The son of my brother is Kai. So this is Rabbi Chia. So again, just get the names correct. Rabbi Barachana is coming from Babel to Eretz Yisrael. Sorry, Eretz Yisrael to Babel. He wants to get permission from the Reish Kalusa to be a Yachid Mumcha, to be a single expert. So now what happens? So Rabbi Chia says to Rabbi, Ben Achi, the son of my brother, Yoreh Babel. He's coming down to Babel. Yoreh, Rabbi said, Yoreh, Rashi turns out over here, is he permitted to rule on matters of Isser V'Heter. Rashi says, Yoreh, Rashi says, Isser V'Heter, Amalam Rabbi Yoreh. So what's the idea? Yoreh, what's Isser V'Heter? Allah is cautious. Like Hilchos Nido, Hilchos Shabbos. These are Isser V'Heter type of thing. So Yoreh is Rabbi Barachana allowed to ask him in matters of Isser and Heter, and then he responded, Yoreh. Yadin, is he allowed to adjudicate monetary law? Yadin. Yatre B'choros, is he permitted to be matter before Shabbos or be matter before? Suppose the firstborn animal becomes mundane, non-sanctified. What? It has a mum, has a blemish. But you have to know what type of blemishes remove the firstborn sanctity. So is Rabbi Bachara permitted to go ahead and do matter beforos? Yatir. Yes, he is. Yes, Rosh Hashanah, I'll tell you something amazing. Today, so that we have smicha today, but our smicha today is not real smicha like what they had comes in the Gemara. But if you notice today, what smicha is called, you get different types of smicha. There's what's called yore or yadin. So yore is matters of Israel Heter. Yadin is a maritime law. It's interesting. Why is it called yore, yadin? This, originally it was a question and answer. Yore is this person permitted to ask him. Right, marriage of Israel Heter? Yore, yes. Yadin, are you permitted to go ahead and ask your marriage of maritime law? Yadin, yes, they are. Now, I don't know that any speaker on Matthew after before us today, but I guess we'll have to use that soon. So when it says, Kihava, not this level about this is not King Kibaba. Amarle Rabbi Kia, the Rabbi. So the case said to Rabbi as follows: Ben Afosi, the son of my sister, Yore the Baba, is coming down to Baba. So this is not allowed. The son of marriage to Baba. So Yore, is he permitted to pass the marriage of Israel Heter? Yore, yes, he is. Yadin, is he allowed to go and pass the marriage of maritime law? Yadin, Yatir Bechoros, can he go ahead and permit firstborn animals? Nope, Al Yatir. And we'll see what's happening over here. We'll see why Rav was not permitted to go ahead and do not Bechoros. And he wants to, by the way, just as an aside, Maishra the marriage to Kakari Ben Aki, or Maishra the marriage to Kakari Ben Afoso. Why ultimately again is Rabbi Kia calling one of them the son of his brother and one of them the son of his sister? Both of them were the sons of his brother. So the Gemara says, I'll tell you, the came out, how he have a my son? Maybe one of them. Maybe one was the son of his brother, the son of his sister. So says, no, I do Bachana, Shila Umarta Rabbi Kia. Kulu b'nei Abba bar Acha Karsi. Kulu b'nei Abba bar Acha Karsala Mikafri Habu. So it must have been again. They were all. So the Gemara says all of these people. I do Chana, Shiva, Martha, and Rabbi were all the sons of the same father. As such, again, both of these young men were both sons of his brother, not sons of his sister. So why did Rabbi call one of them the son of his brother, the son of his sister? To which the Gemara says, Rav, Barahua, the Hava Bar Achse. Interestingly enough, Rav was actually both the son of Rabbi Kia's brother and sister. A bit of explanation on that. Right, so Rashi points out over here that if you look at Rashi says, Ivo, Avo's Rav, interestingly enough, so Ivo, who was the father of Rav, actually married his stepsister. Now what does that mean? So he married his father, his father and mother. His mother died. His father remarried another woman. That woman came to marriage with his sister, with a daughter. Sorry. So actually, again, so Rab's parents were technically speaking stepbrother, stepsister. They're totally unrelated. And because of that, the Rabbi called Rab the son of his brother and the son of his sister. Okay. Fine. So the Gemara says as follows. Good. So good. So Rav Bar Achua the Hava Bar Achse, Rav Bar Chana Bar Achua the Rav Bar Achse. So Rabbi Kia responds. So therefore, again, Rav was actually technically speaking the son of Rabbi Kia's brother and sister. Rav Bar Chana was only the son of his brother and not the son of his sister. Fine. The other passage was on the days. Diva Sema. Hashim Kaf Moshe B'Tzir. Shabbos is actually quite beautiful. The other passage is the reason why. The reason why Rabbi Chia called Rav the son of his sister wasn't anything to do with the familial. In fact, Rav was the son of his brother. So why did Rabbi Chia call Rav the son of his sister? It was to highlight Rav's incredible knowledge. See, as the pasuk says, "Emor lechachma achosiyat." Say to wisdom, "You are my sister." Right, wisdom is often referred to as a sister and not as a brother. Okay, quite beautiful. So the Gemara says, Yaakov Achoros Al Yaakov. So why wasn't God given permission to permit firstborn animals? Right? It's interesting, right? Before was given permission for Yoreh, Yodin, and Bechoros. Rav was given permission for Yoreh, Yodin, and not Bechoros. Why not? It's very interesting. Even when you turn below talking, maybe you'll say, well, maybe just Rav did it because that's the expertise in this. I'm going to say it's an expertise. Maybe Rav said, didn't know. Tamir, the talking too long. But Rav was an incredible talker. Elder shouldn't love it to a woman. Maybe just want to say, again, it's not that he wasn't wise. Again, he wasn't the expert in women. Like, he wasn't an expert in blemishes. You don't know. Again, that doesn't mean he wasn't as outstanding as Chacham. No one is an expert in all areas. Rav said, Shmona Sachar Chadashim, Gadalti Eitzorah Behemah. Lega is a mumkabra, that is a mumoda. For a second, Rav said, I spent 18 months apprenticing by the shepherds in order to go ahead and know what is a blemish family. Yom versus what is blemish woman. What's the number again? In order for a first to not have firstborn sanctity and just be treated like a regular animal, in order for that to happen. So Allah said the mum has to be a mum that is a mum. It's not going to heal, but a mum that's going to heal ultimately doesn't start well. Again, that I spent a year and a half going on the apprenticeship with the shepherds in order to know what's a mum. It's not a mum. So obviously what he was talking about. Obviously what he was talking about was he not certified? Which is rather interesting enough. Because they had certified Rabbi Barakhanov, they didn't want to certify Rav as well. Because this was out of definitely Sarah. If Rav was certified, also people would go to Rav, and they wouldn't go to Rav Barakhanov. Look at Rashi, second on there, the Kali Kabbalah the Rabbo, the Shina to Bob, the Baba Kabbo, Shabbos and Aika Kivisa. The Rav had not with a Yakar Barak. So say this is so beautiful, right? In other words, Rav do not think about else. That was tremendous. Rav would have been afforded much honor, whether or not he's involved in performance. Rabbi Baruch, on the other hand, he wasn't the sage of the same standing as Rav, so they wanted God to give him this designation of going ahead and constantly on the photos that he should have this special. That special was incredible. And I do like the other possibilities. We should hardly say that the Kiyah Moon was actually, the reason is just the opposite. Rav was such an expert, Shari Muni the Logadi ish. So this is fascinating. Rav was actually an incredible expert. Part of the problem was that he would actually commit blemishes that people did not normally think should be committed. The Omri, the Agabna Shara Rav, but also the Mishrim over. People would say, oh, Rav committed this type of blemish, right? And if he committed this type of blemish and this type of blemish, it should also be okay. And meanwhile, again, their extrapolation was flawed. So they'll say, it's not good. It's like, this is where something like, that was too good. Right? They're too much of an expert. It's not just, it's really fascinating. So because they needed sometimes in life, sometimes in life, you don't need the best person. You don't need the best. Right? What you need is just someone who's really good. Because sometimes the best is actually not the person who's best suited for it. Right? Sometimes the best actually comes with too much nuance. We just need someone who's really good at what. Fascinating. Fascinating. The turn over here is that Rav, look at see, Rav was such an expert that he was able to detect things that people didn't realize was a mum, and he would say, oh, this is a mum. So how he just is, what do people do? People take a sakala. So what do they do with it? Come on, you all know exactly what they do with it, right? They pick up sakala for that set in one place, and what happens? Suddenly again, you become the place, right? And what happens? We'll apply it here, and we'll apply it there, and we'll extrapolate over here. So there's new branches of Yiddishkeit that are starting, right? And again, and all different things. So So the problem with God is who you are and who you are. It actually wasn't focused on the system. Rabbi was actually not as big of an expert as Rabbi got smart. That's what the system is. Incredible. But so now remember again, when both Rabbi and Rabbi came down to Babel, Rabbi Chia asked on their behalf, Yoreh. They know he's Heter, can they pass this to the Heter? Must understand. Yoreh, keep Gomer Shushanam, Gomer Mishnah. Understand. If some Chacham came to Babel and he knew how to pass the marriage of this is a Heter, right? Why does he need the tradition of the Mishnah? Or let's take a step back. When we're listening to the concept of getting traditional federation, so everyone issues that. So again, right? So remember again, that was Amadalit. That's if you want to be a Yochid Mumisra, right? You want to adjudicate cases of monetary loss on your own. You need the Rishus of the Rish Pelusa. And what does the Rishus of the Rish Pelusa? What does it give you? It gives you malpractice insurance, right? It gives you professional coverage. If you make a mistake, you are covered. You're covered. You understand? When it comes to yoga, when it comes to consider Heter, I understand. So that comes to Babel. Somebody calls you and asks you, for Shabbos questions. If you have the knowledge, you ask him. If you don't have the knowledge, don't ask him. What's going on over there? Which the Gemara says we should have nice and shahaya. Someone said this is fascinating. Because of an episode that what occurred, this is great. I mean, it's not good. It's great. Yisanya, real serious. One time, Rabbi went to a place. Rabbi and Shemagavin, and he saw that people were kneading the dough in a state of tumult. Now, listen, what Rashi says, but how you calculate it? They were not that the utensils used for making bread should be tar. So again, now I just want to point out, at first glance, this is not necessarily a problem, because if it's food, and again, it can be food as well. The problem is, the concern is if you have Kohanim, Leviim, and there is Shumat. So Rabbi saw that they were just working not on the halachos of Harah. They were making a red. So Rabbi said to them, Kabra, easy that you're making. Why is it that no one's knocked it? This is really hard. Like why is that? So do this. Come with all. Come with Teflon. Follow the time. One time we had another scholar like this. Look up often here. Bahoralanu may decide a machine. And he taught us that marsh, maybe something is more than a marsh, is not. I remember again. In order for something to become common, what has to happen? That it has to be functional to tumult. It has to be ready and receptive to tumult. Generally, again, how does an object become ready and receptive to tumult? How? Contact with one of the 7 degrees. So this is this. So they said, oh, no, Rabbi, you've got it all wrong. We have no tumult problems. No tumult problems. You know why? Because one time I was in a scholar residence, Tom Fluggup came along and said that marsh water doesn't make something receptive to Talah and good news. And we only use marsh water. Yes. Right? We only use marsh water. Like Poland marsh water, right? Like Poland straight Poland marsh water, right? We only use marsh water. That's it. So therefore, again, we have no problems with Talah. Only one problem. He didn't say made it side. Who made basic marsh water. So he said eggs. Liquid eggs is not one of the liquids that makes something receptive to tumult, like make just like fruit juices, right? This does not make something receptive to tumult. They dates in Darshanu. The Emu Savar made it sign. So he said made dates in, and they thought he said made it sign. They told Nami Baham. And they also in the following mistake. So they said, make Kamiyun, they make Biga, Suman, if they shame, made it sign. So ultimately, they also say, furthermore, they made a stick with another halacha. They will say, for a paraduma. Remember, a paraduma, the way it works is you have to go ahead and take the ashes and mix it with water. So the halacha is that the water that comes from the Camion and then comes from Pega is possible. Now why is that? Because it's marsh water. And I'm also going to give a Paraduma, what do you need? What do you need? You need spring water. You need spring water. You need spring water. They felt like this. Oh, so we'll say, so they pieced together a number of pieces of information. Now it happens to be they were correct that marsh water cannot be used for paraduma. What they did is fascinating. They linked together multiple pieces of information, one correct, one wrong, to come out with an erroneous conclusion. They said like this, oh, what do you see? Since marsh water doesn't work for para aduma, i.e. it can't affect channels, that is also, it's not the type of water that makes things receptive to tuma. Furthermore, Tam Chacham told us that maybe marsh water doesn't go ahead and make something receptive to tuma. Below you, I will say, and the truth is they're wrong on all accounts. So let's say by paraduma, the reason why marsh water doesn't work is because marsh water is not spring water. By paraduma, it needs spring water. That's why. But marsh water absolutely works as a type of liquid, as water, to make something receptive to being mekabel tuma. And then again, the compound did a mistake by saying, but when the Tam Chacham came along, he said mebeitzim. They thought he said mebeitzim. What happened? So Rabbi just want to point out, right? So Rabbi comes to this place, and this is like a mess. This is a mess. These group of people, like no one here was talking about purposely. I think they just totally misunderstood the Shia. They misunderstood the Shia, and they misheard the Shia. Hana, but also Shah Gazu. So we'll say after Rabbi saw this.